Chapter 1375. Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on those two bastards? Did they run away? The Tsar asked in a low voice. No, they are asleep, the subordinate said. The Tsar, Zhu, Yao, Tianshang, fell asleep? At this critical moment, how could he fall asleep? The three of them were speechless. The three of them walked into the hall. Sure enough, Dongfang Zhengpai was still drooling even though he was tied up. He was dreaming with a lewd smile on his face. Ren Shu wasn't any better. He was dreaming with his mouth wide open. The Tsar and Zhu were confused. Ha ha ha! Yao Tianshang laughed. A what? Ren Shu woke up with a start. He saw the three figures standing in front of him. Tsar? Zhu? Demon Emperor? That day was a misunderstanding. We were just passing by. Ren Shu explained immediately. Ha ha ha! For some reason, Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly started to laugh lewdly in his sleep. Ren Shu! Damn fatty, wake up! Ren Shu shouted. Dongfang Zhengpai was still sleeping like a dead pig. Ren Shu's face turned red. He knew that it was time to decide his fate. He had to wake Dongfang Zhengpai up. Damn fatty, a female demon is bathing. Ren Shu whispered again. Buzz. Dongfang Zhengpai shuddered. Where? Where? Dongfang Zhengpai woke up instantly. He was full of energy. The Tsar's face was dark. So he thought you were a female demon. Zhu laughed. Rat, you are courting death. The Tsar glared at him and said coldly. Tsar? Dongfang Zhengpai saw the Tsar and shuddered. Tsar, I am innocent. It was Ren Shu who peeped at you. I even tried to persuade him. Tsar, you are wise. Dongfang Zhengpai wailed. Ren Shu's face twitched. Can you be any more shameless? I didn't see anything. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted again. The Tsar looked at the two of them and hated them more and more. Tsar, don't be angry. Yao Tianshang suddenly laughed. The Sand Emperor looked at Yao Tianshang in confusion. These two did not do it on purpose. I think we should just forget about it. Yao Tianshang said with a smile. You're a good person, Demon Emperor. I've decided to erect a longevity memorial arch for you at home. Thank you, Dongfang Zhengpai said in a mushy manner. Then, he looked at the Tsar with Runrat. Let them go. Why? The Tsar asked in a deep voice. They are from the Great Jun Heavenly Court, after all. Yao Tianshang shook his head. What? Do we need to be afraid of the Great Jun Heavenly Court? Zhu looked at Yao Tianshang in confusion. Yao Tianshang shook his head. Don't you remember? We still owe Yin Chuan a favor. Zhu frowned. He suddenly thought of something. In the past, when the Tsar was born in the Central Territory, many heroes fought over him. It was Yin Chuan who helped me and you that the Tsar was born. He had to accept this favor. If we were to kill someone from the Great Accomplishment Realm just because of a misunderstanding, it would be unreasonable. Yao Tianshang said with a smile. Just them? The Tsar asked in a deep voice. Zhu thought for a while and nodded. These two people have a special status in the Great Jin Realm. They could be considered lucky generals of the Great Jin Realm. Yin Chuan sent them to travel the world to find people with special bloodlines. The ancestral bloodline of the 12 earthly branches? I remember now. That's right. The Tsar frowned. How did you know? Dongfang Zhengpai asked in surprise. Hydra Rat quivered and immediately said, I know. Damn fatty, you spilled the beans. Me? When did I? Don't you remember that time in the restaurant? You drank too much and made a big fuss. You said that you were so smart that Yin Chuan took a liking to you. That's why you came out to do such a difficult task. Fuck, you spilled the beans. Ren Rat shouted. Dongfang Zhengpai. Yao Tianshang smiled and said, Tsar, I think we should forget about it. Let's just take it as karma. The Tsar looked at the two with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. The Tsar swung his sleeves and walked away. After the Tsar left, Zhu looked at the two with a strange expression. Finally, he nodded and said, Indeed, we have to repay this favor. Leave it to me, Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. Okay, Zhu nodded. After Zhu left, only Yao Tianshang was left. Quang. Yao Tianshang closed the door. What were you doing? Dongfang Zhengpai asked in surprise. Yao Tianshang waved his hand and untied the two of them. He also released the seals on them. Thank you, Demon Emperor, Renrat said. Yao Tianshang stared at Dongfang Zhengpai and waved his hand. Whoosh! A jade pendant from Dongfang Zhengpai's sleeve flew into Yao Tianshang's hand. What are you doing? That's mine, Dongfang Zhengpai shouted in surprise. This is the earth pendant of the dual pupil clan. Yao Tianshang looked at the jade pendant in his hand with a serious expression. So what? Dongfang Zhengpai frowned and said. Yao Tianshang looked at the jade pendant in his hand. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in his palm. Seals appeared on it one after another. In the blink of an eye, the jade pendant was wrapped in a golden box. The jade pendant could no longer be seen. You, Run Rat said in surprise. Dual Pupil Clan's Earth Pendant. Return it to Enrich. Yao Tianshang handed over the jade pendant. Dongfang Zhengpai and Run Rat looked at Yao Tianshang with a strange expression. They didn't know what he was going to do. The two of you, I saved you this time because of Yin Chuan. I hope there won't be a next time, Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. Who would hope there will be a next time? Dongfang Zhengpai said with a pout. Letting you go is a matter of course. Just letting you go isn't enough because of Yin Chuan's favor. I know that Yin Chuan is looking for the sky-burying coffin. I happen to have one here. Bring it back to him, quickly, Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. Sky-burying coffin? Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Rat's eyes lit up. Quang. Yao Tianshang took out a sky-burying coffin. 2 days later, in a hidden palace in the outer southern continent. Yin Chuan didn't come to the outer southern continent, but that didn't mean that Yin Chuan wouldn't send people over. Enrich was among them. At this moment, he was meeting with Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Rat. Holding the jade pendant in his hand, Enrich frowned. The two of you, is what you said true? Enrich asked seriously. Damn, you don't believe me? If I lie, I'll only peek at men in the future. Dongfang Zhengpai swore. Ren Rat nodded and said, Big brother, you made such a vicious oath. It's true. Enrich nodded and said, I'm not doubting the two of you. It's just that this is no small matter. All right, thank you. It's nothing. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly, Dongfang Zhengpai said. You're for Dijon. Naturally, we received the news and immediately thought of a way to rescue you. However, this is also good. You came out on your own. As for the sky-burying coffin, I'll ask Jean Diyu to escort it back. The two of you are fine for now. You can rest for a while. Enrich smiled. And that's more like it, Dongfang Zhengpai said. After sending Dongfang Zhengpai and Run Rat away, Enrich's face turned serious. The jade pendant in his hand was sealed by Yao Tianshang. Enrich could undo it. In the blink of an eye, the jade pendant was revealed. On one side of the jade pendant, there was a large word Mao. On the other side, there was a picture of a rabbit. Enrich quickly sent the news to Xianyang. In Xianyang, Yin Chuan fell into deep thought when he received Enrich's message. Yao Tianshang, the 8th sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Chapter 1376. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. In the study, a group of officials stood respectfully on both sides. Yin Chuan sat behind the desk and tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Report. A guard entered the study. Your Majesty, there is news from the outer southern continent. Tong Tian and Kong Huang Tian have started fighting. Both of them are using swords, and their swords are cutting through the void. They're already fighting among the stars. The guard reported respectfully. It's a pity that I can't be there personally. Yin Chuan said lightly. Go. If there is any news, report it immediately. Yin Chuan said again. Yes. The guard quickly left the hall. Lu Buwei, is there any news from the four sides? Yin Chuan looked at Lu Buwei and asked, Your Majesty, the army of the Netherworld has been mobilized to the Yang realm. They're just waiting for your order to attack the various territories of the outer eastern continent. Lu Buwei said solemnly, Oh, the outer eastern continent of Yang realm has 36 territories. Great Zhun has 16 territories, and the Rock Tribe has 8. As for the remaining 12 territories, 4 of them have no ruler. It is extremely easy for Great Zhun to take them over. As for the remaining 8, 3 of them are willing to submit to Great Jun. Zhang Yi has agreed to their request, and the 3 rulers will be conferred the title of Count. Lu Buwei said, Count, merit in 1 territory and the title of Count. Pass down my orders. The 3 rulers are to cooperate with Great Jun. They will be rewarded based on merit. The title of Count will be the foundation, and the title of Marquis will be given to them. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Lu Buwei replied. Celestial Emperor, in this case there are only 5 scattered weave lords left who are still resisting. Lu Buwei continued. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, King Gai, Meng Wenruo. Yin Chuan called out. Yes, Your Majesty. The 5 stepped forward. The 5 of you will lead a legion each. Conquer the 5 territories as quickly as possible. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. The 5 answered. Lu Buwei, you will be in charge of the 5 weaves officials and military deployment. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Lu Buwei replied. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Also, the Great Jin Empire's beasts are not just for show. This time, all the beasts will participate in the battle and take down the 5 territories as quickly as possible. Yes, everyone replied. As for the other 4 main territories, Yifeng and Meng Yi will be in charge of taking them. Yifeng will be the marshal, and Meng Yi will be the vice-marshal. Deploy your troops and capture them as quickly as possible. Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng and Meng. Yes, the 2 of them replied. Li Si will draft a report and announce it at the next court assembly. Yin Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si replied. You may leave. We want some peace and quiet. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone exited the study. As the crowd retreated, a black shadow entered the study. Heavenly Emperor, the Black Shadow, said solemnly. Wudi, have the Heaven-Mending Pavilion keep an eye on the boulder race. While the Great Jin Empire is mobilizing its troops, we give you the right to act first and report later if anything happens. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the Black Shadow replied. 3 days later, in the study, a guard said respectfully, Heavenly Emperor, there's news from the outer South Continent. The battle between Skirich and Kong Huangtian has stopped. Skirich is lost. The strongest person in the 3rd epoch naturally has his own unique points. Furthermore, the 2 of them are 1 realm apart. It's not strange for Skirich to lose. Yin Chuan nodded. Although Skirich is lost, he seems to have comprehended a lot. He is temporarily in seclusion in the outer South Continent. Great Qi's Sage King, Sun Wukong, is in charge of protecting him. Before he entered seclusion, he said that he would challenge Kong Huangtian again after comprehending this time. The guard said, All right. Yin Chuan nodded. You may go. Yes. After the guard left, Yin Chuan pondered for a while before walking out of the study to prepare for a new court assembly. Naturally, the court assembly's content was the announcement 3 days ago about the expansion of territories. Great Jun's heavenly court had sent its armies to attack the various large territories in the Outer East continent. The moment the news spread, the various legion commanders led their armies to the various territories on flying ships. The various territories were in an uproar at this moment. The entire Outer East continent was in an uproar. In a territory's main hall, Sage King, it's not good. Bai Qi has led his army over. Great Jun's countless tiger race experts have already gathered at the northern shoreline. Sage King, the various city lords are in a state of panic. The cabinet received a large number of reports saying that there is a mutiny in the city. Sage King, the news arrived in the hands of a bearded emperor. The bearded emperor's expression turned unsightly. Bai Qi? It's actually Bai Qi? Sage King, what should we do now? A few officials asked worriedly. Great Jun is going against the grain. This is a blatant invasion. The bearded emperor said hatefully. Everyone knows that. However, Great Jun's army is too strong. Its reputation is also frighteningly high. Sage King, we need to make a plan as soon as possible. Men, send an envoy to the boulder race. Request reinforcements from the boulder race. The bearded emperor shouted. It was the same for the other territories. They quickly sent people to request reinforcements. Great Jun's army was naturally made up of famous generals. Although they had taken over the various cities, they were strictly disciplined and did not disturb the people at all. Although countless people resisted at first, after giving up some official positions to the major families of the various cities, the major families quickly stabilized the situation. Great Jun's army moved extremely quickly. The 5 major territories' requests for reinforcements were sent to the boulder race. A few giants sat in a large hall. Everyone, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If we are destroyed, the boulder race will have no reinforcements in the entire outer East continent. That's right, everyone. Our territories are willing to form an eternal alliance with the boulder race. We beseech the boulder race for reinforcements. The group of envoys pleaded. The leading giant shook his head and said, "Everyone, I'm very sorry. The Patriarch has ordered that the boulder race will not participate in the war between Great Jun and you." What? Why? Don't. The envoys were anxious. "Send our guests off," the leading giant said in a low voice. "Everyone, The envoys were extremely anxious. However, the boulder race refused to agree. After sending off the envoys, the giants of the boulder race frowned. "Big brother, these envoys are right. Why didn't we agree?" A man frowned. "Great Jun didn't provoke us, so we don't have to provoke them. Moreover, the boulder race's ambitions don't lie here," the leading giant said in a low voice. "Huh? What do you mean?" A few days ago, a clansman returned from outer heaven and met the Patriarch. The 4 realms are about to be united. Isn't it too late to keep an eye on these territories? The 4 realms are about to be united? Everyone frowned slightly. Moreover, the Patriarch has ordered us to avoid conflict with Great Jun. The time isn't right. What do you mean? I'm not too sure either. This is the Patriarch's order. The group of boulder race experts was puzzled. On the other side, the envoys of the various territories had no choice but to return. Great Jun's invasion of the outer East continent was becoming more and more intense. Reports of victory kept coming in from the various major territories. More and more providence appeared in the sky above Xianyang. The golden light behind the head of Yin Chuan's statue became more and more dazzling. 1 year later, in the study, Yin Chuan listened to the reports coming in from all directions. "The boulder race hasn't done anything?" Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. "Yes," Lu Gang said respectfully. "It's indeed strange, but that's good too." Yin Chuan nodded. "Celestial Emperor, there's news from the outer South continent. 1 month later, the Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Qianshang will challenge Kong Huangtian. The letter of challenge has already been sent," Lu Gang said. "Jin Dayu has already returned?" Yin Chuan asked. "Yes, Lord Jin returned immediately after sending the sky-burying coffin back. He should have arrived at the outer South continent a month ago." Lu Gang nodded. "A month? That's enough." Yin Chuan nodded. "Celestial Emperor." Zhao Gao's voice came from outside the study. "Come in," Yin Chuan said in confusion. Zhao Gao quickly entered the study. "Celestial Emperor, there's news from the East Sea. The explosive Beast King is under attack. Celestial Emperor, please help." "Oh," Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. The explosive Beast King had always been arrogant. He had tried to pull into the Great Jin several times, but it refused. Now was asking for help. Someone went to the explosive Beast King's nest to cause trouble? Who? How many people? Yin Chuan asked curiously. According to the life token, there were 2 people. One of them was the Shadi. Zhao Gao said. "The Shadi? The one with the immortal slaying gourd?" Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, the Shadi was standing aside and didn't make a move. The one who attacked was someone else. He was golden all over, as if he was made of gold. "I heard from the scouts that he was called the Golden Sovereign," Zhao Gao explained. "The Golden Sovereign?" Yin Chuan frowned. Could the Celestial Emperor be the Golden Beast, the second mythical beast in the world? Zhao Gao asked. Speaking of the Golden Beast, Blue used to be the 4th mythical beast in Yin Chuan's first life. Later, it evolved into the Golden Beast because of the battle with the Nether River Patriarch. Yin Chuan was no stranger to the Golden Beast. "Meow!" Yin Chuan shouted. Meow. Meow Meow's figure blurred as it traveled through space-time. Yin Chuan, I'm playing hide-and-seek with Sister Zizi. Why are you looking for me? Meow asked curiously. Hide-and-seek? You cheat with your space skills every time. How dare you play? Yin Chuan smiled. Meow, I didn't this time. Meow shouted at once. Okay, go back and tell Zizi that you're going out with me. Yin Chuan said. Meow, are we going to fight again? Meow's eyes lit up. All right, call the Butterfly Queen too. Hurry. Yin Chuan said. Meow. Meow shouted and disappeared in front of Yin Chuan. Not long after, Meow called the Butterfly Queen over. Yin Chuan, Meow, and the Butterfly Queen stepped into the sky and headed toward the East Sea in the west. The three of them flew quickly. The Butterfly Queen frowned at Yin Chuan. Where are you going in such a hurry? Have you heard of the Golden Emperor? Yin Chuan looked at the two girls and asked, The Golden Emperor? The two girls were stunned. Why? Have you heard of him? Yin Chuan looked at the two girls. The two girls nodded. The Golden Emperor, a powerful person from the Second Era. He knew my father back then. We've met him once before, Meow Meow said. Oh, but he died later. I think he was buried in the sun of the underworld. Later, the sun was shattered by the Lotus God. It was the sun fragment that the Pheasant Queen used to guard. Don't you remember? Meow said. I see. Yin Chuan's expression changed as he recalled. Back then, he found the metal beast in the sun fragment. There were two areas, one gold and one silver. He found the metal beast while Sha Di went to the other side. It seemed that he found the corpse of the golden beast. The Golden Emperor? He's alive again. Chapter 1377. Above the East Sea, the explosive Beast King led 11 explosive beasts and roared at the sky. They stared angrily at a man radiating golden light in the sky. An extremely tall and sturdy man dressed in golden clothes stood coldly in the sky. A huge aura rushed down from above. Not far away, Sha Di carried the Immortal beheading gourd with a calm expression. Further away, some cultivators stood. They were almost all the scouts of Dijon. Is he here? The explosive Beast King asked. We have reported to the Heavenly Emperor. Xian Yang sent a message that the Heavenly Emperor is here, the scout said. Haha, explosive beasts? You have allies? The burly golden man laughed. As he spoke, golden light flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! A large amount of golden light covered the sky and shone on an island not far away. Ka. The huge island turned into a golden island in the blink of an eye. It was a golden island made entirely of gold. Rumble! The golden island rose from the ground and gradually formed a huge platform for the golden man to stand on. Golden Sovereign, I have no enmity with you. What are you doing here? The explosive Beast King asked. I've already said that I will rebuild the Heavenly Court. I just happen to lack a group of pioneers. I am inviting you to join my golden Heavenly Court. The Golden Sovereign laughed. Is this an invitation? The explosive Beast King asked. If I think so, then so be it. The Golden Sovereign said domineeringly. The explosive Beast King stared at the Golden Sovereign for a while. Anger flashed in his eyes. He turned around and looked at Sha Di. You better not provoke him. The Golden Sovereign laughed. Humph! The explosive Beast King snorted. Roar! The explosive Beast King roared and gave an order to the 11 explosive beasts behind him. Boom! The 11 explosive beasts were divided into two groups. 5 of them charged at Sha Di, while the other 6 charged at the Golden Sovereign. Don't hold me back. I only asked you not to provoke him. I have no intention of helping him. The Golden Sovereign laughed. As he spoke, golden light shot out from his eyes again. Whoosh! The golden light covered the sky and shone on the 6 explosive beasts charging at him. Ka. The 6 explosive beasts turned into golden statues. Boom! The 6 explosive beasts fell into the sea. Boom! In the sea, the golden explosive beast exploded. Only then did he get rid of the golden light's deterioration. On the other side, Sha Di had been motionless. When he saw the 5 explosive beasts coming, his eyes turned cold. He was still carrying the huge celestial slaying gourd on his back. Seeing the 5 explosive beasts flying over, he squinted his eyes and patted the gourd lightly. "Treasure, please turn around," the Shadi shouted. Swish! A beam of white light flew out of the immortal slaying gourd. Swish! The white light was extremely fast. The moment it came out, it flew back into the gourd. However, the explosive beasts flying toward Shadi were all beheaded in midair and fell into the sea. Boom! In the sea, the explosive beast exploded. The 11 explosive beasts gradually took shape. They looked at Shadi and Golden Sovereign in horror. The explosive Beast King looked at the Slayer in shock. Originally, he wanted to use the Shadi to threaten the Golden Great Emperor so that he wouldn't take action. However, he didn't expect the Shadi to be so fierce. 5 explosive beasts, and all of their heads have been chopped off by a flying knife? Who are you? The explosive Beast King asked in shock. The Shadi said calmly, "I've told you that I'm just here to watch. I won't interfere in your dispute. However, you'd better not challenge my bottom line. Otherwise, I'll destroy you today." The explosive Beast King stared at the Shadi with unwillingness in his eyes. However, he knew that the Shadi was not someone to be trifled with. He could only turn to Golden Sovereign. "Since you have an ally, I'll wait with you for a while. Let him know the difficulty and retreat. I've done my best for you," Golden Sovereign said with a smile. Roar! The explosive Beast King growled in annoyance. The group waited patiently on the East Sea. One day later, boom! A storm swept across the entire East Sea. Huge waves surged above the East Sea. At the same time, 3 figures appeared. Yin Chuan, Miao, and Butterfly Queen arrived at the East Sea. "Greetings, Heaven Emperor." The scouts in the distance bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded and looked around. The 12 explosive beasts had all emerged from the sea. The Shadi was standing in the air, while Golden Sovereign was standing on a golden island. Miao! Miao opened her eyes wide and cried out. "Yindi, thank you for your help," the explosive Beast King said bitterly. Yin Chuan nodded. "Greetings, Golden Sovereign." Butterfly Queen cried out. "Golden Sovereign." Miao also cried out. "Ah, so it's you 2 girls." Golden Emperor looked at Miao Miao and Butterfly Queen in surprise. Then he looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan from the heavenly court of Dajin. "Greetings," Yin Chuan said. "Heaven Emperor of Dajin." Golden Sovereign squinted his eyes and looked at Yin Chuan. In the distance, the Shadi's expression changed slightly. He nodded at Yin Chuan and did not speak again. Yin Chuan analyzed the situation in an instant. The explosive Beast King's enemy seemed to be Golden Sovereign. Shadi was not involved in the battle? Why are you 2 girls by Yin Chuan's side? The battle between Chao and Kong Huang Tian is imminent. Shouldn't you be heading to the South Outer Continent? Golden Sovereign asked doubtfully. "We don't want my father to be distracted," Butterfly Queen explained. Golden Sovereign nodded. "That's true. Chao is most concerned about the 2 of you. If the 2 of you are present, he won't be able to perform well." "Golden Sovereign, what are you doing in the East Sea?" Miao cried out. "What am I doing? To take away the explosive Beast King," Golden Sovereign said in a deep voice. "Golden Sovereign, I'm very sorry. The explosive Beast King is an ally of Dajin." Yin Chuan shook his head. "Oh." Golden Sovereign squinted his eyes. "Explosive Beast King, am I right?" Yin Chuan looked at the explosive Beast King. The explosive Beast King immediately understood that Yin Chuan was forcing it to form an alliance with Dajin. The explosive Beast King smiled bitterly and nodded. The explosive Beast King nodded. Yin Chuan flew in front of the explosive Beast King and looked at Golden Sovereign in the distance. "Golden Sovereign, I think you should stop thinking about the explosive Beast King. You have come from afar. Dajin welcomes you wholeheartedly. The 2 of you can enter Dajin. Dajin will definitely welcome you with a feast." Yin Chuan smiled. Golden Sovereign looked at Yin Chuan meaningfully and shook his head in the end. "What's wrong?" Yin Chuan frowned. "What if I insist on taking the explosive Beast King away?" Golden Sovereign said in a deep voice. "Oh." Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. "You want to keep the explosive Beast King, and so do I. This is not something the explosive Beast King can decide." It's up to you and me. If you want to snatch food from my mouth, you have to come up with a corresponding method. Otherwise, get out of my way. Golden Sovereign said coldly. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. However, he did not back down. No one has ever been able to take away the person I want to protect, Yin Chuan said coldly. Chapter 1378. No one has ever been able to take away the people I want to protect, Yin Chuan said coldly. Yin Chuan said in a firm tone. At this moment, Golden Sovereign, Sha Di, the explosive Beast King, Miao, and Butterfly Queen were all surprised. This was the East Sea. Strictly speaking, it was Dajin's territory and Yin Chuan's home ground. But what was Yin Chuan relying on? How could he be so unyielding? He was facing Golden Sovereign, an expert of the same generation as Heavenly Nest. Sha Di frowned, looking puzzled. Sha Di had his own way of seeing Yin Chuan's cultivation. 10th heaven of ancestral immortal. Only 10th heaven? Yin Chuan, he is. Miao said worriedly. Yin Chuan shook his head. Miao, you and Butterfly Queen step back. Since the explosive Beast King is allied with Dajin, I will help him when he can't face the enemy. Yin Chuan's words made the explosive Beast King's eyes look complicated. Yin Chuan stared coldly at Golden Sovereign. Golden Sovereign narrowed his eyes because he also had a way to see Yin Chuan's cultivation. 10th heaven of ancestral immortal? The allies who were waiting for the exploding Beast Kings were looking forward to it. However, when Yin Chuan arrived, they could not help but feel disappointed. Yin Chuan was also a celestial emperor, but his cultivation level was not enough. Now, this heavenly emperor wanted to provoke them? Ha ha! I chose to seal myself in the 2nd era and let Mu clan bury me. Now that I've awakened in the 4th era, I didn't expect to meet such a reckless person like you. Let's see how you can do that. Golden Sovereign said coldly. You also know that this is the 4th era? It's no longer the 2nd era. You don't know how many things have happened during this period. Yin Chuan said coldly. Is that so? Then, let me see what ability you, a person from the 4th epoch, have to protect the explosive beast monarch? Golden Emperor said in a deep voice. As you wish. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. All citizens of the world, listen up. All citizens of the cities who are not participating in the war, raise your right hand. Lend me your strength. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of true dragon territory let out a roar, and Yin Chuan's voice rumbled across the peaceful territory of Great Jun. For a moment, countless people heard the voice again. The voice of the Celestial Emperor. Long live the Celestial Emperor. Amidst the loud cheers, the commoners raised their right hands one by one, and their powers quickly converged toward Xianying. The golden dragon of Providence roared as it charged toward the East Sea. It was as if they had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, they had reached the East Sea. Boom! Boundless power rushed into Yin Chuan's body. As Yin Chuan twisted his neck slightly, his entire body was surrounded by a bloody mist. His bloody hair rapidly grew until it reached his waist. Hua! The East Sea had turned into a sea of blood in the blink of an eye. Above the blood sea, the great path of cypress trees shot straight into the depths of the starry sky. A surge of chi rushed in all directions. This is your strength? Golden Arch showed a hint of disdain. At this moment, Underworld, Chujiang territory. Nether River Patriarch stood at the entrance of Chujiang Palace. Nether River Patriarch looked at the sky, and his gaze strangely passed through the two realms of Yin and Yang, and directly landed on the East Sea. Gathering the power of Great Jun? Not enough. The 3rd level of the Blood Sea divine ability? Not enough. In terms of strength alone, it's at most the 13th heaven. However, Golden Arch has the strength of the 15th heaven. Even if he hasn't recovered to his peak, he's still not someone Yin Chuan can contend with. Why is he so confident? Nether River Patriarch showed a hint of confusion. My lord is watching the battle between Yin Chuan and Golden Arch. An ice god asked curiously. Yes, it's really interesting. Huh. Nether River Patriarch laughed. Yang Realm, above the East Sea. A golden halo flashed in Golden Thearka's golden eyes, as if he had seen through Yin Chuan's strength. With your current strength? Your strength has indeed increased a lot, but it's not much stronger than the explosive Beast King. Golden Arch laughed. Golden Arch, it's best to retreat now. Otherwise, you'll be embarrassed later. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Arrogant. Humph, with your current strength? Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Golden Arch said in a deep voice. Meow, who was standing at the side, was anxious. Butterfly Queen, Explosive Beast King, and Sha Di were all puzzled. Although Yin Chuan was strong, but then it would be impolite for me to decline. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Yin Chuan suddenly stretched out his right hand. Wong. On Yin Chuan's right hand, countless small stars suddenly appeared and circled rapidly. Universe in the palm? Meow recognized it at first glance. However, the universe in the palm was a little different now, because the Cypress Avenue behind Yin Chuan suddenly moved. Rumble. The Cypress Avenue moved slowly. As it moved, countless tree branches seemed to be stirring up the void. The clouds in the sky were instantly crushed. As it moved, the sky suddenly darkened. Inexplicably, the sky darkened as if the sun in the sky had dimmed. As the sun dimmed, the stars in the sky were exposed. As the Cypress Avenue moved, the stars in the sky also moved with it. It was still the stars in the light star layer. However, this time, it wasn't just one star. It was all the stars in the world of the living. Yin Chuan stared at his right hand, as if all his strength was used to support this superpower. Rumble. The stars in the light star layer moved rapidly, alarming countless experts in the world, especially in the southern outer continent. In the southern outer continent, Kong Huantian looked at the sky with a trace of doubt. Tantian, Zar, Zhu, Yao Tianshang, Wu Jiong, and other peerless experts also looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. The world's heroes were just puzzled. However, in the entire East Sea, an extremely terrifying oppressive force appeared. The space of the entire East Sea seemed to be slightly distorted. In everyone's eyes, the stars in the sky were getting lower and closer to them. In Yin Chuan's right palm, a terrifying aura was getting stronger and stronger. The aura of that right hand was 10 times stronger than that of Yin Chuan's body, or even more. Rumble. The ferocious aura surged, gradually making Golden Great Emperor reveal a trace of surprise. What kind of superpower is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Golden Great Emperor said in surprise. In the underworld, Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. This superpower? Could it be that it succeeded? Countless small stars revolved in Yin Chuan's palm. But at this time, if one looked carefully, they would find that the orbit of the small stars in Yin Chuan's palm seemed to be overlapping with the endless stars in the sky. Yes, it was overlapping. Every small star in the palm suddenly corresponded to a star in the sky. As it rotated slowly, its power became stronger and stronger. Something's not right. Golden Great Emperor's face sank. Suddenly, a large amount of golden light gushed out from his eyes and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Rumble. A terrifying suction force sucked Golden Great Emperor's golden light into Yin Chuan's palm. Then, it strangely fell from the sky and rushed towards Golden Great Emperor. Golden Great Emperor's face sank as he looked up. Indeed, the golden light that was rushing towards him was released by him. His attack was turned around by Yin Chuan. Rumble. Golden Great Emperor shot out another golden light from his eyes, colliding with the golden light in the sky and disappearing. But how could Yin Chuan's palm reach the sky? Golden Great Emperor looked towards the depths of the starry sky solemnly. In the eyes of Golden Great Emperor, the stars in the sky were falling rapidly. Rumble. In an instant, the stars fell from the side of Golden Great Emperor. For a time, there were endless huge stars in all directions. What? Golden Great Emperor suddenly exclaimed. The Golden Sovereign was no longer in the East Sea, but in a void filled with endless stars. Above the East Sea, Golden Great Emperor and the Golden Island under his feet had all disappeared. Whether it was Sha Di, Meow, Butterfly Queen, exploding beast, or even netherworld old ancestor, all of them suddenly revealed a look of surprise. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan's right palm in surprise. In the palm of his right hand, there were countless small stars circling around. In the depths of his palm, there was a golden island. On the island, Golden Great Emperor was trapped. Meow, the universe in the palm? Meow exclaimed again. Since when was Golden Great Emperor trapped in the palm? Shadi squinted his eyes, and a glimmer of light shot out from his eyes. Netherworld old ancestor suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, it's really that superpower. You finally completed it? Bai Wang, although you're not #1 in the third era, your wisdom is unsurpassed. No one believed it at first, but unexpectedly, you've really succeeded. Above the East Sea, Butterfly Queen exclaimed, the superpower of the second era? Is this it? Yin Chuan exerted all his strength in his right hand. Countless stars overlapped with the stars in the sky and surged towards Golden Great Emperor in the center. What superpower is this? Why have I never heard of it? Golden Great Emperor looked around in surprise. Rumble. The surging power rushed towards Golden Great Emperor. Boom! The golden island under Golden Great Emperor's feet was crushed into powder. Golden Sovereign's face darkened as he punched out. A golden shield appeared around Golden Sovereign Zhou Che as soon as he punched out. The force of the punch collided with the shield and collided with the tremendous force of the stars in the sky. Boom! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's right palm. Above the East Sea, the void where Golden Great Emperor had disappeared was instantly shattered. Boom! A huge vibration shot up to the 9 heavens. Yin Chuan's blood sea instantly churned. Butterfly Queen, Meow, Exploding Beast, and the Zhun scouts quickly retreated. Under the terrifying loud sound, the stars in the sky shook. Clearly, the power of Golden Great Emperor's punch was too vast. The power of one person shook the stars in the sky. Boom! Golden Great Emperor punched out again. The stars in the sky collided again. Under the loud sound, the sound spread throughout the world. In the outer southern continent, countless experts were waiting for the Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang to challenge Kong Huangtian. But at this moment, almost everyone looked up at the sky. The stars in the sky are trembling? What's going on? Countless cultivators revealed horrified expressions. At this moment, Kong Huangtian's glory of monopolizing the world seemed to have been snatched away by this loud sound. Kong Huangtian stood at the entrance of the imperial palace. After investigating for a while, he suddenly locked onto the East Sea in the northeast. Instantly, Kong Huangtian saw Yin Chuan. The Tsar, Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and Tong Tian also walked out of the palace and saw Yin Chuan controlling the stars in the distant East Sea. Boom! 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 The loud sound of Golden Great Emperor colliding with the stars in the sky rang in the hearts of countless experts. The world was silent. Countless cultivators listened attentively to the ferocious sound of the collision. Boom! 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 Chapter 1379. Boom! Boom! Countless experts in the world of the living quietly listened to the ferocious collision. The stars in the sky were trembling. Kong Huangtian, Dongfang Bubi, Tsar, Yao Tianshang, Zhu, Tong Tian, and Wu Jiong all frowned as they looked at the sky. In the outer east continent, Great Zhun was expanding its territory. All the soldiers had heard Yin Chuan mobilizing Great Zhun's power. Everyone had guessed that the Celestial Arch would have a huge battle, but no one had expected the battle to be so fierce. Looking up at the sky was filled with loud explosions. Is this caused by the Celestial Arch? Countless people of Great Zhun revealed looks of anticipation. At this moment, the limitless glory of the battle in the outer South Continent was completely stolen by the East Sea. All the scouts around the East Sea quickly transmitted the news to the various major factions. In an instant, as the stars rumbled, countless forces received the news. In particular, the 5 Weave Lords who rebelled against Great Zhun were the most sensitive to news from True Dragon Weave. When the scene of the battle in the East Sea was quickly sent to the Weave Lords' desks, they seemed to be dumbfounded. Who can tell me when Yin Chuan became so strong? The Weave Lords roared tragically. In the far east, a thin old man walked out of a hall of the Monolith clan. He was 10 meters tall, and his eyes were sunken into his eye sockets. He looked like a mortal who had been hungry for a long time. The old man looked to the west, and his expression became more and more solemn. Patriarch, the tremors of the stars in the sky came from Great Jun. A monolith expert asked. That's right. So Bai Huang's creation was real. At the beginning of the third epoch, Bai Huang's talent was outstanding. If he had focused on the martial path, he could have been on par with Kong Huan Tian. It was hard to say who would be first. However, Bai Huang gave up on the martial path for a period of time. Instead, he created a divine ability that wasted his great talent. At that time, many experts of his generation felt that it was a pity, but in the end, he succeeded. The Monolith Patriarch said solemnly, "A divine ability from the Arabian Nights?" The expert from the Boulder tribe didn't understand. You don't understand. In the 4 epochs of this world, the most talented people were born in the first epoch. The second epoch was weak, but they were still stronger than most people in the third epoch. The fourth epoch was even weaker. Perhaps it's because every time the world splits, the innate divine abilities of the creatures born would weaken a little. In the third epoch, when all living things were rising, everyone was competing to become stronger faster. Everyone was staring at each other. But Bai Huang's vision had already jumped beyond the third epoch. He saw the second epoch and wanted to use a divine ability to dominate the second epoch. He wanted to use this divine ability to reach the heights of the experts of the first epoch. Oh, everyone looked at the old man in surprise. As for the heroes of the third epoch, Kong Huantian, Hongjun, the Tsar, and the others, they always felt that although their talents were inferior to those of their predecessors, as long as they worked hard, they wouldn't be weaker than their predecessors. Therefore, they all surpassed Bai Huang one by one. However, we still don't know who has surpassed him, said the Rock Tribe leader in a low voice. As he spoke, he looked up at the starry sky. With such a divine power, Yin Chuan can trap a person in the 15th heaven with the strength of the 13th heaven. It's indeed an amazing divine power, exclaimed the Rock Tribe leader. Boom! The starry sky continued to tremble. Meow and the Butterfly Queen were guarding against Shadi. Shadi was also surprised by Yin Chuan's divine power. After all, it was too fierce. Attracting the stars in the sky, although they were only stars in the shallow star layer, it was still an extremely terrifying power. That cypress tree? Shadi frowned and looked at the cypress tree that was moving slowly. If Yin Chuan's power was directed at the Golden Great Emperor, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. It was just like the gap between Hongjun and Wu Jiong. However, this divine power was too amazing. Yin Chuan could barely support this divine power with all his strength. Yin Chuan was already sweating profusely. His strength was almost pouring into his palm. The universe in the palm divine power attracted the cypress tree. The cypress tree's great Tao attracted the stars in the sky and trapped the Golden Great Emperor. Even with Yin Chuan's current strength, it took him several levers before he could trap the Golden Great Emperor. Boom! Boom! In the universe in the palm, the Golden Great Emperor punched tirelessly. At this moment, his eyes were filled with shock and anger. In the second epoch, he had seen countless divine powers, but he had never seen such a strange divine power. Boom! Once again, he punched the countless stars fiercely. The Golden Great Emperor seemed to be a little annoyed. After all, there was no result after such a long time. The Golden Great Emperor let out a long sigh and stopped. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Boom! The Golden Great Emperor's body swayed and appeared above the East Sea again. The universe in the palm paused slightly. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the Golden Great Emperor again. The Golden Great Emperor suddenly regained his freedom and was surprised. At the same time, he also saw Yin Chuan's unyielding eyes. The Golden Great Emperor was annoyed and wanted to make a move. However, he restrained himself when his hand was halfway. For the first time, the Golden Great Emperor looked at Yin Chuan seriously. He no longer had the contempt from before. After all, Yin Chuan could trap him to the point where he was helpless. If he looked down on Yin Chuan, it would be the same as looking down on himself. Just now, he had no choice but to stop his attacks. Speaking of which, it was Yin Chuan who let him out, and not him who broke Yin Chuan's divine power. Yin Chuan took a step back. If he continued to make a move, he would be looked down upon. Golden Great Emperor, please go back, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The Golden Great Emperor's eyes flickered. What divine power is this? Great Void Arcane Technique. You can also call it Universe in the Palm, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Universe in the palm? Ha ha! What a great universe in the palm. Yin Chuan, the exploding beast, is yours. Why get back the other half of my strength? I'll come back to you, the Golden Great Emperor said in a deep voice. Anytime, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Good. Shadi, let's go, the Golden Great Emperor said to Shadi. Shadi nodded and turned to look at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Then, he followed the Golden Great Emperor. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. The experts from the East Sea in the outer South Continent were at a loss when they saw what had happened. Kong Huantian took a deep breath and returned to the Imperial Heaven Palace without saying anything. However, the Tsar and the others could not forget it for a long time. The Golden Great Emperor retreated. The Golden Great Emperor's fist was as powerful as the stars in the sky. Even a group of experts could not withstand such power. However, such a powerful person was trapped by Yin Chuan for so long, in the netherworld, in front of Chujiang Palace. Ha ha, universe in the palm? What a universe in the palm! Was it not possible to use it in the formation of the 10 palaces? It could only be used when one reached the 13th level of strength. Oh right, there must be a Cypress Avenue. Ha ha, I must experience it next time. Nether River Patriarch laughed. Nether River Patriarch walked into Chujiang Palace while laughing. Above the East Sea, the explosive Beast King looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Speaking of which, the explosive Beast King did not take Yin Chuan seriously when it first saw him. However, how long had it been? Yin Chuan's strength had soared to such an extent. In the distance, Yin Chuan's 5-dragon chariot flew over. Yin Chuan looked at the explosive Beast King and said, Explosive Beast King, I hope you remember your promise. With that, Yin Chuan stepped onto the dragon chariot. Meow, Meow jumped onto the chariot. The Butterfly Queen thought for a while and also stepped onto the dragon chariot. Even so, the Butterfly Queen was still in shock. Let's go back, Yin Chuan said. Roar. The 5 dragons roared, and the dragon chariot quickly flew towards Xianying. Yin Chuan walked into the dragon chariot. The 2 girls quickly followed. Clang! The door of the dragon chariot slammed shut. Boom! Yin Chuan sat down cross-legged. His right palm was trembling slightly. Meow! Yin Chuan, what happened to you? Meow flew over in shock. The Butterfly Queen was also surprised. It's nothing. I'm just exhausted. I'll be fine after some rest. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. The universe in palm was powerful, but it was difficult to use it. At least, with Yin Chuan's current cultivation, it was still a little difficult. After all, this was different from before. This time, he was using the cypress tree to mobilize the stars in the world of the living. Exhausted, the Butterfly Queen was stunned. You were the Golden Emperor just now. The Butterfly Queen suddenly exclaimed. Meow. Meow's expression changed, and she also widened her eyes. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly and nodded. If the Golden Emperor had attacked for another hour, I wouldn't have been able to trap him. Just now, Yin Chuan had also reached his limit. He had no choice but to let the Golden Emperor out. The Butterfly Queen. Meow. Yin Chuan, you're so smart. Meow immediately cried out excitedly. I have no choice but to do so. It would be even better if my cultivation was a little stronger. Yin Chuan laughed. Stronger? The Butterfly Queen rolled her eyes. Was he not strong enough now? Even the Golden Emperor was forced to retreat. Thinking of the Golden Emperor's power, the Butterfly Queen felt a chill in her heart. With a punch, the stars in the sky shook. What a ferocious force! Moreover, the Golden Emperor's breath was only half of his power. There was still half of his power waiting to be retrieved. Also, if the Golden Emperor established the heavenly court and mobilized the power of a nation, how fierce would the Golden Emperor's power be? As she thought about it, the Butterfly Queen looked at Yin Chuan with a strange gaze. After all, such a powerful figure was defeated by Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan left the East Sea. The explosive Beast King's expression became more and more complicated. King, do you still agree to form an alliance with Dejun? An explosive beast asked. The Beast King was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, forming an alliance with Yin Chuan is better than forming an alliance with others. At the very least, Yin Chuan won't interfere too much with me. After the Golden Emperor was forced to retreat, he retreated. The Beast King exclaimed. What the Beast King didn't know was that it wasn't that Yin Chuan didn't want to talk to him, but that he really didn't have the strength to do so. All right, get ready. Spread out to the Zhun's battlefield and help the Zhun conquer the various territories as soon as possible. The Beast King said. Yes, the explosive beast nodded. Chapter 1380. Yang Realm, Outer Southern Continent. In front of the Imperial Celestial Palace, Kong Huangtian held a sword in his hand and looked at the three figures in the air quietly. The Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang. The Tsar held a scepter in his hand and wore a golden crown on his head. He stood in the middle of the three of them and looked at Kong Huangtian with fighting spirit. Zhu stood at the side with a calm expression. He held a white jade pendant in his hand and stood behind the Tsar with an indifferent expression. Yao Tianshang held a golden saber in his hand. Kong Huangtian smiled faintly and said, Back then, I only cut you in half, but you turned into three? Let's begin. The Tsar shouted coldly. As he spoke, he waved the scepter in his hand. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding mountains and rivers turned into fine sand. The fine sand soared into the sky and covered the sky. In an instant, the entire Imperial Celestial Palace seemed to have been turned into sand. It was a vast and boundless desert. A sandstorm swept towards the Imperial Celestial Palace. The expressions of countless spectators changed drastically as they retreated again and again. Kong Huangtian smiled gently and stomped his foot. It was as if a shockwave swept out from beneath Kong Huangtian's feet. Boom! Wherever the shockwave reached, the sandstorm that originally soared into the sky calmed down. Let me see if you have improved after so many years, Kong Huangtian said solemnly. As he spoke, he waved the sword in his hand. A sword beam instantly illuminated the surroundings. Boom! Kong Huangtian's sword forced the three experts into the sky. The void shattered as the battle between the four of them began. Outer Eastern Continent, Xianying Upper Study Room. Yin Chuan sat behind the desk. A group of important officials stood in front of him. Heavenly Emperor, Kong Huangtian of the Outer Southern Continent will fight against the Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang. Lu Gang said respectfully. Has it begun? Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, I wonder what the outcome will be. The outcome? According to my speculation, when Kong Huangtian killed the Tsar in the third epoch, both of them were at the 14th heaven. Although the Tsar was careless back then, it was a fact that he was no match for Kong Huangtian. Now, Kong Huangtian is already at the 15th heaven, while the Tsar and the other two are still at the 14th heaven. 3 14th heaven cultivators will never be able to defeat a 15th heaven cultivator. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes, Kong Huangtian is only using the crowd to temper his battle chi. Right now, I'm more concerned about Dejun. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Heavenly Emperor, apart from the explosive king beast, all 11 explosive beasts have entered the battlefield. The progress of the 4 battlefields has increased by another notch. Lu Buwei said with a smile. Oh, the explosive beasts have appeared on the battlefield. Although there hasn't been much fighting, they've greatly reduced the enemy's morale. 5 Weave Lords have been stubbornly resisting. Just now, 2 Weave Lords have delivered letters of surrender. Lu Buwei stepped forward and handed over 2 booklets. Yin Chuan opened it and started reading. You're only thinking of surrendering now? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with coldness. Throwing an egg against a rock is ultimately not a wise move. When the heavenly monarch was fighting in the Eastern Sea, the rock tribe did not intervene. They were ultimately isolated and helpless. The great Jun's army grew fiercer and fiercer, and they were increasingly powerless. Lu Buwei said, "Yes, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the 5 weaves. It's better if we can do it sooner." Yin Chuan nodded. "Heavenly Emperor, these 2 weave lords have requested to exchange their territories for nobility." Lu Buwei said, "Nobility? The Great Jin's nobility isn't so casual. We gave them a chance back then, but they didn't cherish it. They can't blame anyone else. Go and reply. Since they've surrendered, they should act like they're surrendering. I'll grant them the title of Baron and treat them as Viscount." Yin Chuan said. "Yes," Lu Buwei answered. The weave lords who had surrendered before the war had been given the title of Count and treated as Marquis. That was 2 ranks lower than the current weave lords. "How's Yifeng's progress?" Yin Chuan asked. "They're conquering the 4 weaves without weave lords. They're moving very quickly. It won't be long before they unify the 4 weaves." Lu Buwei explained. "Yes," Yin Chuan nodded. "Heavenly Emperor, apart from the monolith, the outer East continent will soon belong to the Great Jun. Heavenly Emperor, if we use this as a vanguard, should the Netherworld?" Lu Buwei asked solemnly. "The Netherworld?" Yin Chuan thought for a moment. Li Si stepped forward. "The Netherworld has 36 weaves in the outer East continent. The Great Jun has 14 weaves, and 8 other weaves control 16 weaves. They've allied with the Great Jun in the past to fight the Ghost Tathagata. It's not good for us to make a move when there's no conflict. However, there are still 6 weaves without weaves. We can take them." "Yes," Yin Chuan nodded. "Moreover, if we take these 6 weaves, we'll encircle the 8 weaves. The Great Jun has promised that as long as they don't send troops, we won't send troops either. However, if they send troops, we'll break the original agreement. I think that once the Great Jun is at its peak, the 8 weaves will definitely not sit still." Li Si said with certainty. "In that case, send King Guai and Meng Tian to the Netherworld to conquer the 6 weaves without weaves as soon as possible." Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Yes." The 2 prime ministers immediately responded. Lu Buwei will continue to be in charge of the war in the Yang realm. Li Si will continue to be in charge of the war in the Netherworld. Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Yes." The 2 prime ministers replied. "Heavenly Emperor, I feel that we should let Zhang Yi roam around the places of the 8 great heroes to sound them out." Li Si said again. "Approved." Yin Chuan nodded. The Great Jun deployed their troops to the outer East continent. After a day, the results of the outer South continent were out. In the starry sky, roar! A ferocious battle aura surged out of Kong Huangtian's body. This aura crushed a star into dust. "Kong Huangtian, are you just using us?" The Sand Emperor roared in shock. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. "Xing!" The Sand Emperor swung the sword in his hand at the 3 prime ministers. Boom! The sword tore through space, and a large number of stars were shattered by the overflowing sword energy. When the Sand Emperor swung his sword, 3 massive energy swords appeared. Boom! 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 The energy swords crashed into the Sand Emperor, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang. The 3 prime ministers vomited a mouthful of blood as they were instantly sent flying by Kong Huangtian's sword. Rumble! After smashing several stars, the 3 of them finally came to a stop. They stopped above 3 stars in the void. Kong Huangtian's sword attack left wounds on the 3 prime ministers' bodies, and blood gushed out. The spectating cultivators instantly understood that the Sand Emperor and the 2 prime ministers had been defeated. Kong Huangtian held his sword and stood in the air as he looked at the 3 in the distance. "It has been so many years, but you have not made any progress. What a pity." Kong Huangtian shook his head. After saying that, Kong Huangtian instantly charged towards the Imperial Heavenly Palace below. In the blink of an eye, Kong Huangtian returned to the surface and entered the Imperial Heavenly Palace with his sword. The Sand Emperor, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang were left alone in the starry sky. We lost. Intense hatred flashed in the Sand Emperor's eyes. No, Kong Huang Tian, this is just the beginning. The Sand Emperor stood up with difficulty, and a look of frustration flashed in his eyes. On the other side, Zhu and Yao Tianshang stood up and looked at the Sand Emperor. Let's go back, Zhu said. However, the Sand Emperor's eyes turned cold. He shook his head and said, no. I have not been able to make a breakthrough all these years because I am not complete. As long as I am complete, I can break through to the 15th heaven. At that time, Kong Huangtian will not be able to look at me with that gaze. Humph. What do you mean? Zhu narrowed his eyes. The Sand Emperor looked at the two and took a deep breath before saying, the two of you, we are one body. If we are separated, we will not be able to grow stronger. It is time for us to become one. Become one? Yao Tianshang's face darkened. Yes, become one, the Sand Emperor said in a low voice. Then, after becoming one, who will be the master and who will be the second? Zhu narrowed his eyes and asked, of course, I will be the master. There will be no second. You and I will become one and become the strongest Sand Emperor in the past. The Sand Emperor shouted, you want to race our wills? Yao Tianshang's face darkened. Your wills are my wills, the Sand Emperor said in a low voice. What if I don't agree? Zhu said coldly. It's not up to you to disagree. Humph, I know your ability's the best. Your memories were also given to you by me. Of course, what you don't know is that the memories I gave you are not complete. The Tsar said coldly. What? Yao Tianshang's face changed. Actually, you have been wanting to merge Yao Tianshang and me for a long time. You have been waiting for us to reach the 14th heaven so that you can use it to break through? Zhu said coldly. Ha, not bad. You are indeed the Emperor. You are so scheming. The Sand Emperor laughed. As he spoke, the Sand Emperor waved his hand. Boom! Two beams of golden light shot out from his palms. The light instantly enveloped Zhu and Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang's face changed, and he swung the saber in his hand. Boom! The golden light trembled slightly, but could not break through. What? What is this? Yao Tianshang said in shock. There is no need to resist. This is my Sand Emperor's heaven-merging technique. The Sand Emperor said confidently. Boom! Boom! Yao Tianshang attacked again and again, but he could not break through. Heaven-merging technique? Huh! Zhu smiled coldly. What? If you were your peak, you would indeed be the strongest. Yao Tianshang, and I would not be able to stop you. However, you are already severely injured. Do you still want to merge us? Zhu said coldly. Humph, I am severely injured. Aren't you guys the same? The Sand Emperor said. No, I'm not injured. Zhu said with a smile. The Sand Emperor looked over and immediately noticed Zhu's abnormality. Zhu's right arm and right hand did not have a trace of blood. The injuries were on the left side of his body. Zhu had been protecting his right arm? What do you mean? The Sand Emperor did not understand. Zhu's eyes suddenly turned cold. Silver light suddenly appeared on his right hand. Countless centipede-shaped runes appeared on the back of his hand. Zhu's right hand exuded a terrifying power. Star-picking hand, Zhu shouted. His right hand suddenly rushed out of the Sand Emperor's heaven-merging technique golden light and grabbed the Sand Emperor. Boom! The Sand Emperor was instantly restrained. What? The Sand Emperor's face changed. Roar! Zhu roared and broke free of the heaven-merging technique golden light. The star-picking hand grabbed the Sand Emperor and dragged him toward himself. What? What is this? No! The Sand Emperor shouted. I have endured humiliation for many years for this day. Zhu smiled coldly. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and sucked. Rumble! The Sand Emperor was instantly sucked into Zhu's mouth. Bastard! The Sand Emperor shouted in shock. However, it was too late. Zhu swallowed the Sand Emperor. He had schemed for many years, but he did not expect to be schemed against. Chapter 1381. The Tsar was swallowed by Zhu. Zhu's body emitted a dazzling white light. If it's incomplete, there's no harm in it. Transform! Zhu shouted. Boom! The Sand Emperor and his body suddenly turned into a rolling force that rushed towards Ju's body. Ju was quickly refining the Tsar in his body. The Tsar had never thought that after scheming for so long, helping Ju improve his cultivation and sharing so many memories of his past life with Ju, he would end up being devoured instead. The Tsar could not be refined in a short time. On the other side, Yao Tianshang saw Ju swallow the Tsar. His expression suddenly changed. When the Tsar wanted to swallow him, he had no power to resist. Now, Ju had actually swallowed the Tsar. Would he also? Yao Tianshang turned around and shot off in a certain direction. Run. Yao Tianshang was fleeing at top speed. Ju smiled coldly and said, Yao Tianshang, where are you going? Yao Tianshang was not going to stop. He quickly fled towards the north. Ju smiled coldly. So you've realized it too? However, the three of us are a team. None of us can be missing. Star picking hand. Ju shouted again. Boom. Ju's right hand performed the star plucking palm again, and a vast white energy palm grabbed at Yao Tianshang. The power of the star plucking hand was vast, and all the stars it came into contact with were scattered. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Yao Tianshang. Not good. Yao Tianshang's expression changed. With a backhand slash, he slashed at the star-picking hand. Boom! The void trembled, but Yao Tianshang's blade could not do anything to the star-picking hand. Boom! Yao Tianshang was caught by the star-picking hand. No! Let me go! Let me go! Yao Tianshang screamed. Who? In the blink of an eye, Yao Tianshang was captured. You and I are one. Let us become one. Bai shouted. As he spoke, he opened his mouth again. No, Ju, you cannot refine me. Yao Tianshang cried out in shock. Roar! In one gulp, Hui swallowed Yao Tianshang. Rumble! The white light around Ju's body grew more and more. The energy around him grew stronger and stronger, and a ferocious aura surged in all directions. The void trembled, and the surrounding stars also trembled under this tremendous force. Ju stood in space, refining Yao Tianshang and the Sand Emperor. Countless spectating cultivators in the surroundings revealed horrified expressions. Before this, everyone thought that the Tsar was the most ferocious of the three. But now he was swallowed by Ju alone. The three of them were at the 14th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Now that the three of them had merged into one, how powerful would they be? Ju stood in the void for 3 days and 3 nights before the aura around his body slowly weakened. Lowering his head, Ju looked at the Imperial Heaven Palace below. Kong Huangtian, I will be back soon, Ju said indifferently. Who? Then, Ju stepped and disappeared. Countless cultivators were left in shock. Ju's news quickly spread throughout the world. Outside East Continent, Xianying upper study room, Ju swallowed Yao Tianshang and the Sand Emperor. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, Celestial Emperor. Moreover, according to the report, Ju did not leave. Instead, he is in seclusion in the outer South Continent like Tongtian. He is being guarded by the experts of the 3 Emperors' Holy Court. Lu Gang said respectfully. They still want to challenge him? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Celestial Emperor, Tongtian, and Ju both lost. Why did they not return? Lu Gang asked in confusion. Because they hope to reach the 15th level of the 3 Emperors' Holy Court. Yin Chuan said sullenly. The 15th level of the 3 Emperors' Holy Court? Lu Gang revealed a shocked expression. Celestial Emperor, there's also news from the outer South Continent. Wu Jiong issued a challenge to Kong Huangtian in half a year. Lu Gang added. Wu Jiong? She is only at the 13th level of the 3 Emperors' Holy Court. Her challenge? Yin Chuan asked with a puzzled expression. At the side, Gigazi thought for a while and said, Celestial Emperor, although Kong Huangtian used the experts of the world to temper his battle aura, he kept his promise and gave pointers to the experts. Even when facing his old enemy, the Sand Emperor, he did not kill them all. Perhaps Wu Jiong also hopes to receive Kong Huangtian's pointers. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Gigazi and said, Mister, my zombie body might need to go into seclusion for a while. I will have to trouble you to oversee the netherworld for a while. Oh, Giguzi's expression changed slightly. The zombie body will need to follow the butterfly queen to the lunar star in the netherworld to absorb endless lunar energy to refine the body of a general. Yin Chuan explained. Yes, don't worry, Celestial Emperor. Giguzi replied. Li Si will handle the affairs of the netherworld for now. Send the important matters to the living world, and I will personally approve them. Yin Chuan said again. Yes, Li Si replied. In the netherworld, a bright moon hung in the sky above the starry sky. Zombie Yin Chuan, the butterfly queen, and Meow flew around the moon. Hiss! It's so cold! Meow cried out. Endless cold air spread out from the moon. It was bone-chilling. My great moon palace is in front, the butterfly queen said. You like to live in strange places like this. Meow laughed. Back then, Father discovered a lunar hell spring and opened it for me. The butterfly queen rolled her eyes. The entire moon was covered in endless snowy mountains and icy plains. At the same time, endless silver light shone from the inside out. In the center of the snowy mountains and icy plains was a huge palace complex. The largest palace had the words Great Moon Palace written on it. Large numbers of snowmen wandered around the palace complex. However, these snowmen did not seem to have any consciousness. The three of them landed in front of the Great Moon Palace. Master, the snowman said respectfully, these are the snowman puppets I created. The butterfly queen said. She waved her hand, and the snowman puppets quickly retreated. Yin Chuan nodded. You said that your Great Moon Palace is connected to the depths of the lunar star, and there's a lunar spring inside? Yin Chuan looked at the butterfly queen. Follow me. However, you have to be careful of the lunar spring. It's too cold. Just one drop can instantly freeze an ordinary person into an ice sculpture. The butterfly queen said. To others, it's fatal, but to me, it's a great tonic. Yin Chuan smiled. The body of Zombie was extremely lean and cold. How could it be afraid of a lunar spring? The three of them entered the Great Moon Palace. In the corner of the Great Moon Palace, there was an ice well. It's down here. I've only been down there a few times. It's boring, the butterfly queen said. Yin Chuan nodded and jumped in. Meow followed. Meow. Wow, it's so cold. Meow immediately cried out. The three of them kept falling down the well. Meow and the butterfly queen were covered in frost, but Yin Chuan was like a fish in water. Soon, they reached the bottom. There was a secret chamber at the bottom. In the secret chamber, there was a pool of blue water that emitted a biting cold. Meow. Meow cried out uncomfortably. It's really the lunar spring. I'm going to seclude myself here. It's too cold here. You guys go back first. Yin Chuan said. Meow. All right. Then Yin Chuan, you have to be careful. Meow cried out. I will. Yin Chuan nodded. The butterfly queen took a look and nodded. The butterfly queen quickly flew out with Meow. Yin Chuan looked at the pool of lunar spring with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He gently stepped in. Ka 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 ka. A wave of coldness instantly spread throughout Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's clothes, shoes, and socks instantly froze. Then, under the biting cold, his clothes suddenly froze into powder and fell from Yin Chuan's body like a layer of ice. Under the extreme cold, Yin Chuan's body also turned green. What a great lunar spring. This pool of lunar spring might be enough for me to improve. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He gently jumped into the lunar spring. Whoosh! Yin Chuan circulated his energy, and his body crazily absorbed the spring water of the lunar spring. Boom! The dragon bone wings spread open and fangs came out of his mouth. Yin Chuan had completely transformed into a zombie. The absorption speed increased. The lunar spring sank by about a foot in the blink of an eye. However, in the next moment, the lunar spring rose up again. Is this still a living spring? Could it be that the bottom is connected to another place? Yin Chuan was puzzled. However, Yin Chuan did not investigate. Instead, he continued to absorb the lunar spring to improve himself. The zombie Yin Chuan was in seclusion. The human Yin Chuan was in charge of the affairs of the Great Zhen's Yin-Yang realm. Celestial Emperor, one of the weaves that Wang Jian is attacking is willing to surrender, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Approved. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. In the Yang realm, there are only 2 weaves left to resist. Bring the remaining troops to the Yang realm, and let Wang Jian assist in the battle, Yin Chuan said. Yes. The Yang realm entered the final stage. In the Yang realm, the expedition had officially begun. The Great Zhen army galloped and attacked in all directions. Apart from the 8 powerful weaves that had allied with the Great Zhen in the past, there were still 6 ownerless weaves. These were the Great Zhen's main targets now. King Gaitu, Meng Tian, and Wang Jian, the 3 commanders. The Great Zhen army was invincible. For a moment, the 8 powerful weaves started to panic. This was clearly the prelude to conquering the outer East continent. Once the 6 great weaves are taken, won't the next target be us? The 8 powerful weaves were worried and quickly sent messengers to the Great Qin city. However, Li Si was in charge of the Great Qin city, and Yin Chuan refused to meet them. This was like some kind of signal, causing the messengers to feel uneasy. Why did Yin Chuan refuse to meet them? Why did he not mention a word about sending out troops? The messengers stayed in the Great Qin city for a while before returning with a sense of panic. The 8 powerful weaves were anxious. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and King Gaitu were attacking at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, they conquered a large number of cities. Everything went smoothly, and the 3 commanders gradually gathered together to look at a huge map. The 2 of you, don't fight with me. I'll take this place, Meng Tian said with a smile. Why? Lord Meng, you're too domineering. Last time you snatched it away. This time, no matter what, you have to keep me, Wang Jian said with a smile. King Gaitu smiled and did not say anything. Report. A loud shout came from outside the tent. Come in, King Gaitu called out. A scout entered and immediately knelt on one knee. Reporting to the 3 marshals in the Tsongtian weave, an inconspicuous Miao clan manor, our 100,000-strong army was completely annihilated. Oh, the 3 marshals' faces suddenly darkened. Tsongtian weave? Miao clan manor? Meng Tian said in a low voice. Yes, the Miao clan manor is located in an extremely remote mountain forest, and there are countless poisonous insects and miasma. Hence, all along, our scouts did not pay much attention to this place. However, today, in order to completely control the Tsongtian weave, the marshals requested that we visit every large tribe, sect, and manor. Hence, we went to the Miao clan manor. However, we were completely annihilated. A frontline general led a 100,000-strong army there, but in the end, they were all annihilated. The scouts said with a frown, annihilated my 100,000-strong army without a sound? Wang Jian's face darkened. Miao clan manor? King Gaitu's voice suddenly changed. Lord Gaitu, have you heard of it? Meng Tian looked over. No, but do you all remember Gui Rulai from back then? When the Heavenly Emperor fought Gui Rulai, a man appeared. He created Gui Rulai and even revived Gui Rulai, who had killed the Heavenly Emperor with a finger. I think his name is Miao Rulai, King Gaitu said. Miao Rulai? Wang Jian and Meng Tian's eyes narrowed. Chapter 1382. In the Yang realm, Yin Chuan was in Xianyang, but he had been paying attention to everything that was happening in the southern continent. Heaven Emperor Wu Jiong is fighting Kong Huangtian. Zhu came out of seclusion and is watching the battle from the top of a mountain. Lu Gang said, it seems like Zhu is almost done refining the Sand Emperor and Yao Tianshang. Yin Chuan said in deep thought. Yao Tianshang sent the sky-burying coffin. This time, Lu Gang frowned again. I've already done what I should do. Everything depends on his luck. If he is completely refined by Zhu, then it's his fate. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes, Lu Gang replied. There is still one sky-burying coffin left. Lu Gang, Inform all the guards in the world to search for the last sky-burying coffin. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Lu Gang replied. Heaven Emperor, there is news from the Yang realm. It seems like Wang Jian and the others found the Miao family's nest. Yin Chuan thought for a while and said, I believe they can handle this. Yes, Lu Bue nodded. Yin Chuan chose to ignore the Miao family and let the Yang realm's team deal with it. Heaven Emperor, not long ago, someone saw Dongfang Bubi appear in the southern continent. Perhaps he will challenge Kong Huang Tian, Lu Gang said. Oh, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Yang realm, lunar star. Bored to death, Miao Miao wandered around the vast cold palace. At the same time, she didn't forget to bicker with the butterfly queen. Gradually, the two arrived at a side hall. In the side hall, there were 42 pictures on the wall. This was left behind by father. 21 of us. We couldn't understand it before, but now we can. The butterfly queen frowned. Miao Miao shook its head. Dad gave us the sky net to look at these pictures. If you can't understand them, then you're an idiot. You are stupid, the butterfly queen shouted. Meow. Meow shook her head and ignored the butterfly queen. She looked at the pictures. As she watched, Meow's mind sank into it. Oomph. The butterfly queen snorted coldly and began to study the huge picture. In the depths of the great moon palace, zombie Yin Chuan continued to absorb the extreme Yin spring. However, no matter how much Yin Chuan absorbed, the extreme Yin spring in the pool was quickly replenished. At first, he didn't take it seriously, but after a long time, Yin Chuan finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. Boom! Yin Chuan sank to the bottom of the pool. Sure enough, there was a hidden cave at the bottom of the pool. Yin Chuan put away his dragon bone wings and fangs and quickly entered the cave. It was a passage that led to an unknown place. Fortunately, the passage was filled with lunar ghost spring water, which Yin Chuan could use to absorb. Yin Chuan followed the flow and made a mark so that he could return. Just like that, after an unknown period of time, they finally found the source. Boom! A large amount of extreme Yin spring was opened. Yin Chuan arrived at another sealed space. As soon as he entered, the cold rolled back and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Ka 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 ka. Yin Chuan was instantly sealed in ice. However, all of this didn't matter. Yin Chuan could absorb the cold air, so the ice on Yin Chuan's body was quickly melting. However, the surrounding cold air continued to seal Yin Chuan. Therefore, even if Yin Chuan desperately tried to absorb the cold air, he was still sealed in an ice sculpture. Yin Chuan didn't break out of the ice. Instead, he stared at a monster in this sealed space. A piercing cold aura emanated from the monster's body. It was like a corpse lying there on the ground. However, the corpse gave Yin Chuan a majestic aura. Even the current Yin Chuan was far from it. It was a toad that was 10 feet tall. The toad's body was snow white. On its skin, a large number of metallic silver runes appeared. Traces of silver aura were emitted. It was extremely cold. The cold air that froze Yin Chuan was also emitted by the corpse. The huge white toad lay there quietly, motionless. Corpse? Yin Chuan's eyes were solemn. Yin Chuan didn't deal with the white toad. Instead, he continued to absorb the cold air. This absorption lasted for half a year. As he absorbed the cold air crazily, Yin Chuan's adaptation to the cold air became stronger and stronger. The ice that sealed Yin Chuan also became less and less. At this moment, plop, the white toad's abdomen suddenly moved, and then there was no movement. The movement of the abdomen made Yin Chuan's face suddenly sink. Is this a heartbeat? Yin Chuan's face sank. Was that the white toad's heartbeat just now? However, the interval between the heartbeats was way too long, wasn't it? It's alive. Yin Chuan's face changed. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Songtian Weave. Following the complete annihilation of the Great Jin Army, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and King Gai arrived outside Songtian Weave. A large number of the Great Jin Army was stationed on the surface of the sea. They were scattered across countless islands and on huge ships. There was a huge floating platform in midair. There were many palaces on it. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and King Gai stood on the floating platform and looked at Song Tian weave in the distance. Greetings to the three marshals. Loud cheers came from the surrounding sea. The wind was strong. Countless soldiers were forced out of Song Tian weave. However, their fighting spirit was still soaring. A general flew onto the floating platform and said respectfully, "Marshals, your subordinate is incompetent." Initially, the attack on Song Tian weave was going smoothly. However, when some people came out of the Miao clan's villa, they quickly led the major sects and noble families into Song Tian weave to resist with all their might. "We forced out Song Tian weave?" King Gai asked in a low voice. "Your subordinate is incompetent," the general said bitterly. "It's not your fault. Originally, we thought that Song Tian weave was ownerless, so we didn't send many troops. We were prepared to attack them one by one. However, we didn't expect the Miao clan's villa to unite in such a short time," Meng Tian said in a low voice. "No, marshals. In fact, only now did we realize that Song Tian weave was originally the Miao clan's territory. The people in charge of the various sects and nations were all from the Miao clan. That's why we quickly obeyed the orders of the Miao clan," the general said. "Oh." Wang Jian narrowed his eyes. Miao clan villa. Inside a large hall, a group of old men sat in the hall. They were all looking at a man in a luxurious robe in the center. The man was none other than Miao Rulai, who had appeared when Yin Chuan fought Rulai Gui. "Rulai, your actions today have completely exposed the Miao clan to the world," an old man said in a low voice. "The four realms are about to merge. It's time for the Miao clan to step out from the shadows," Miao Rulai said in a low voice. "No, it's not time yet. We have our mission, but you..." An old man frowned. "The world is vast, and I've seen many experts. Who do we need to be afraid of?" Miao Rulai said with a frown. The group of old men frowned as they looked at Miao Rulai. "Moreover, I'm the patriarch now. I'll consider the future of the clan," Miao Rulai said in a low voice. The group of old men looked at each other. In the end, an old man with an extremely ugly face spoke up. "Miao Rulai, you're the spiritual manifestation of the Miao clan. That's why we recognized you as the patriarch. However, there are still great enemies in the clan. I hope you'll keep that in mind," the ugly old man said in a low voice. "Don't worry, great elder. I grew up under everyone's watch. I've been carefully groomed since I was young. How could I do anything unwise? Great Jin sent troops here this time. Are we supposed to swallow this insult? Even so, the Miao clan will still be exposed. I made this decision because I don't want the Miao clan's disciples to sacrifice too much," Miao Rulai said. Everyone nodded. "Moreover, do you want to watch the outer East continent be unified by the Great Jin Empire? If it's really unified, it'll be difficult to take it back. The stronger the Miao clan acts, the more confident the remaining weave lords will be in us. They're in a constant state of anxiety now," Miao Rulai said with a smile. "All right, do what you want to do," the great elder said. Miao Rulai nodded. After convincing the Miao clan's people, Miao Rulai walked out of the hall. "Big brother, what did the elders say?" the Miao clan's disciples asked curiously. "My Miao clan's territory isn't that easy to invade. Brothers, follow me to meet the great Jun's three marshals," Miao Rulai said. On a floating island outside the Song Tian weave, Wang Jian looked at one of his subordinates and asked, "Has the news reached the great Qin city?" "Yes," Lord Li Si personally replied. "The great Jun Empire draws its bow, and the arrow will not turn back." The subordinate immediately replied, "The great Jun Empire draws its bow, and the arrow will not turn back." Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and King of Gai narrowed their eyes. They instantly understood Li Si's determination and knew what to do. Reporting. A guard quickly entered the hall. "What's wrong?" Meng Tian asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the three marshals, the Miao clan's patriarch, Miao Rulai, has appeared in the south. "Please come forward," the guard said respectfully. "Oh." Meng Tian narrowed his eyes. A sharp glint flashed across Wang Jian and King of Gai's eyes. Let's go and meet this Miao Rulai, Meng Tian said. Wang Jian and King of Gai nodded. The three of them stepped out of the hall and stood at the peak of the floating island. They looked at a towering mountain on the shore. At the peak of the mountain, Miao Rulai stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were 16 Miao clan's disciples. The three marshals stared at Miao Rulai, and Miao Rulai also observed the three of them. Who among you can represent the great Jin Empire? Miao Rulai asked in a deep voice. I'm Meng Tian. Meng Tian shouted. Very well. Listen carefully. I don't care what the great Jin Empire does to the Netherworld, the outer East Continent, and the other weaves. However, the Tsongtian weave belongs to the Miao clan. Return to where you came from, Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. The Miao clan's territory? You want us to retreat? Meng Tian snorted coldly. Why? Miao Rulai looked at Meng Tian with confidence in his eyes. Without the Heavenly Emperor's order, the great Jin Empire's soldiers will never turn back. Meng Tian shouted. Ha ha ha. Miao Rulai's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Chapter 1383. Without the order of the Celestial Emperor, the army of Dejun will never turn back. Meng Tian shouted. Ha ha ha. Miao Rulai's eyes flashed coldly. Oomph. Meng Tian snorted. If that's the case, then let me see what you have up your sleeves, Miao Rulai said. As he spoke, Miao Rulai waved his hand. Boom! A black shadow suddenly shot out from behind Miao Rulai. I don't need to personally deal with you, Miao Rulai said. The black shadow stopped in front of Miao Rulai. He gently lifted his hat. As the hat was lifted, a familiar face was revealed. Gue Rulai? King of Gai exclaimed. Gue Rulai had been killed by Yin Chuan before being sucked into the Hongmeng gourd by Meng Sansheng. Why would he appear here again? This isn't Gue Rulai. Wang Jian narrowed his eyes. King of Gai looked again. The black-clothed man looked exactly like Gue Rulai, but he did not have Gue Rulai's vengeful aura. Gue Rulai is a puppet created by Miao Rulai. The one in front of us is obviously one too. Meng Tian said. Master, the black-clothed man from afar greeted Miao Rulai respectfully. Represent the Miao family and deal with these arrogant bastards. Miao Rulai ordered. Yes. The black-clothed man stepped into the sky, and a blue vortex-like light pillar shot out from behind him. As the vortex spun, countless souls were quickly sucked into it. This is a puppet that mimics Gue Rulai. Even the power of reincarnation is the same. King of Gai said. The puppet looked around and finally stared at Meng Tian. Come out. Meng Tian sneered. Puppet. As she spoke, she said, Supreme Ox, I'll have to trouble you to raise the morale of the army in this battle. As she spoke, a man with horns slowly walked out from a hall behind Meng Tian. The man was extremely burly, and his ox head exuded a domineering aura. It was the Supreme Ox who had returned from the heavens beyond and joined me outside, Big Ox Monster. Don't worry, haha, I didn't find a worthy opponent on the battlefield in the mortal realm. Li Si was right to send me to the netherworld. The big bull demon laughed. As he spoke, he flew out with a huge mace in his hand. Great Jun's army stared intently, but in the distance, Miao Rulai narrowed his eyes. My new ghost Tathagata is not the same as the old one. Miao Tathagata said coldly. In the past, Ghost Rulai was at the 11th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. He was abnormally powerful when he used the power of merit. But now, the new Ghost Rulai was even stronger than the old one. One had to know that if it wasn't for Yin Chuan, Gue Rulai would have been the #1 expert in the outer eastern continent. Even stronger now? I don't care if you're a Ghost Rulai or a Demon Rulai, as long as you can fight with me. Take my staff. The big ox demon laughed loudly. Boom! The spiked mace shattered the void and smashed towards the new ghost, Tathagata. The new ghost Tathagata's expression changed. He reached out and waved his hand. A golden swastika appeared and rushed towards the mace. Boom! The void trembled as the huge swastika exploded. What? The new ghost Tathagata's expression changed. He waved his hand, and the reincarnation passageway behind him crashed into the mace. Boom! Only then did the mace's attack stop. Even so, the big ox demon immediately gained the upper hand in this exchange. Countless soldiers immediately cheered. Great Jun! Great Jun! Great Jun! Great Jun! Countless soldiers of Great Jun cheered loudly. Their voices soared into the sky. Their cheers made their blood boil. They watched the big ox demon fight as if they were the ones fighting. Great Jun! Great Jun! Great Jun! Loud cheers rang out. The general strengthened the morale of the soldier, and the soldier strengthened the general's courage. Ha ha! The big ox demon immediately laughed loudly. This feeling was much more comfortable than the previous battles in the realm beyond heaven. The realm beyond heaven was precarious, and life and death were hanging by a thread. But now, he was fighting alone while millions and tens of millions of people cheered for him. This was the most exciting battle on the battlefield. Again, the big ox demon seemed to be filled with enthusiasm. Boom! The big ox demon's mace clashed with the new ghost Tathagata again. The new ghost Tathagata controlled the reincarnation passageway, but the big ox demon was also a veteran of many battles in the realm beyond heaven. How could he lose out? Boom! 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 The powerhouses from both sides fought. The soldiers of Great Jun cheered loudly. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and King of Gai looked coldly at the opposite side. The final outcome of the battle had yet to be decided, but Miao Rulai was already frowning. Master, it seems like... A Miao family disciple frowned and said, Go, gather the 9 divine armies and gather them here to fight against the soldiers of Great Jun. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice, Why? Master, just take the head of their commander. A Miao family disciple said strangely, It's not that easy. There are still powerhouses on the floating island. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice, Also, don't you remember Great Jun's sky-burying coffin? Miao Rulai said in a deep voice, Sky-burying coffin? Teleportation? Everyone's face sank. That's right. If I take action, I might not be able to kill them. Don't you find it strange that Great Jun is doing this? You actually gathered all your soldiers here and want to use your righteous army to go head-to-head with my Miao family. Miao Rulai said solemnly, That's because they're stupid. Someone said, Stupid? They're not stupid. They're vicious. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice, They've just been forced out of Tsongtian Weave by us, but they've already gathered together. It's clear that the person in charge of this battle reacted quickly. The 3 marshals should be divided into 3 groups, but they've gathered together. Do you know why? Miao Rulai said to someone behind him with a smile. Is there any other explanation? It just means that Great Jun's army is blocked. No, they've already stopped here before we arrived. Although our Miao family's army is powerful, they're scattered all over Tsongtian Weave. On the other hand, although Great Jun's army was forced out Tsongtian Weave, they've gathered in one place. Everyone knows how ferocious Great Jun's army is. With such a large army, is it that difficult to break through Tsongtian Weave? Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. Great Jun's army is gathered here, but they're not attacking. This means that their goal isn't just to attack Tsongtian Weave. One of the disciples said, That's right. Miao Rulai nodded. Then why? To drag in all the factions in the outer eastern continent. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. But I don't understand. The 3 marshals are right in front of us. Just destroy them, and everything will be fine. One of the stubborn disciples said. I already said that there's definitely someone else hiding here. Or rather, with the sky-burying coffin, we're not facing the 3 marshals but the entire Great Qin City. The Great Qin City's experts can come at any time. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. The Great Qin City's experts? Who? It's not like you don't know about the Nether River Patriarch. Mysterious Heaven has the help of the heavens. There's also the Butterfly Queen, Gue Guzi, and Yin Chuan. Do you think it's that simple? Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone looked at the floating platform with grave expressions. If you want to completely kill them, apart from me, we'll need the help of the elders. However, isn't it too early to ask the elders to help? Meow Rulai said with a smile. Family head, what are you planning to do? They want to drag in the other factions in the outer eastern continent. That's good too. It's time for our Meow family to rise. The righteous army? That's good too. Let's see whose influence is greater. Meow Rulai said in a deep voice. I'll go gather the 9 Paths Divine Army right away. The Meow family disciple said. Boom! High in the sky, the big bull monster was madly suppressing Gue Rulai. During the battle, the Meow family also sent more and more troops. Across from them, on the floating platform, why don't you think Meow Rulai is doing it himself? King Yogai asked in a deep voice. Heh, not doing it himself? In his eyes, we're not worthy of him doing it. In his eyes, only the Celestial Arch is worthy of him doing it. If he wants to kill us, he'll lose the reputation of bullying the weak. Meng Tian said disdainfully. Humph. Wang Jian's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Wang Jian, don't be unconvinced. You and I haven't recovered to our former peak. We're still no match for Meow Rulai. Meng Tian said. He'll regret it. Wang Jian said in a deep voice. Yes, Minister Li is right. When the great Jin bows, there's no turning back. No matter how strong they are, they'll shoot down from the conglomerate weave. Meng Tian said in a deep voice. At the same time, in the great Qin city, Li Si was analyzing the news from outside the conglomerate weave. Gue Guzi was sitting beside him. Li Si, you've given the Meow family a big gift. Gue Guzi said with a smile. I'll make the Meow family spit it all out. Li Si said in a deep voice. You're not going to care about the other ownerless weaves for now? Gue Guzi asked. You must be joking, sir. You must have known about my insignificant plan. Li Si said with a faint smile. Gue Guzi shook his head and said, I understand what you're thinking. As long as we take over the conglomerate weave, the other weaves won't be a problem. We'll also use this opportunity to cause chaos among the other warlords of the outer eastern continent and fish in troubled waters. However, you have to act according to your strength. The Meow family is extraordinary, and with 3 marshals at the front lines, it'll be dangerous. I know, and they understand as well. However, on the battlefield, there are times when you have to take a big gamble. Li Si said with certainty. All right, you be careful. Gue Guzi nodded. Li Si nodded. At the border of the conglomerate weave, the Great Jin Army and the Meow family's army were facing off. The Great Jin Army's unstoppable army was actually blocked outside the conglomerate weave. The news instantly spread to the 8 major factions of the outer eastern continent. When the 8 factions received the news, they were in an uproar. There's still a force in the outer eastern continent that can contend with the Great Jin Army? The warlords were shocked. Some time ago, the Great Jin Army had sent troops everywhere, and their envoys had returned empty-handed. It was as if a huge rock had been weighing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. However, the news now seemed to have cleared the dark fog above their heads, and their eyes lit up. Without hesitation, they sent out experts to investigate. Chapter 1384. Great Jun's army and the Meow family's army were facing each other outside Congregate Field Weave. The 2 armies did not engage in a full-scale battle. Instead, they sent out fierce generals to fight each other. The patriarch of the Meow family created 4 Phantom Rulai and took turns to challenge each other. Great Jun's invading army came to a halt. There would be a big battle every 10 days. Both armies were stationed at the seaside. The other 8 powerhouses of the outer eastern continent had sent people to observe the battle. News of the Meow family's strength quickly spread to the other weave lords. In one of the weaves, sect leader, the Meow family is too fierce. I don't think Great Jun is a match for them. That's right. Sect leader, the Phantom Rulai was created by the patriarch of the Meow family. Doesn't that mean the patriarch can create as many as he wants? Back then, Yinchuan could only fight 1 Phantom Rulai. Now there are 4 of them. Great Jun is growing stronger, but none of the Meow family's experts have made a move. For example, Miao Rulai. I'm sure he's stronger than Yin Chuan. That's not true. Everyone knows how fast Great Jun is developing. It's hard to say who's stronger between Miao Rulai and Yin Chuan. Sect leader Zhang Yi of Great Jun visited some time ago. Did you hear anything else from Zhang Yi's tone? Oh, the purple-robed sect leader looked at him. We've been investigating Great Jun's invasion, but Zhang Yi didn't mention a word about it. Once the other weaves are conquered, we'll be next. Zhang Yi didn't mention anything about the alliance, but he mentioned many times that there are weave lords in the Yang realm who are willing to submit to Great Jun. A man in a Taoist robe said. The purple-robed sect leader narrowed his eyes. It's obvious that Zhang Yi wants us to submit to Great Jun. It's just that Yin Chuan can't be too straightforward about the alliance. Once Great Jun conquers Miao family, they'll definitely find all sorts of excuses to invade our weaves. Yin Chuan won't go back on his word. Sect leader, the world is in chaos. Do you still believe in Yin Chuan? Do you think a sheep will believe the words of a hungry wolf? The purple-robed hierarch's face sank. Sect leader, the Great Jin Empire hasn't expressed its stance all this while, and it's been weighing heavily on our hearts. Now that the Miao family has shown that they have the ability to go against the Great Jin Empire, I think we should ally with the other 7 weave lords and form a tripartite balance of power. Oh, the purple-robed hierarch looked over. With the 8 weaves on one side, the Great Jin Empire on the other, and the Miao clan on the other side, it'll be safer if the 3 of them stand on equal footing. We can't let any of them become stronger. We'll help whichever side is stronger. Everyone was analyzing the situation. The purple-robed sect master took a deep breath and said, I'll personally head to Tsongtian Weave. The 8 weave lords headed to the outskirts of the Tsongtian Weave with mixed feelings. It was the helplessness of the weak. When facing the strong, they had to be cautious. Outside of Tian Hai, the leaders of the 8 weaves met and agreed to form an alliance. After all, none of them wanted to be swallowed up. The 8 weave lords appeared outside the battlefield. He had just watched a great battle. On one side stood the 3 great marshals of the Jin. On the other side, Miao Rulai stood in front of the 3 armies and looked across. The great battle had ended. Miao Rulai, you won't send Gue Rulai again in 10 days, right? Meng Tian asked in a deep voice. We'll talk about it in 10 days. Miao Rulai said indifferently. At that moment, Meng Tian and Miao Rulai looked at the 8 weave lords at the same time. The 8 weave lords' expressions changed. Greetings, marshals. Greetings, Patriarch Miao. The 8 weave lords said. Are you all here to participate in the battle between the Jun and the Miao clan? Meng Tian asked in a deep voice. No, it's a misunderstanding. The battle between the Jun and the Miao clan caused too much of a commotion. We're just here to observe. The weave lords said immediately. That's for the best. Meng Tian nodded. Following that, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and King Gai turned around and walked back into the main hall. On the other side, Miao Rulai smiled faintly and said, Everyone is a guest. Why don't you all come to my Miao clan and have a seat? The 8 weave lords frowned. They looked at Meng Tian and the other 2 who were walking into the main hall and fell silent. Ha, don't worry. You're just guests. The Jun won't be so petty, Miao Rulai said with a smile. The 8 weave lords looked at each other and finally nodded. All right, then we'll accept your invitation. Please. Miao Rulai led the 8 weave lords and flew towards the hinterland of Tsongtian Weave. In the main hall of the floating platform, Meng Tian and the other 2 looked at a guard. Have the 8 weave lords gone? Meng Tian asked. Yes, they followed Miao Rulai into Tsongtian Weave. The guard said. Meng Tian took a deep breath and nodded. That's for the best. Miao Rulai and I have great chemistry, Meng Tian said with a smile. That's right. De Jun has given the Miao clan a huge gift. Wang Jian nodded. Don't worry. Minister Li has already said that he'll return what he's given. King Gai said in a deep voice. Meng Tian and Wang Jian nodded. In a main hall of Tsongtian Weave, Miao Rulai had invited the 8 weave lords to a banquet. At the banquet, all of them had solemn expressions. Everyone has seen how ambitious Dejun is. You're just lambs waiting to be slaughtered, Miao Rulai said with a smile. Patriarch Miao, you're exaggerating. One of the weave lords said with an ugly expression. I'm not exaggerating. How can you not see it? You should more or less know about the news from the Yang realm. Dejun has invaded the outer eastern continent and is preparing to unify it. It's the same in the Nether realm. Once the Yang realm is stabilized, the next step will be the Nether realm and all of you, Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. Everyone's expressions changed. I've already said that my Miao clan doesn't care about hegemony. Otherwise, with my Miao clan's ability, the outer eastern continent would have been ours long ago. Do you believe me? Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. Although everyone was unwilling to admit it, they still nodded in the end. My Miao clan doesn't want to provoke Dejun, but Dejun has come to provoke my Miao clan. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. Dejun has gone too far, so we must uproot Dejun's forces in the Nether realm. I have this wish, and I hope everyone will help me, Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. What? Everyone's expressions sank. Everyone, don't worry. Songtian Weave is enough for my Miao clan. My Miao clan will be in charge of the main force and destroy Dejun's elites in the Nether realm. Everyone will send out your troops and divide Dejun's weave. How about that? Miao Rulai said with a smile. Oh, everyone's expressions became strange. As long as we succeed, everyone will each get 2 weaves. Isn't that even better? Miao Rulai said with a smile. 2 more weaves? They only needed to put in a little effort. Everyone's expressions changed. On the one hand, they were afraid of Dejun's strength. On the other hand, Dejun's attitude during this period of time had made them tremble in fear. Gradually, the fearful expression on his face changed to one of greed and malevolence. Everyone, go back and think about it. I'll wait for your good news, Miao Rulai said with a smile. Then we'll take our leave. Everyone walked out in confusion. Standing at the entrance of the great hall, Miao Rulai watched the 8 weave lords leave and sneered. Such people can occupy 16 weaves? What a pity. With that, Miao Rulai waved his hand lightly. Behind him, the Miao family disciples immediately nodded. The 8 weave lords split into 4 groups and flew off in 4 different directions. 2 of the weave lords were flying through the air. Alliance? Once we form an alliance with Miao Rulai, we'll be breaking our alliance with Dejun. But Dejun already wants to destroy us. If we don't form an alliance with Miao Rulai, we'll only die more miserably. Moreover, we'll each get 2 weaves. With the power of providence of 4 weaves, we'll be even more powerful on our home turf. But the Miao family isn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, they wouldn't have created Gue Rulai back then. But as long as Dejun submits, they don't need to form an alliance anymore. The 2 weave lords discussed with complicated expressions. At that moment, a sword gleam suddenly pierced toward them from afar. What? Boom! The 2 weave lords hurriedly blocked it. 10 black-robed men had come to assassinate the 2 weave lords. Who are you? The 2 weave lords were anxious. Boom! Boom! The assassins did not speak at all. Amidst the frenzied attacks, the 2 weave lords were anxious. For a moment, they were both injured as they blocked the 10 assassins' attacks. No, who are you? Dejun? Miao family? The 2 weave lords said sorrowfully. At that moment, Gue Rulai suddenly flew over from afar. How dare you? Gue Rulai shouted. Boom! He shattered an assassin with a punch. Then, he showed off his might and quickly chased after the group of black-robed men. Boom! Boom! Gue Rulai was ultimately powerful. The group of black-robed men either died or ran away in the blink of an eye. Are the 2 of you all right? Gue Rulai asked with a frown. The 2 weave lords had complicated expressions. At that moment, they sighed in sorrow and fear. You're all guests of my Miao family. If something happens here, the world will definitely think that my Miao family harmed you. Dejun will definitely use this as an excuse to annex your weaves. The hateful Dejun only knows how to scheme, Gue Rulai said in a low voice. Dejun's assassins? The Weave Lord's expressions changed. However, they did not say anything. Under Gue Rulai's escort, they quickly left. It was not just the two of them. All 8 Weave Lords had suffered different degrees of assassination, and their injuries varied. The news could not be concealed, and it quickly spread to both armies. However, the Weave Lords waited for a long time, but Dejun did not send anyone to comfort them. The Weave Lords gathered again. They were all bewildered. After another battle between the Miao family and Dejun's fierce generals, the 8 Weave Lords appeared on the battlefield. Lord Meng, we were assassinated. Does Lord Meng know? Meng Tian, did Dejun assassinate us? Meng Tian's eyes turned cold. You can't find a real culprit, and you still want to slander Dejun? I'm just asking. The person who shouted did not say anything in the end. Go back to where you came from. I, Dejun, have never assassinated you, and I don't need to. Meng Tian shook his head. Then, he ignored everyone and walked into the main hall without any explanation. The Weave Lords felt a chill in their hearts. Surprise flashed across Miao Rulai's eyes, but he eventually smiled. Sure enough, 6 Weave Lords came to Miao Rulai's residence 3 days later. Family head Miao, we agree to form an alliance with you. One of the Weave Lords said. Haha, good. Then we'll chase Dejun back to the Yang world together. Miao Rulai laughed. Everyone nodded. What about the other 2 Weave Lords? Miao Rulai revealed a curious expression. Those 2 spineless cowards have already submitted to Dejun. One of the Weave Lords said disdainfully. Miao Rulai's expression froze in shock. However, he had 6 of the 8 Weave Lords, which was already much more than Dejun. Chapter 1385. Zhang Yi met the 2 Weave Lords who had submitted to Great Jun. One was dressed in red, while the other was dressed in purple. Lord Zhang, I just announced that 2 of our weaves have submitted to Great Jun. Our sect's merit points have all been transferred to Great Jun. The entire sect knows about it. The purple-robed man said with a smile. Me too, the red-robed man said. Minister Li has already sent word that what you 2 said is true. Great Jin welcomes you. Minister Li has already reported to the Celestial Emperor that the 2 of you will be counts and marquises. The smooth transition of the 4 weaves will depend on the 2 of you. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Yes, we should, the purple-robed man said with a bitter smile. Lord Zhang, we are colleagues now. I have something I don't understand. Please enlighten me, the red-robed man said solemnly. Speak. Zhang Yi nodded. When we left the Miao family, we were assassinated. No, we were persuaded to surrender. How did Great Jin know our route? The red-robed man asked solemnly. Assassination? Haha, of course it was an assassination. Don't mind it because it wasn't done by Great Jun. Zhang Yi said with a smile. The 2 Weave Lords' expressions changed. Is it strange? Zhang Yi said with a smile. But why didn't Meng Tian explain when we asked him? The red-robed man asked. Didn't Lord Meng say that it wasn't done by Great Jun? Zhang Yi said with a smile. No, he didn't explain at all. He should have. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a misunderstanding. The red-robed man said anxiously. After half a day, wasn't Great Jun who assassinated them? The 2 of you weren't from Great Jun at that time. Why do you need to explain? The Celestial Emperor promised that Great Jin wouldn't attack you if you didn't attack. However, he didn't promise to be completely loyal to you. Do the 2 of you regret joining Great Jin? Zhang Yi said solemnly. No. The 2 immediately shook their heads. Then, a trace of bitterness appeared on their faces. Looking back, Great Jun had indeed kept their promise and didn't attack them. They just didn't answer their questions. However, there was no need for Great Jun to answer them. It was just that he had made a mistake. Since the 2 of you have entered Great Jun, you should focus on strengthening Great Jun. Great Jun's heavenly court will not be without you. Zhang Yi said solemnly. Lord Zhang, you don't have to explain. In the eyes of the other Weave Lords, the 2 of us are spineless. However, only we know that the Miao family might want to swallow us up. Didn't Gue Rulai establish himself to dominate the Outer East continent? Meow Rulai is an extremely prideful person, but he is extremely amiable and approachable to us. This is very unusual. The two of us have thought about it for a long time, and in the end, we feel that Great Jun's environment is more suitable for us. The purple-robed man immediately said. Moreover, we also know a little about the matters of the Yang realm. We can be considered to be opportunistic. The red-robed man smiled bitterly. Zhang Yi nodded. It's good that the two of you trust me. All right. Next, there will be someone to coordinate with you. Yes. The two of them nodded. After Zhang Yi sent the two of them off, Wang Jian walked over and said with a smile, Lord Zhang, you've done well. With this, the alliance between the 8 great heroes and the Great Jun has officially been torn apart. This is not my credit. The main credit goes to Prime Minister Li. Zhang Yi said with a smile. Lord Zhang, you don't have to be humble. Now that we've come this far, we still have to continue. Wang Jian said. Zhang Yi nodded. 2 of the Great Jun lords became ministers, while the other 6 sent orders back to gather a large number of troops and gather at the coast of Tsungtianweave. More and more troops were gathered, and the battle between the generals continued. As time passed, the battle in the Yang realm also achieved a substantial victory. Another battle ensued. The Miao family sent out another powerhouse. Who's here to die? The powerhouse shouted loudly, and the sound waves swept across the sea. Meng Tian smiled coldly. A group of monsters slowly crawled out of a large hall behind them. Explosive beasts. 10 extremely disgusting explosive beasts crawled out of the hall. The Miao family powerhouse was disgusted when he saw this. Pick one yourself, Meng Tian said indifferently. Meng Tian, you want this monster to compete with me? The Miao family powerhouse shouted. The explosive beasts looked at each other, and one of them flew out. Disgusting. The Miao family powerhouse snorted coldly. Who's disgusting? Self-destruct. Boom. As the battle continued, more and more powerhouses from the 6 Weave lords gathered. At this time, Miao Rulai was no longer at the front lines. Instead, he was at the center of Tsungtianweave. Inside a large hall, a group of elders sat there. Miao Rulai looked at the group of elders. Elders, this is the news our spies obtained from the Great Qin City and Xianyang City. Miao Rulai handed over a document and said in a deep voice, Oh, Yanchuan hasn't attended a court assembly for a long time. The Butterfly Queen and Xuanmiao also haven't appeared in Xianyang or Great Qin. According to the reports, Yanchuan left the Great Qin City with the Butterfly Queen and Xuanmiao a few months ago. Miao Rulai said solemnly. So what? The group of elders looked at Miao Rulai. That day, I said that my goal is the Netherworld's East Outer Continent. At the very least, I want to return to the Yang realm. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan's development has been extremely fast, and he's an incredible figure. Originally, I wanted to fight him, but for the family, there's no need to attack his strengths. Right now, Great Qin City is either expanding its territory in the Yang realm or gathering at the outskirts of Tsungtianweave. As such, the Great Qin City is definitely empty. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. Where did Yin Chuan go? An elder asked in a deep voice. Where else? He definitely went to the South Outer Continent to watch Kong Huangtian fight the world. Miao Rulai said. The group of elders fell into deep thought. Originally, I could go to the Great Qin City by myself. However, I'm quite cautious, and there are always changes. As such, I want to invite a few elders to go with me and capture everyone in the Great Qin City to force Yin Chuan back to the Yang realm. With the help of a few elders, even if the Butterfly Queen and Xuanmiao are teleported back, it won't matter. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. But what about Tsungtianweave? I've already instructed the 6 Weave lords to gather the experts of their respective weaves. As long as we make our move in the Great Qin City, we'll make our move here at the same time so that they won't be able to take care of each other. Miao Rulai said in a deep voice. The group of elders frowned and fell into deep thought. Everyone, I'm the family head. This matter is beneficial to the Miao family, so I ask for the elders' support. Miao Rulai said again. Everyone nodded. 1 month later, with the arrival of the explosive beasts, even more great Qin generals gathered outside Sontian Weave. The experts of the Miao family and the experts of the 6 great Qin forces continued to gather. Although they hadn't killed each other yet, the strength of the two sides was getting stronger and stronger. Great Qin's national beasts and explosive beasts seemed like they could ignite the entire Sontian Weave at any moment. One of the Miao family's elders coldly looked at the other side. At this moment, the two sides were still fighting fiercely. That elder seemed to be waiting for something. Meanwhile, on an island far away from the battlefield, at this moment, there were 2 figures standing there. The Sha Di and the Golden Emperor. The Miao family? The Golden Emperor narrowed his eyes. They're from Great Qin. Do you want to take revenge? The Sha Di smiled faintly. Huh, am I that kind of person? If I want to find someone, I'll only find Yin Chuan. I'm not interested in these people. The Golden Emperor shook his head. Your strength is in the Miao family? The Sha Di asked again. That's right. What's mine will always be mine. If it weren't for the Miao family's ancestor, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Humph. The Golden Emperor's eyes turned cold. Fortune lurks in misfortune, and misfortune is a blessing in disguise. He might not be as good as you. The Sha Di shook his head. No matter what, when he wakes up, I'll talk to him. But now I must take back what's mine. The Golden Emperor said in a deep voice. Let's wait and see. A few people from the Miao family have gone to the Great Qin city. The Sha Di smiled evilly. The 2 of them were peerless experts. Even from where they were, they could see the Great Qin city. Outside the Great Qin city, Miao Rulai stood in the air with 4 white-robed elders. They quietly looked at the Great Qin city. One of the elders' eyes shone brightly. Family head, you guessed right. Yin Chuan, Xuan Miao, and the Butterfly Empress are not in the Great Qin city, the elder said in a deep voice. Miao Rulai revealed a confident smile. Who's there? A loud roar suddenly came from the Great Qin city. Swish! Hundreds of divine arrows shot toward the 5 powerhouses like meteors. Boom! The 100 divine arrows suddenly stopped in front of Miao Rulai. They couldn't go any further. Boom! The 100 divine arrows instantly shot back toward the Great Qin city. Boom! The 100 godly arrows slammed into the Great Qin city's magic formation. Instantly, countless soldiers in the Great Qin city were alarmed. In front of the central palace, Gue Guzi, Li Si, Mo Yushi, and the others quickly gathered. Miao Rulai? Li Si's eyes narrowed. Gue Guzi waved his hand. Roar! Roar! Outside the Great Qin city, countless dragon veins suddenly roared, and a golden aura instantly enveloped the Great Qin city. Miao Rulai. According to our intelligence, he's a 13th heaven expert, Li Si said in a deep voice. I'll inform Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi immediately said. No need. Gue Guzi shook his head. Oh, the Celestial Emperor has already taken precautions by having me oversee the underworld. With me here, Gue Rulai won't do anything to the Great Qin city. Gue Guzi said confidently. Sir, but... Li Si said worriedly. Don't worry. Since I said it's fine, there's naturally no problem. Li Si, continue with your work. The battle in the Sontian Weave has probably already begun. You take care of the matters there, Gue Guzi said in a deep voice. Li Si looked at Gue Guzi and finally nodded. All right, be careful. Gue Guzi nodded. Chapter 1386. Outside the Great Qin city, Miao Rulai stood in the air with 4 elders, looking at the Great Qin city that was surrounded by countless Earth Dragon vein energy. The Great Qin city was ready for battle. Everyone was waiting for Gue Guzi's orders at the Central Palace. Gue Guzi stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the 4 people outside the city calmly. I am Gue Guzi, the Imperial Astronomer of the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Greetings, Patriarch Miao. Are the 4 elders of the Miao family? Gue Guzi looked at the 5 people outside the city with bright eyes. Miao Rulai smiled. Gue Guzi, I've heard of you. Why? Is Yin Chuan not in the Great Qin City? Although you are a guest from afar, the Heavenly Emperor is not in the Great Qin City, so I won't be able to entertain you. Guzi nodded. It's fine. I'm not here to see Yin Chuan. Miao Rulai smiled. Oh. Guzi stared at Miao Rulai. Today I'm here to invite everyone in the Great Qin City to be guests of the Miao family. Miao Rulai said. Guzi narrowed his eyes. Everyone. Patriarch Miao, you must be joking. Although the Miao family is good, the people of Great Qin are not used to it. Guzi's eyes turned cold. How would you know if we haven't gone yet? Miao Rulai smiled. As he spoke, Miao Rulai suddenly flipped his right hand. 4 blue vortexes appeared in his palm. He threw them out. Boom! The 4 blue vortexes suddenly became extremely huge and shot into the sky, turning into huge pillars that reached the sky and appeared in 4 directions of the Great Qin City. Boom! A vast aura rushed in all directions. Countless ghost cultivators felt fear from the depths of their souls. Reincarnation passage. Are these 4 reincarnation passages? Emoyushi cried out. Reincarnation spirit, 10,000 ghosts gather. Miao Rulai shouted. Boom! On top of the 4 huge pillars, 2 huge black arms suddenly stretched out from each of them. They were huge arms formed entirely of energy. 8 huge arms suddenly stabbed into the ground from 4 directions. Rumble. The ground shook as if the entire Great Qin City was going to be moved away. Guzi's face darkened as he shouted, 10,000 dragons momentum, suppress. Ong, ong. The ground in all directions churned as the power of the dragon veins rapidly gathered. Gradually, it gathered above the Great Qin City's formation, forming the image of a massive golden dragon that circled above the Great Qin City. Roar. The wind and water dragon roared and suppressed the Great Qin City, causing the Great Qin City's earthquakes to stop. Now, the 4 reincarnation hands were unable to shake the Great Qin City. Feng Shui? That's right, Miao Rulai said solemnly. Miao Rulai's eyes turned cold when he saw the Feng Shui dragon circling the Great Qin City. Then, he threw a palm strike at the dragon's head. A huge golden palm print appeared in the void. Boom! The palm shattered the void and collided with the giant dragon of wind and water. Roar! The giant dragon roared, but it still shook under Miao Rulai's palm. As the wind and water dragon swayed, the entire Great Qin City trembled. The palm strike failed to break through the dragon's defense, but the dragon didn't seem to be able to hold on for much longer. 13 levels of heaven. This Miao Rulai's 13 levels of heaven is quite powerful. Guzi said solemnly. Sir, do I need to do anything? Emoyushi asked worriedly. No, Empress, you're not a match for him. Even I'm not a match for him now. 13 levels of heaven has its own powerful side. My Feng Shui can only defend the Great Qin City at most. However, once the 4 people behind him attack, I won't be able to stop them. Guzi said gravely. Then what should we do? Guzi asked in shock. Don't worry, there are still experts in the Great Qin City. Guzi said solemnly. How is that possible? Miao, the Butterfly Empress and my husband have all left the Great Qin City, and the other soldiers have all gone to the Tsungtian Weave. Sir, the person with the highest cultivation in the Great Qin City is you. You're at the 9th level of Ancestral Immortal. How can there be experts stronger than you? Emoyushi asked in confusion. There is. Guzi smiled. Who? It's still me. Guzi smiled. Emoyushi. Creak. Not far away, the door of a large hall suddenly opened. All the officials looked over and saw that it was the Great Zhun Forbidden Land, the Earth Pavilion. Ever since the Earth Pavilion and the Earth Pavilion were established, countless officials had been curious about the situation inside. However, the Heavenly Emperor had ordered that no one was allowed to get close, not even his favorite Miao. Everyone could only suppress their curiosity. Now, the Earth Pavilion had opened. Countless officials looked at the Earth Pavilion. They saw a white-robed figure slowly walking out of the Earth Pavilion. A white-robed figure? Mister? Many of the officials were surprised. Then, they looked at the black-robed Guay-Guzi who was controlling the phone Shui dragon. There were two Guay-Guzi. The white-robed Giguzi and the black-robed Giguzi looked almost identical. The only difference was that they had a pair of silver pupils. The white-robed Guay-Guzi walked up to the black-robed Guay-Guzi. "Greetings, fellow Taoist," the white-robed Guay-Guzi said solemnly. "I'm sorry to disturb your meditation, but I need your help now. Can you deal with the incoming attack?" The black-robed Guay-Guzi asked. The silver-eyed Guay-Guzi looked at Miao Rulai's group of 5 in the sky. He nodded lightly and took a step forward, flying into the sky and out of the great Qin city's formation. Standing on the head of the Feng Shui dragon, the silver-eyed Guay-Guzi stared at Miao Rulai's group of 5. In the silver-eyed Guay-Guzi's eyes, the 5 people in front of him were no longer 5 people, but countless tiny particles arranged in the shape of humans. Looking at these tiny particles, the silver-eyed Guay-Guzi used his terrifying intelligence to quickly analyze the arrangement of these tiny particles. Miao Rulai's eyes narrowed. Guay-Guzi? Why was there another one? Even though the silver-eyed Guay-Guzi didn't give off a trace of an expert's aura, he felt as if he could completely see through him. Miao Rulai didn't like this feeling. At the border of the Tsongtian Weave, after Miao Rulai attacked the Great Qin City and sent a message through his life token, the news instantly reached here. "Everyone listen up. The family head is heading to the Great Qin City, and the Great Qin City is about to be destroyed. All Weave Lords and the Miao family army, listen to my orders and attack." A Miao family expert shouted. "Roar!" The Miao family army suddenly roared. On the floating platform, "Humph! The Great Jin army has never been afraid of anyone. The exploding beasts will be the vanguard, and the Supremes will be in charge of the flanks. Soldiers, today, follow me to raise the Tsongtian Weave and show the might of our nation." Meng Tian shouted. "Roar!" The Great Jin army roared. When had they waited so long for the war in the past? After holding back for so long, they finally attacked. Boom! The slaughter in the Tsongtian Weave immediately began. On the other side, Shadi and Golden Emperor stared at the Great Qin City in the distance. "Is that Guay-Guzi?" Shadi asked in a deep voice. "He's extremely demonic," Golden Emperor said in a deep voice. Shadi stretched out his left hand and started to calculate. However, after a while, his frown deepened. "I can't calculate his origin?" Shadi asked in a deep voice. "Oh," Golden Sovereign revealed a look of surprise. "He's like a blank piece of paper. I can't calculate anything. It's as if there's no such person in this world." Shadi shook his head and said solemnly. Great Qin City, silver-eyed Guay-Guzi looked at Miao Rulai and the others. Miao Rulai felt as if he had been seen through, and his face turned ugly. "Guay-Guzi? A doppelganger? Why does it look so annoying?" Miao Rulai said coldly. As he spoke, he struck out again like before. Another golden palm appeared in the void. Silver-eyed Guay-Guzi's eyes were cold and emotionless. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and waved gently. Boom! On a mountain not far away, a large amount of gravel and soil flew toward silver-eyed Guay-Guzi. In front of him, a native man slowly condensed. "Ha! A person made of mud wants to block my Tathagata divine palm?" Miao Rulai looked disdainful. The huge golden palm was getting closer and closer to silver-eyed Guay-Guzi. At this moment, the native man's appearance gradually took shape. It was none other than Miao Rulai's original form. The native man struck out a palm toward the sky like Miao Rulai did just now. Boom! Another huge golden palm struck toward the sky. Two identical Tathagata divine palms collided in mid-air. Boom! The void shattered, and Miao Rulai's palm could not move forward anymore. What? Miao Rulai's face changed. Not only Miao Rulai, but all the spectators were also shocked. Silver-eyed Guay-Guzi had casually made a person out of mud and stone, and he could use the same move as Miao Rulai. Even the strength was the same. Was this a story? Even if he imitated a person to make a puppet, it could not be so similar. Even the strength was the same. Only Gue Guzi knew that this was not a random native man. It was arranged according to Miao Rulai's countless particles with mud and stone. Even the changes of the particles in Miao Rulai's body were copied exactly according to how Miao Rulai exerted his strength. Silver-eyed, Gue Guzi's cultivation might not be high, but his brain had an extremely abnormal calculation ability. Such a complicated arrangement was completely memorized by him. There are some arrangements in your palm, and you can't use more power, Silver-eyed Gue Guzi said lightly. Then, Silver-eyed Gue Guzi stretched out his finger and quickly changed the arrangement of the particles on the native man's body. Suddenly, the native man's huge palm burst into endless golden light, and a huge swastika appeared in the center of his palm. Boom! Miao Rulai's huge palm was shattered, and the huge palm rushed toward Miao Rulai. Heaven-breaking finger. Boom! Miao Rulai pointed again and broke the native man's huge palm. Impossible! I created the Tathagata divine palm. Not only can you use it, but you can also optimize it. Optimize the divine palm I created? Miao Rulai exclaimed. Heaven-breaking finger? It's indeed better than the previous palm, but it's not perfect. If it's 3 million particles horizontally, for million in the middle, and 16 units to the left, it should be more powerful. Silver-eyed Gue Guzi said. What are you talking about? Miao Rulai did not understand. At this moment, the native man attacked again, and the improved heaven-breaking finger poked at Miao Rulai. Chapter 1387. The optimized heaven-breaking finger poked at Miao Rulai again. Miao Rulai's expression changed as he used the heaven-breaking finger again. 2 huge fingerprints collided in the void. Boom! Miao Rulai's heaven-breaking finger exploded. The native's heaven-breaking finger continued to poke. Impossible! This is a finger technique I created. How can you beat me? Miao Rulai exclaimed, just as the native's heaven-breaking finger was about to poke. Suddenly, the fingerprints disappeared. Boom! The native also collapsed and turned into a handful of soil. Everyone was slightly stunned. Did the native collapse? In the distance, Miao Rulai also broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer underestimated the silver-eyed Giguzi. The 4 elders also looked very serious. The silver-eyed Giguzi looked at the handful of soil and frowned slightly. So, these particles can't move. Although I used the ultimate finger, I collapsed. The silver-eyed Giguzi kept calculating the feasibility of all the particle arrangements and didn't care about the expressions of Miao Rulai and the others. It was as if the battle with Miao Rulai was just a side event. Deducing the arrangement of various particles was the main thing. Miao Rulai stared at the silver-eyed Giguzi and waved his sleeve again. Boom! A fiery red path shot up into the sky. Screech! A fiery red rosefinch suddenly appeared on the path. Rosefinch flew. As soon as the path appeared, the whole world seemed to be burning red. Among the countless flames, rosefinch condensed into flames flew. Oh! The silver-eyed Giguzi was interested again. He looked at the rosefinch one by one. This arrangement is indeed different, the silver-eyed Giguzi said in a low voice. Then he stretched out his hand. His palm trembled, and countless tiny particles quickly gathered according to silver-eyed Gue Guzi's thoughts, forming a fiery red vermilion bird that danced in the air above his palm. Turn, the silver-eyed Giguzi said. The rosefinch in his palm turned blue in the blink of an eye, and a piercing cold air was emitted from it. Ice rosefinch. In the distance, Miao Rulai's expression froze. What kind of monster is this? Rosefinch can also be made and improved? An elder at the side said in astonishment. Silver-eyed Giguzi looked at Rosefinch Avenue in the distance. His brows gradually creased into a deep frown. Rumble. Imitating their arrangement, an illusory figure of the great Tao quickly appeared behind silver-eyed Gue Guzi. Rosefinch Boulevard? You! Miao Rulai cried out in shock. How could this work? Boom! The Rosefinch Avenue behind silver-eyed Giguzi collapsed. I can only grasp its shape, but not its essence. Unfortunately, with my current ability, I still can't completely analyze all the rules of this Grand Tao. The creator of this Grand Tao is no small matter. Silver-eyed, Gui sighed. Since he couldn't arrange the Rosefinch path, Silver-eyed, Gigazi didn't force it. Instead, he stared at Miao Rulai. He waved his hand. Buzz. Hundreds of enormous heaven-breaking finger imprints suddenly appeared beside the silver-eyed Gigazi. The heaven-breaking finger imprints pointed at Miao Rulai and the others in the distance. Although he couldn't arrange the Rosefinch Avenue, this sudden move still made Miao Rulai and the others' expressions extremely unsightly. Patriarch, what move is this? An elder asked in surprise. I don't know. I created the heaven-breaking finger. It can only be used when one's essence, chi, and spirit are united. I can only use one finger at a time, but Miao Rulai's expression was extremely strange. What do we do now? An elder asked in a deep voice. Elders, this person is extremely demonic. We need all of you to attack together. Miao Rulai said. All right, the four elders answered. Silver-eyed Gigu Z looked at them and took a deep breath. I want to arrange your moves. I'll just copy them all. Shing. An elder instantly slashed a sword energy at Silver-eyed Gigu Z. Shing. Silver-eyed Gigu Z's finger trembled, and an identical sword energy shot out. Boom. At the same time, hundreds of heaven-breaking finger imprints shot out. Boom. The entire area outside the Great Qin City was instantly filled with a dazzling light. Silver-eyed Gigu Z was fighting against 5 people at the same time. Boom! Countless battles broke out in the field weave. Great perfection generals, supremes, and exploding beasts ferociously charged at the enemy forces. On another island, Sha Di and Golden Sovereign had been staring at the Great Qin City. What a demonic ability, Sha Di said in a deep voice. Yes, a strange person. However, the other one actually knows the Rosefinch Avenue. Golden Sovereign stared at Miao Rulai. Is it him? Sha Di asked. It must be him. The spiritual manifestation? Ha ha ha, Emperor Rosefinch. Golden Sovereign's eyes narrowed. Are you sure? Of course. He doesn't deserve to create the Rosefinch Avenue, let alone use it. Only Emperor Rosefinch can use it. Humph. He intercepted my power back then and used fire to suppress metal? Golden Sovereign said in a deep voice. Since he's the spiritual manifestation, do you want to go and vent your hatred back then? He doesn't deserve it. Emperor Rosefinch? I'll wait for him to wake up. Let's go to the Miao family and get my things back. Golden Sovereign said in a deep voice. Okay, Sha Di nodded. The two of them stepped forward and flew toward the field domain. While flying, a Gui Rulai suddenly saw the two of them and quickly flew over to stop them. Stop! Who are you? Go back to where you came from. Gui Rulai instantly stood in front of Sha Di. Sha Di's eyes turned cold, and a murderous glint shot out from his eyes. Boom! The murderous glint seemed to have shattered Gui Rulai's soul instantly. Whoosh! Gui Rulai instantly lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Sha Di and Golden Sovereign continued to fly deeper. Outside the Great Qin City, countless ice Rosefinch danced around Silver-eyed Gigazi. His fingers moved the void, and countless particles were under his control and quickly arranged into different moves. 100 Buddha's palms, 100 heaven-breaking fingers, 100 sword chi, 100 saber chi, and countless Rosefinch. As long as Silver-eyed Gigazi deduced the moves used by Miao Rulai and the other 4, he could quickly arrange them. Moreover, he didn't just arrange them one by one. Instead, he performed them in batches. Rumble. Even though the experts had all kinds of powerful moves, they were still frustrated because Silver-eyed Gigazi was too monstrous. How could they fight him? He understood what moves they were using and immediately attacked them in batches. Wasn't he looking for a beating? Miao Rulai was still fine. After all, he used the Rosefinch Great Tao and could perform many moves. Even Silver-eyed Gigu Z couldn't imitate them in a short time. However, even if he couldn't imitate them, 100 heaven-breaking fingers were too much for him to handle even with the Rosefinch Great Tao. Moreover, He hadn't fully mastered the Rosefinch Great Tao. The other 4 experts were completely defeated. Rumble. The more they fought, the more frustrated they became. If only the Grand Elder was here. Yeah, this fight is so frustrating. Meanwhile, countless experts in the Great Sheen City were excited. Sir, is this your clone? How can he be so powerful? Mou, she asked in surprise. Not yet. It's a pity that I can't deduce the Great Tao in a short time. Gigu Zi shook his head. Sir, you're too kind. Mou, she felt strange. Empress, there are 4 paths of reincarnation outside the Great Sheen City. You've already mastered one of them. It's the Heavenly Fate reincarnation. If you can master the remaining 3, you should quickly refine them. Gigu Zi said. Mou, she's expression changed, and she nodded. Okay. Whoosh. Mou, she quickly rushed toward one of the paths of reincarnation. She entered and started refining it. At this moment, Miao Rulai and the others didn't have time to care about the paths of reincarnation. They were fighting silver-eyed Gigu Zi with all their might. Roar! Meng Tian roared. He killed an enemy general with a loud bang. Kill! The Great Jun army instantly gained the upper hand. The ferocity of many years of bloody battles erupted. In an instant, the Great Jun army achieved a breakthrough and suppressed the enemy. Soldiers, follow me to Tsongtian and destroy the Miao family. Wang Jian shouted. Roar! With a loud roar, the Great Jun army charged into the Tsongtian Weave, and the hunt began. Tsongtian Weave. Miao family main hall, Rosefinch Hall. News from the front lines quickly spread. Great Elder, the front lines are requesting help. The Great Jin army has rushed ashore. A group of subordinates reported. A total of 9 elders sat in Rosefinch Hall. The leader was a skinny and ugly old man, but everyone looked at him with great respect. Great Elder? The group of elders looked at the Great Elder. It seems like Miao Rulai's plan is about to collapse. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. Who would have thought? Everyone said bitterly. Shaking his head, the Great Elder said in a deep voice, Incompetence is incompetence. Don't find excuses for him. Although he's a spiritual manifestation, he's not a primogenitor. Yes, everyone stopped talking. While everyone was waiting for the Great Elder's order, the Great Elder's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked outside Rosefinch Hall. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky. Boom! Outside Rosefinch Hall, countless cultivators felt the pressure and knelt down instantly. What's wrong? Everyone exclaimed. The Great Elder's face darkened, and he quickly led the group of elders out of Rosefinch Hall. Outside Rosefinch Hall, Shadi and Golden Sovereign stood in midair. How dare you? An elder suddenly shouted angrily. However, the Great Elder's face changed. Shut up. That elder looked at the Great Elder blankly. At this moment, the Great Elder looked at the sky. 2 figures floated quietly in the void, exuding an aura of supremacy. They didn't know Shadi. However, Golden Sovereign recognized him at a glance. Others might not know Golden Sovereign, but as the Great Elder of the Miao family, he naturally knew the grudge between the primogenitor and Golden Sovereign. A descendant of the Miao family greets Golden Great Emperor. The Great Elder immediately shouted. Chapter 1388. Lunar Star Underworld. In the lunar spring where zombie Yin Chuan was sealed in a block of ice. In front of him was a huge white toad. Its body was full of silver runes, and it emitted the aura of a peerless expert. Yin Chuan kept absorbing the cold air around him. After an unknown period of time, boom, the ice that wrapped Yin Chuan was instantly absorbed into Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan's body rumbled. Phew! Yin Chuan let out a long breath. Satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Zombie body, I've finally reached the 10th heaven. After checking his body, Yin Chuan looked at the huge toad again. Yin Chuan still remembered the giant toad's heartbeat, which proved that the giant toad was still alive. Yin Chuan didn't rush forward. Instead, he circled around the giant toad and swam in the lunar spring. Gradually, he swam to the front of the toad. The toad's eyes were closed, but its mouth was half open. In its mouth, there was a white bead. The bead emitted an extremely cold air. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a star pattern on the bead. Not to mention the star pattern, just the cold aura alone was enough to benefit Yin Chuan a lot just by standing in front of it. Yin Chuan took a step forward. However, after taking a step, Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the giant toad as if he had thought of something. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan stopped moving forward. Facing the giant toad, he continued to absorb the cold air. I won't disturb you. I want to take a step forward with the cold air in your cave, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he continued to absorb the cold air around him. Now that his cultivation was at the 10th heaven, Yin Chuan's speed of absorbing the cold air became faster. Underworld, Great Qin City. Even though Miao Rulai and the four elders had countless tricks up their sleeves, they didn't dare to use them against Silver Pupil Gizi, because no matter how many moves he had, they were all optimized by the silver-eyed Higazi in the blink of an eye to deal with him. This battle was as depressing as it could get. At this moment, the four elders were all injured. Only Miao Rulai, who possessed the great Tao of Rosefinch, remained unscathed. As the battle continued, silver-eyed Gue Guzi also seemed to be making strange improvements. The speed at which he arranged the particles became smoother and smoother, and the moves he used became stronger and stronger. For example, the broken sky finger was created by Miao Rulai, but it was improved by silver-eyed Gue Guzi once. Then, he improved it a second time during the battle. Now it was already the third time. With each improvement, the power of the heaven-breaking finger grew stronger and stronger. Miao Rulai was extremely depressed. Could it be that he was really inferior to the person in front of him? Family leader, we're all injured. We won't be able to take down the Great Qin City this time. Let's retreat. One of the elders said bitterly. No, if we retreat today, we won't have another chance in the future, Miao Rulai said angrily. But the group of elders was covered in injuries and anxiousness. On the other side, Mou, she had transformed into a huge dark phoenix. Her 3 tails had turned blue, and she had refined another 3 reincarnation portals. Tian Weave. Dejun's valiant generals broke through the layers of obstacles and charged into the Tian Weave. For a time, the Miao family's army was forced to retreat. The armies of the 6 Weave lords were naturally no match for Dejun. All of Dejun's soldiers had reached the shore, and the sounds of battle pierced the 9 heavens. Quick, report to the family leader and ask for reinforcements. No, our Miao family's army is finished. Quick, report to the family leader. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere. The situation on the battlefield had been decided. 3 marshals, the Ox tribe's supreme being shouted. Supreme being Ox, what's wrong? Meng Tian asked. 3 marshals, look into the distance, the Ox tribe's supreme being said with wide eyes as he pointed at the depths of the Tian Weave. Everyone quickly flew into the sky and focused their vision. They could vaguely see a golden figure descending from the sky. What's that? King of Gai was puzzled. Everyone couldn't see it clearly, but the Ox tribe's eyes could see it clearly. It's a person. It's Golden Sovereign. It's him. The Ox tribe said. What? Golden Sovereign? Everyone's face sank. Yes, the Heavenly Emperor sent us the portrait of Golden Sovereign some time ago. It's him. He's waving his fist. He's smashing the ground. The Ox tribe said with a frown. Smashing the ground with his fist? Is he crazy? King of Gai couldn't understand. Boom! All of a sudden, the ground below shook. This, the Ox tribe cried out in shock. What's wrong? Quick, tell me. Is this earthquake related to Golden Sovereign? King of Gai asked anxiously. Yes, in the distance, within a radius of 10,000 miles, the void collapsed. Countless palaces were instantly annihilated, and the earth shook violently. This is just the beginning. Outside the radius of 10,000 miles, monstrous earth waves swept out in all directions. Wherever the earth waves passed, earth fire soared into the sky. I saw a city that was instantly buried by the earth waves and burned by the flames. The Ox tribe said with a strange expression. Rumble. The earth kept shaking. In the distance, huge aftershocks swept out in all directions. Although the crowd couldn't see as clearly as the big bull monster, they could see that in the distance, the sky was dusky, and there were countless flames. As the aftershocks spread, the mountains around them gradually collapsed. Wherever the strongest aftershocks reached, the earth shook rapidly. Instantly, countless soldiers lost their balance. The war stopped abruptly. Everyone looked around in bewilderment. Based on visual estimation, Golden Sovereign's punch killed 70% of the living beings in Sontion Weave and annihilated 30% of the dead spirits, the Ox tribe said with a strange expression. Meng Tian and the others felt strange. 70% of the living beings were killed. 30% of the dead spirits were annihilated. What a powerful Golden Sovereign, the Ox tribe exclaimed again. In the past, he had only heard of it and guessed. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, the Ox tribe felt a chill all over his body. He was too fierce. He almost destroyed a weave with one punch. Even so, he was still suppressed by the celestial arch. Meng Tian suddenly said. Meng Tian's words stunned the Ox tribe. Yes, didn't Golden Sovereign suffer in the hands of the celestial arch not long ago in the East Sea of the Yang realm? In that case, how strong was the celestial arch? In the distance, at the former Miao family's residence, half of the Miao family's disciples died on the spot. A group of elders were seriously injured, but they barely managed to save half of the family's disciples. The great elder looked at Golden Sovereign, who was not far away in horror. One punch, just one punch, and the Miao family was completely destroyed. You don't know what to do. Umph. Golden Sovereign snorted coldly. He rushed into the depths of the earth. In midair, Sha Di, who was carrying a gourd on his back, glanced at everyone indifferently. Golden Sovereign is right. Great Emperor Rosefinch hasn't woken up yet. You want to fight against him? You're overestimating yourselves. Sha Di said indifferently. The great elder's face turned ugly, and then he revealed a bitter expression. It's also because of Golden Sovereign's arrogance that he wants to compete with Great Emperor Rosefinch in the future. Because of your offense, he didn't kill all of you, so as to avoid the reputation of bullying the weak. Get lost. Sha Di said indifferently. Great Elder, an elder said bitterly. Let's go, the great elder said. Yes. They quickly left with the surviving disciples. Sha Di glanced coldly at them, and then turned to look at the huge pit below. Outside the great Qin city. Family head, let's go. I can't hold on any longer. An elder said anxiously. No, soon. That person won't be able to hold on for long. Miao Rulai said angrily. Oh, not good. Family head, something happened in the family. An elder suddenly exclaimed. What? Miao Rulai was slightly stunned. Just now, all my life cards were shattered. In other words, almost all the rats used to send messages in the family died in an instant. Something happened in the family. The elder exclaimed. They're all dead. Miao Rulai's expression changed. Boom. He used Rosefinch's great Dao again and separated from Silver-Eyed Gigazi. Apart from Miao Rulai, the rest of the 5 people were seriously injured. Family head, I have another life card here. The great elder sent a letter saying that the Miao family was destroyed. Let's gather at the Well Mansion. The elder said, The Miao family is destroyed? Impossible. Miao Rulai exclaimed. It's true. The great elder sent another message. The elder said anxiously. Let's go. Miao Rulai said gloomily. Boom. The 5 people turned around and shot toward the south. Roar. Cheers came from the great Qin city. Silver-eyed Gigu Zi slowly flew down from the sky. Fellow cultivator, you've worked hard. Gigu Zi said with a smile. Silver-eyed Gigu Zi nodded. I learned a lot just now. I'm going into seclusion to comprehend. Don't let anyone disturb me. Okay. Gigu Zi nodded. Under the admiring gazes of countless officials, Silver-eyed Gigu Zi stepped into the Earth Pavilion again. Boom! The Earth Pavilion's door slammed shut. Mister, your clone is really powerful. MOU, she said with a smile. Li Si also walked over. Congratulations, Mr. Li Si said with a smile. Minister Li, Miao Rilai left in such a hurry. Did something happen in the Tsongtian weave? Gigu Zi's expression changed. Yes, the Miao family is completely destroyed. Most of its Tsongtian weave is in ruins. Li Si said in a deep voice. Oh, the Golden Emperor went to the Miao family and destroyed everything with a punch. Li Si said. Him? Gigu Zi's face sank. Miao family manor. At this moment, it had become a huge volcanic crater. Earth fire surged, and there was no life. Sha Di stood quietly in the air, looking at the boiling lava below. Boom! The Golden Emperor rushed out of the lava. In the palm of his hand, Golden Sovereign held a golden heart that was still beating. Found it? Sha Di said with a faint smile. I found it. The other half of my power, my golden heart. Now I'm finally perfect. The Golden Emperor nodded. That's for the best. Golden Emperor, the divines have done their best for you. I hope you won't forget your promise, Sha Di said with a solemn expression. The Golden Emperor raised his eyebrows and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Chapter 1389. With the collapse of the Miao family, Songtian Weave was completely occupied by Dejun. Of the 6 Weave lords who had allied with the Miao family, only 2 managed to escape. The other 4 were either captured or killed by Dejun. The 2 Weave lords panicked and fled in fear. How did this happen? It's over, it's all over. Once the Miao family is destroyed, how can we fight Dejun in the outer East continent? The 2 Weave lords fled. At the same time, Li Si quickly issued new orders. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and King Gai split into 3 groups and attacked the 3 weaves. Li Si also sent reinforcements from all directions. Dejun had entered a state of total war. With the Tao Ye's mouth, the great war of swallowing the outer East continent began. In the Yang realm, Meng Wenruo was selected to lead the army into the Yang realm. 5 years later, Bai Qi killed a Weave lord and sealed his victory. He led the army into the Yang realm and charged toward the battlefield. The world's attention was focused on the battle of Kong Huangtian in the outer South continent. Only the outer East continent was restless. The pace of war never stopped. Yin Xuan was presiding over the situation in Xianyang. Yin Xuan glanced at the battle reports one by one and stopped paying attention to them. Everything was operating in an orderly manner under the state apparatus. There were many things that he did not have to worry about. In the Far East, the most anxious ones were the monolith. Although the monolith did not participate in the affairs of the world, they were still very sensitive to the news around them. The Yang realm, apart from the 8 weaves of the monolith, will soon be under Dejun's control. An expert from the monolith said anxiously, There's news from the Yang realm. Dejun's army is in all the weaves. Soon, the Yang realm will be completely under Dejun's control. Another expert from the monolith said anxiously. Then, everyone looked at the old patriarch of the monolith. Dejun? Expansion is indeed impressive. Don't worry, Yin Xuan won't be able to eat the fruits of the outer East continent for long. The old patriarch chuckled. Patriarch, I don't understand. What do you mean? You don't need to understand. You only need to know that now is not the time for the monolith to clash with Dejun. The old patriarch said in a deep voice. Yes. The battle between Kong Huangtian and Chao is about to begin. That's what we have to pay attention to. The old patriarch said solemnly. Yes. Xianyang, upper study room. Yin Xuan sat behind his desk, with a group of important ministers standing in front of him. Celestial Emperor, aside from the monolith, we've unified the entire outer eastern continent. It's just that we've only just unified the various territories, and we still need a long time to get used to it. Lu Buwei replied. Where's the underworld? There are still 6 territories in the underworld resisting. However, Dejun's army is invincible. It should be over soon. Yifeng said. It's still not enough. Yifeng, Meng, Yi, the 2 of you should also enter the underworld and speed up the attack. Yin Xuan frowned. Yes, the 2 of them replied. Heavenly Emperor, today is the last day for Kong Huangtian to give pointers to the heroes of the world. This time, Kong Huangtian has invited Tontian, Wu Jiong, Zhu, and the other heroes to attack together. Liu Gang said. Oh, Yin Chuan's face darkened. Boom. Outside the upper study, a loud sound came from the south. The war has begun. Liu Gang's expression changed. Whoosh. Yin Chuan stood up and walked out of the upper study toward the Skyward Palace's plaza. The ministers followed behind him and headed toward the Skyward Palace's plaza. Countless ministers of the Zhen also quickly gathered. Yin Chuan stood in the Skyward Palace's plaza and looked toward the south. Gui Guzi and Lu Buwei stood behind him. It's the end, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Heavenly Emperor, the new saints of the world have all gathered in the outer southern continent. It seems like the nest is ready. Gui Guzi said in a low voice. In the outer southern continent, Kong Huangtian was sharpening his sword for the last time. Tontian, Wu Jiong, Zhu, and the other experts surrounded him. Ha, come. Let me give you one last pointers. Kong Huangtian laughed. Boom. In an instant, all the heroes attacked. The void became chaotic, and the entire Imperial Sky territory shook. Countless dark clouds gathered high in the sky. The entire world was covered by dark clouds. Outside the Imperial Sky territory, Inhentian narrowed his eyes. Lord Jean, quickly send a message to the Heavenly Emperor. The nest is already here. The final battle will begin soon. Okay, Jean Dayu replied. Wait, maybe there's no need. Inhentian raised his brows. Jean Dayu also widened his eyes and looked around. In the Royal Sky territory, the dark clouds spread in all directions. Boundless dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, covering the sky and the sun. They covered the entire Royal Sky territory and extended to even further territories. In the blink of an eye, the entire outer southern continent was covered by dark clouds. It wasn't just the outer southern continent. The dark clouds covered all the places in the world. In the blink of an eye, the entire Yang realm was covered by dark clouds. Not only the Yang realm, but the netherworld was also covered by countless dark clouds. The rolling dark clouds covered both the Yang realm and the netherworld. Almost all living beings suddenly looked up at the sky. An extremely solemn feeling brewed in everyone's hearts. Netherworld, lunar star. The butterfly queen and Meow Meow were originally cultivating. Suddenly, they sensed something. Meow. Meow jumped out of the main hall. Looking down, countless dark clouds covered the earth. At a glance, there was an endless amount of dark clouds. Butterfly Queen also walked out. Is it starting? Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with intense worry. Dad, you have to win. Meow Meow cried. Sister, do you think Father will be fine? Butterfly Queen stopped bickering with Meow at this moment. He'll be fine. He'll definitely be fine. Meow bit her lip and said. The two girls stood at the entrance of the main hall and looked at the rolling dark clouds with worry. At this moment, the two girls felt like a year. They were extremely frustrated and frustrated. They were worried about the nest's safety. In the Yang realm, Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace and looked toward the south with anticipation. Boom! Boom! Far away in the south, a series of explosions could be heard. Although Yin Chuan and the others could not see the battle in the south with their naked eyes, they could still feel the intensity of the battle here. After all, it was the outer southern continent. The fact that the explosions could penetrate space and time to reach here showed how intense the battle was. The explosions were not transmitted through the air, but through the heavenly Tao. The 3,000 heavenly Tao were everywhere. The battle shook heaven and earth, so it could instantly reach everyone's ears. Heavenly Emperor, Lord Yin sent a letter. The Prime of Tontian has been severely injured, but he's still in battle. Blood Qi is emitting from the Prime of Tongtian's body. It seems like he's about to break through again. A guard said. What else? Yin Chuan said with his back facing the guard. That's all. I'll go to the communications pavilion to see if there's any new news. Go, bring all the life tokens related to the outer southern continent here. I want to know everything that's happening in the outer southern continent as soon as possible, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The guard quickly retreated. The world was pitch black. Almost all the experts realized what was going to happen next. Everyone waited patiently. In the final battle between Kong Huangtian and Heaven, they fought against a group of heroes. For a time, the battle was intense. Under the terrifying battle, the entire Imperial Sky territory was shattered. Fortunately, the Kong family had already moved the living beings of the Imperial Sky territory away in advance. The battle lasted for a day and a night. Roar! Zhu shouted loudly, and his body emitted a 15-colored light. Boom! The prime of Tongtian was covered in blood. With his full strength, a faint 15-colored light suddenly emitted from his body. Break! Wu Jiong shouted loudly, and 14-colored light emitted from his body. Thank you, fellow Taoist, the prime of Tongtian said. As he spoke, the prime of Tongtian stepped forward and shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Wu Jiong thanked him and turned around to leave. Zhu looked at Kong Huangtian. Thank you. Under Kong Huangtian's guidance, the experts broke through one after another. After breaking through, they quickly left, leaving the battlefield to Kong Huangtian. The experts left one after another. Not long after, only Kong Huangtian was left. Standing in the sky above the shattered ground, Kong Huangtian's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a soaring battle intent. An unstoppable aura rushed into the black clouds in the sky. Roar! Kong Huangtian shouted loudly. Below the ground, a group of mountain peaks suddenly rose from the ground. Kong Huangtian stepped on the mountain peak at the front, and the mountain peaks behind him seemed to form a peacock spreading its tail, surrounding Kong Huangtian in the center. Kong Huangtian held a long sword in his hand and looked up at the sky. Nest, let the battle between you and me begin. Kong Huangtian shouted towards the sky. Rumble. Countless yellow clouds appeared in the sky. A crack appeared in the yellow clouds, and the crack suddenly split open. Slowly, an incomparably huge eye was revealed. The Eye of Heaven Nest. In the surroundings of the Eye of Heaven, 15 sages stood within 15 rays of white light. They all looked at Kong Huangtian with battle intent. Rumble. From the Eye of Heaven, countless net-like lights were emitted, radiating to the world. It was as if the net of heaven was exposed in front of everyone in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, a golden heavenly Tao appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Battle Heavenly Meridian? In the distance, Yin Henshin's eyes narrowed. Soon, the news spread to Xianyang. In the surroundings of Xianyang, the endless net of heaven was also exposed. It was even grander than the battle against Hongjun in the past. Ness was going to use its full strength. Heavenly Emperor, Lord Yin has news. Kong Huangtian is using the battle Heavenly Meridian. He is confronting the Eye of Heaven. A guard immediately said. Kong Huangtian Nest? It has begun. Yin Chuan frowned as he waited. Underworld Lunar Star. When Meow and Butterfly Queen saw the countless net of heaven appear, the two of them became more and more nervous. At the same time, in the depths of Lunar Star, Zombie Yin Chuan was absorbing the endless power of the Lunar Spirit Spring. However, at this moment, the huge toad's heartbeat quickened. On the pearl in the toad's mouth, there were countless star patterns. At this moment, these star patterns suddenly lit up. The star patterns all turned golden. Zombie Yin Chuan looked on with a serious expression, but he did not disturb the toad. Chapter 1390. With the appearance of the heavenly net, the battle between Kong Huangtian and the heavenly net began. At the entrance of Chujiang Palace, the ice goddess stood behind the Nether River Patriarch. The ice goddess couldn't see through the two worlds, but the Nether River Patriarch could see through Yin and Yang. He directly saw the battle at the entrance of the Imperial Heaven Palace. The Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes. Chow! The Nether River Patriarch frowned. Master, is this Chow from the Second Era? The Ice Goddess asked curiously. The Nether River Patriarch nodded. Chow is the Tomb Keeper of the Second Era. Oh, was a Tomb Keeper. Wait a little longer. After this battle, you will know, the Nether River Patriarch said. Yes, the Netherworld, Lunar Star. The Butterfly Queen and Meow leaned against each other. The two girls looked worried as they looked at the countless heavenly net. They knew that their father was fighting against Kong Huang Tian. The Yang World, Xianyang City, Imperial Heaven Palace. Yin Chuan led the officials and looked towards the south, waiting for the final result. Yin Chuan had the universe in the palm, but his cultivation was too weak. He was only at the 10th heaven. He couldn't interfere at all. Hence, he didn't enter the outer southern continent. They waited patiently, waiting for the ultimate battle to begin. Outer southern continent. Kong Huangtian held his sword and looked up at the sky. A strong battle intent flashed in his eyes. There were 15 sages around him. Each of them was filled with battle intent. However, these 15 sages had different temperaments. At the very least, Kong Huangtian and Kong Huangtian's battle intent was directed at these sages. The Eye of Heaven stared at Kong Huangtian. Roar! Kong Huangtian roared. Countless peacock feathers appeared in the void around him. Instantly, the feathers filled the void. Crack! 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 The void shattered. Countless peacock feathers quickly revolve around Kong Huangtian. Chow, this sword is Heaven's heart. I ask Heaven's heart, and Heaven's heart sees me. Open. Kong Huangtian stabbed his sword towards the Eye of Heaven. Destroy. Billions of purple lightning bolts appeared in the Eye of Heaven and shot towards Kong Huangtian. Boom! The battle between the two peerless experts officially started. In Hentian, Jin Diyu, and the others were watching the battle. All of a sudden, countless peacock feathers covered the entire imperial sky territory, making it impossible to see clearly. Lordine, your polychoria has the ability to see far away. How is it now? Jin Diyu asked with a frown. I don't know. I can't see clearly. The peacock plume has covered everything. In Hentian said with a complicated expression. Boom! The ground beneath everyone's feet trembled. Not only was the ground under everyone's feet shaking, but the entire southern outer continent was also shaking, and the surrounding seas were surging with monstrous waves. Kong Huangtian's battle nest began. However, the peacock plume covered everything inside. Boom! Suddenly, a figure flew out from the peacock plume. Is that Blood Knife Ancestor? A saint? Jin Dayu's expression changed. Boom! The saint fell into the sea, leaving behind only a corpse. Dead. In Henshin's face turned ugly. Send a message to the Celestial Emperor. The battle has begun and a saint has fallen. Jin Dayu said immediately. Yes. The news was sent to Xianyang. Yin Chuan listened to the report. He frowned slightly. Can't see the battle between Chao and Kong Huangtian clearly? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Lord Jin sent a letter saying that. A guard said in a deep voice. In the outer south continent, loud noises could be heard in Xianyang. Hearing the loud noises, Yin Chuan could imagine the intensity of the battle. Kong Huangtian and Chao were both at the 15th heaven. Among them, Chao had the support of the heavens, and his strength had reached the peak of the 15th heaven. Could Kong Huangtian win? Celestial Emperor, Chao will definitely die. Giguzi sighed. That's right. Even if he can stop Kong Huangtian today, in the future, there will be a new 15th layer of heaven who will challenge him. His goal is to create another 16th layer of heaven. He has placed all his hopes on his opponent. Such self-sacrifice is unparalleled. Yin Chuan sighed. Empress ZZ frowned slightly and said, Is that so? What about Meow and the Butterfly Queen? Sigh. Although I don't want Meow to be sad, Chao has chosen this path. The outcome is already destined. Yin Chuan sighed softly. Everyone fell silent again. They listened to the loud noise in the sky. Kong Huangtian against Chao. The world was waiting for the battle between the peerless experts. Boom! Boom! The battle lasted for 10 days. Suddenly, the net of heavens trembled. Buzz! The net of heavens let out an ear-piercing buzz. Countless living beings suddenly covered their ears and cried out in pain. Ah, the buzzing was ear-piercing, and some living beings even bled from their ears. In the netherworld, the lunar star. Meow, meow cried out in shock. The butterfly queen also widened her eyes. At the entrance of Chu Jiang Palace, the Nether River Patriarch sighed softly. In the mortal realm, in the southern outer continent, countless peacock plumes exploded in all directions. Jin Diyu and In Hentian widened their eyes. The two of them had imagined how intense the battle would be in the past 10 days, but they were still deeply shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. The entire Imperial Sky territory had turned into a sea of fire. It was an endless sea of fire. In the sky above the sea of fire, there were originally 15 sages. Now, only 7 sages were left. They were all injured, and some were even on their last breaths. Kong Huangtian's hair was disheveled, and his green Taoist robe was charred black. His body was covered in wounds. He leaned on the heavenly heart sword and panted heavily. All the light around him was withdrawn. He stepped on a mountain peak that emerged from the sea of fire and looked up at the huge Eye of Heavens in the sky. The Eye of Heavens stared at Kong Huangtian below. Who won? Jin Diyu asked. It seems like In Hentian was a little uncertain. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the pupil of the Eye of Heavens. Ah ha ha ha! Kong Huangtian laughed wantonly. Crack! Crack! More and more cracks appeared in the pupil of the Eye of Heavens. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a rain of blood fell from the sky. Heavenly Emperor, news came for the Eastern Sea. The entire Eastern Sea has turned blood red. Heavenly Emperor, news came from the Southern Sea. The entire Southern Sea has turned blood red. News came one after another. At this moment, the entire world's seawater had turned into a sea of blood. Woo! 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 Kong Huangtian won. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Lunar Star, Netherworld. Father! Meow suddenly shouted. Father! Don't die! The butterfly queen also cried. The two girls cried heartbreakingly. The huge phenomenon in the sky had already explained everything. Chao had lost. Heaven had lost. Southern continent, Yang realm. Although Kong Huangtian was in a sorry state, he still won this battle. More and more cracks appeared in the Eye of Heavens in the sky. Old friends, I'll take my leave first. I hope that all of you will remember our wish. I hope that everyone in the world can be like a dragon and live forever. Chao's last voice sounded in the sky. Countless heroes in the world mourned for Kong Huangtian. Boom! Suddenly, white rainwater appeared in the rain of blood. The rainwater fell and sprinkled on countless living beings. All the living beings who were sprinkled by the white rainwater were energized. I can hear now. I'm not deaf anymore. My leg injury is completely healed. It's completely healed. My eyes, God, I, Blind Wong, have been blind for 15 years. You let me see again. I broke through my bottleneck. Instantly, all the cultivators who were sprinkled by the white rainwater felt as if all the minor injuries on their bodies were cured. Rumble. As the white rain sprinkled down, the net of heaven gathered towards the southern continent. All around the world, almost all the heaven's nets were shooting towards the southern outer continent at high speed. This is Chao's last rain of dew before his death. It's a blessing to the world. Gue Guzi sighed softly. This is the net of heaven. ZZ frowned. The net of heaven surged into Kong Huangtian's body to help him break through to the 16th heaven. Heaven? From now on, there will be no more heaven in this world. Yin Chuan sighed softly. The boundless net of heaven quickly gathered in the southern continent. The heavenly eye suddenly exploded. Countless fragments of the heavenly eye entered Kong Huangtian's body. Rumble. The fragments entered Kong Huangtian's body. Countless nets of heaven also quickly gathered towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's aura became stronger and stronger. Under the huge aura, the sea of fire in the surroundings was quickly extinguished. The huge aura made the countless living beings in the surrounding territories have the urge to kneel down. Rumble. Kong Huangtian's aura continued to rise. The eye of heaven was completely destroyed. From now on, there would be no more heaven. Just as Kong Huangtian was absorbing the boundless net of heaven in the sky, a large number of stars suddenly shone brightly. This is? Gue Guzi looked at the sky. In the distant starry sky, more than 300 huge stars shone. Each star was like a sun. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated. Are those the Big Dipper 9 stars, the Big Dipper 36 stars, the Big Dipper 6 stars, and the Big Dipper 72 stars? Gue Guzi's expression changed. Are those deep stars? Yin Chuan's expression sank. Deep stars? ZZ frowned. There are two types of stars in the sky. The first type is the shallow stars. In the past, the stars that could shatter stars were the shallow stars. In the past, my husband used the universe in his palm to attract the stars in the sky. In fact, he attracted these shallow stars. However, the other type of deep stars is different. Each of these deep stars is incomparably vast. Hidden in the starry sky, some are even bigger than the sun. These stars are unshakable. Zhao Afang explained. Empress, do you still remember when you were immortal? Back then, the heavenly arch was connected to the North Star and could use the North Star's power. Meng, he was connected to the Ravenous Wolf Star and could use the Ravenous Wolf Star's power. Meng Tian was connected to the Army Destroyer Star and could use the Army Destroyer Star's power. Chapter 1391. In the Yang Realm, in the southern continent, blood rain fell from the sky, and the four seas turned blood red. Whales filled the world. In the imperial sky territory, rumble. The surging heavenly net surged into Kong Huangtian's body. After 2 hours, the endless heavenly net completely entered Kong Huangtian's body. Buzz. Kong Huangtian's body trembled slightly, and the surrounding void also trembled. On the ground below, the earth fire was originally spewing out, but it was instantly extinguished by Kong Huangtian's powerful aura. Kong Huangtian closed his eyes and sensed this power. He waved his hand gently. Boom! Countless mountains rose from the ground in the entire imperial sky territory. The ruins of the battle with Chao recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short while, everything returned to how it was before the battle. It was as if it had never been destroyed. The Imperial Sky Palace reappeared, and Kong Huangtian stepped inside. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, but the heavens were gone. All living beings in the world suddenly felt pain in their hearts. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and only some blood clouds covered it. However, one could still see a large number of stars in the sky emitting dazzling light. At the same time, in the lunar star of the netherworld, Father, don't die. The butterfly queen and Meow cried in grief. In the depths of the vast glacial palace, zombie Yin Chuan faced a huge toad. The star patterns on the bead in the toad's mouth were emitting golden light that shot in all directions. It was as if the bead was connected to the countless stars in the outside world. Yin Chuan waited patiently. Whoosh! The toad suddenly opened its eyes. Boom! The star pattern on the bead instantly shot out, as if it was being pulled in all directions by a force. The toad opened its eyes and stared at Yin Chuan, who was in front of it. Yin Chuan's face darkened as he looked at the toad. You're not dead yet? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. How did you recognize me? The toad asked in a low voice. The vast glacial palace was built by Chao. It was the residence of the butterfly queen. Perhaps you asked the butterfly queen to protect your corpse, Chao? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Huh. Toad smiled bitterly. Your guess is correct. Unfortunately, I was defeated in the end. This remnant will of mine is about to dissipate. Chao said bitterly. It really is you. Yin Chuan said gravely. This is my physical body. Fortunately, you didn't touch it. Yin Chuan, I'm about to die, so I beg of you. Chao said bitterly. Speak. Yin Chuan said solemnly. After I leave, the ones I'm most worried about are Shuan Miao and Butterfly Queen. They both approve of you, so help me take care of them. Chao's eyes flashed with a fatherly light. Don't worry, I will take care of them. Yin Chuan nodded. Did you see the fixing pearl that I mentioned just now? Chao stared at Yin Chuan and said, there are a lot of stars on it. Are they connected to the giant stars in the deep star layer? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, you guessed right. They are connected to the stars. Back then, I had an agreement with the heroes of the Second Era. When I die, they will awaken. The people of the Second Era are about to be born. Take care. Chao said. The Second Era? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. I don't have much time left. You will know soon. Help me take care of Shuan Miao and Butterfly Queen. As their father, I naturally have to leave something for you. Take the fixing pearl that I mentioned later. After all, your body is about to face a great calamity. Perhaps it will be useful. Chao said solemnly. Great calamity? My great calamity? What do you mean? Because you have cultivated the body of a general. The great calamity will come soon, very soon. Chao's remnant will explain. What's wrong with the body of a general? What great calamity? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Before I dissipate, I will help you one last time. Remember, take care of Shuan Miao and Butterfly Queen. They are in charge of luck and fortune. Take care of them. Chao said finally. Boom! The giant toad's corpse suddenly emitted countless white lights. The moment the white lights appeared, the temperature in the cave dropped again, becoming colder and colder. And this white light rushed towards zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! It instantly surged into zombie Yin Chuan's body. Zombie Yin Chuan was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan roared. He spread his dragon skeletal wings and frantically absorbed the white cold energy. Whoosh! The giant toad completely turned into white energy and surged towards zombie Yin Chuan. Endless energy washed over zombie Yin Chuan's cultivation rapidly increased. Whoosh! After 2 hours, the giant toad completely turned into white energy and dissipated in front of Yin Chuan. Boom! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body. The 11th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. Zombie Yin Chuan's body trembled as he sighed. Remember, take care of Shuan Miao and Butterfly Queen. Take care of them. Chao's last words came from the cave. Yin Chuan reached out and took the shrunken fixing pearl. He looked at the empty cave and said, I will. As long as I'm around, no one will be able to hurt them. As he spoke, he looked at the fixing pearl in his palm. The fixing pearl was extremely round and smooth. It emitted a faint blue light. Even with Yin Chuan's eyesight, he couldn't see through its profundity. He carefully put away the fixing pearl. Yin Chuan followed the direction he came from and headed outside. He was already at the 11th firmament of the ancestral immortal realm. The surrounding extreme spring was no longer useful to Yin Chuan. Soon, he left the vast glacial palace. The moment he came out, he heard Miao and Butterfly Queen's heart-wrenching cries. Father! The 2 girls cried. Yin Chuan instantly appeared in front of the 2 girls. Butterfly Queen's eyes were filled with tears. Miao's eyes were also red and swollen from crying. Yin Chuan, my father is dead. Yin Chuan. Miao threw herself into Yin Chuan's arms and wailed. Butterfly Queen was also crying nonstop. Her body trembled, and she looked extremely lonely. Yin Chuan sighed slightly and hugged Butterfly Queen, allowing the 2 girls to cry to their heart's content. The stars in the sky were like blazing suns hanging high in the sky. At that moment, countless cultivators in the world were looking at the stars curiously. A white light suddenly descended from one of the stars. The white light shot into the distant southern territory. Then, the white light landed and disappeared. As for the star, it suddenly dimmed and no longer emitted a dazzling light. Whoosh! It was the same for the other star. Light fell one after another, quickly disappearing into the world. At the same time, the dazzling stars in the sky also stopped shining one after another. Swish! 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 One star after another, repeating the same thing. This was the case in the mortal realm, and it was also the case in the netherworld. Suddenly, a beam of starlight shot towards Xianyang. What's that? Everyone's expression changed. Heavenly Emperor, That's the light of the heavenly baneful star, he immediately said. Heavenly calamity lone star, turning desolation. Yin Chuan's eyes moved. Boom! The white light crashed into the ground and disappeared. At the same time, the great Qin city in the underworld became a desolate place for closed-door cultivation. Boom! Desolation's secluded palace suddenly blossomed with millions of rays of light. Celestial Emperor, in the great Qin city, at Lord Desolation's residence, a white light soared into the sky. A guard immediately said, "Dissolving desolation?" Yin Chuan's expression changed as he walked towards the road to the underworld. The group of officials quickly followed Yin Chuan. Soon, the emperor and officials of the Yang realm arrived in the underworld. They arrived at Desolation's residence. Celestial Emperor, just now, a white light rushed into the residence where the patriarch is in seclusion. Will the patriarch be all right? While being asked worriedly, Yin Chuan and the others looked at the main hall. In the main hall, an extremely ferocious, murderous aura rushed out. Under the murderous aura, many people in the surroundings could not stand it. Retreat, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Everyone quickly retreated. Yin Chuan led a few officials and stood outside Desolation's main hall. After 2 hours, the white light in the main hall disappeared. After another 2 hours, the ferocious, murderous aura disappeared. Creak! The door of the main hall opened with a bang. From inside, a black-robed figure slowly walked out. Desolation was still desolation. However, at this moment, there was a trace of demonic light in Desolation's eyes. The extremely heavy dark circles under his eyes made him look even more demonic. Step by step, he walked out. He was still the same person, but when everyone looked at him, they felt that Desolation's body was emitting a demonic aura, a soaring demonic aura. Yin Chuan stared at Desolation. Desolation looked at the crowd and finally saw Yin Chuan. Desolation did not bow to Yin Chuan as usual. Instead, he stared at Yin Chuan as if he was thinking about something, struggling with something. Desolation's brows furrowed tighter and tighter as he stared at Yin Chuan. His expression changed rapidly. After half an hour, Desolation's eyes calmed down. The 8th Army Commander of Dejun, Desolation Hua, greets the Celestial Emperor. Desolation Hua said solemnly. Desolation Hua. Yin Chuan said with some uncertainty. Yes. Desolation Hua said solemnly. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan nodded and said, "Welcome back." "Thank you, Celestial Emperor." Desolation Hua exhaled deeply and nodded. At this moment, Desolation Hua seemed a little unfamiliar, but in the end he still followed the will of the past and became the Desolation Hua of the past. Desolation Hua, can you explain to me what happened just now? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Desolation Hua nodded. Celestial Emperor, just now, this official's memories of the Second Era all returned. In the Second Era, this official and a large number of experts in the world turned into stars and sealed themselves. Desolation Hua said solemnly. Turned into stars. Yin Chuan asked doubtfully. Yes, the Celestial Emperor said that you can see the starry sky of the world of the living, the Celestial Emperor. That is this official's physical body in the Second Era. It contains all of this official's power, luck, merit, and destiny of the Second Era. It can be said that everything about this official in the Second Era is in that star. Only this official's soul has undergone continuous reincarnation and is separated from this place. However, as long as the Celestial Emperor is still here, this official can use its power at any time. Oh, you can use the power of the Celestial Emperor? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, not only this official. At this moment, everyone in the Second Era has awakened. They have taken back the ownership of their respective stars. In the past, you could use the power of Ziwei Star, but now, you should not be able to do so because the power of Ziwei Star belongs to Great Emperor Ziwei. Desolation Hua explained. Great Emperor Ziwei? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yes, the sky is full of stars and countless powerhouses. Actually, speaking of which, only a few major forces are the strongest. The rest are scattered powerhouses who transformed into stars, just like this official. Desolation Hua said. Which major forces? Yinchuan asked solemnly. There are two strongest forces in the world of the living. One of them is the master of the Big Dipper, Great Emperor Zway. Under Great Emperor Zway, he controls the Big Dipper, Tanlang, Jumin, Lutsun, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuxiu, Pejuan, Zhufu, and Yubi. They are also the 9 commanders of the armies. Under the 9 commanders are the 36 stars of the Big Dipper. All of them are peerless powerhouses who could transform into stars in the past. Desolation Hua explained. The master of the Big Dipper, Great Emperor Zway? What else? Yin Chuan asked. The master of the Big Dipper, Great Emperor Changsheng, has 6 commanders of the Big Dipper: Tianfu, Tianliang, Tianji, Tiantong, Tianxiang, and Qisha. Under these 6 commanders are the 72 stars of the Big Dipper. All of them are peerless powerhouses who followed Great Emperor Changsheng and transformed into stars in order to reappear in the world today. Desolation Hua explained. The master of the Big Dipper, Great Emperor Zway? The master of the Big Dipper, Great Emperor Changsheng? These are the strongest powerhouses in the world of the living. I see that there are many more stars shining in the netherworld than in the world of the living. Yin Chuan looked at the sky of the netherworld. There were only about 300 gigantic stars in the sky of the living, but there were more than 2,000 in the netherworld. Desolation Hua looked up at the sky. The 28 constellations of the netherworld. 28 constellations. Gue Guzi's expression changed. Great Emperor Qinglong of the East controls the 7 constellations: Jiao Kong, Di, Fong, Xian, Wei, and Ji. Great Emperor Rosefinch of the South controls the 7 constellations: Jing, Gue, Lu, Xing, Zhang, Yi, and Jin. Great Emperor White Tiger of the West controls the 7 constellations: Kue, Lu, Wei, Lu, Baiji, and Shun. Great Emperor Xuanwu of the North controls the 7 constellations: Do, Niu, Nu, Su, Wei, Shi, and Bai. The Second Era? Yin Chuan took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Transforming into a star. How did you think of this back then? Yin Chuan frowned and sighed. Transforming into a star was also an opportunity back then. We made it in time, but some people didn't. Those who didn't make it in time could only fake their deaths in another way if they wanted to recreate the current era. They asked the Mu clan to help bury them in the stars. Although I've already transformed into a star back then and don't know much about what happened later, I still know some things based on the memories of this life. For example, Invincible East is the same. Desolation Hua explained. In an instant, Yin Chuan had a general understanding of the powerhouses of the Second Era. What about you? Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua looked at Yin Chuan in puzzlement. I remember that before Hua Zuntian died, he said that the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star was the only one in the Big Dipper constellation who could contend with the North Star. I want to know, since you have obtained the memories and power of the past, why are you still willing to be a subject in the Great Jun Heavenly Court? Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua with a solemn expression. Yin Chuan's question made everyone nervous as they stared at Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua looked at Yin Chuan, frowned slightly, and fell silent. Chapter 1392. I remember that before Hua Zuntian died, he said that the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star was the only one in the Big Dipper constellation that could contend with the North Star. I want to know, since you have obtained your past memories and strength, why are you still willing to be a subject in the Great Perfection Heavenly Court? Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Transformation with a solemn look in his eyes. Yin Chuan's question caused the surrounding people to tense up as they stared at Desolation Transformation. Desolation Transformation looked at Yin Chuan, frowning slightly as he fell silent. From Desolation Transformation's tone, Yin Chuan could tell that the consciousness of the 8th Legion and the Second Epic's Heavenly Calamity Lone Star had not been swallowed by each other, but had fused with each other. Therefore, Yin Chuan had to ask clearly, After a moment of silence, Desolation Transformation bitterly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, in the second epic, I was named the Heavenly Calamity Lone Star because of my personality. I was born alone and had no companions. This was because I didn't need friends or companions. I felt that being alone was fine. As long as I was strong enough, I could have anything. If others offended me, I could wipe out their entire family and live a carefree life hundreds of millions of miles away. I didn't need to worry about my friends and family being threatened because I was alone. Alone was enough. Even if the world was destroyed, so what? I just needed to work hard to transcend. As long as I transcended, what did the world have to do with me? However, the memories of this life allowed me to experience familial love, friendship, gratitude, and many other emotions. Only then did I realize that the me in this life was a real person. Humans have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is because of these emotions that a person's life is more fulfilling. However, in the second epic, I neglected all of this. Even if I transcended in the future, when everyone around me died, my emotions and emotions would be gone. Because there was no one else, my emotions and emotions would have nowhere to go. Is a heartless and emotionless person still human? It's just a stone of memory. Humans are inseparable from others. You can endure it for a short period of time, but after a long time, because there is no one else of your kind, you will completely lose yourself. Even if you transcend and become immortal, so what? It's just a stubborn rock drifting in the infinite. Those experts who keep sacrificing themselves for the sake of the immortality of the common people are doing their best for the sake of immortality. Celestial Emperor, I've realized that I was wrong in the past, so I don't want to live a lonely life anymore. I'm willing to enter Dijon and work together with Celestial Emperor for the world. Desolation Transformation said solemnly. After Chiliang Hua finished speaking, the expressions of the people behind Yin Chuan relaxed, but Yin Chuan was still staring at Chiliang Hua. "Why Dijon?" Yin Chuan asked solemnly. "Because I have offended the other great emperors before. Only Dijon is the most suitable for me. Furthermore, during these days in Dijon, this subject has also seen Dijon's exuberant vitality. This subject believes that Dijon, will definitely not be weaker than those 9 great emperors." Desolation Hua said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. "Although I've already said it once, I'll say it again. Banish the desolation and welcome back." At this moment, Yin Chuan completely approved of Desolation Hua. "Thank you, Celestial Emperor." Desolation Hua said solemnly. "You just said that there are 9 great emperors? What do you mean?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. In the second epoch, it is widely rumored that there are 9 great emperors in the world. Celestial Emperor, your karmic rank of habitual chi was bestowed by the 3,000 heavenly ways. In fact, there is another karmic rank above it, the Great Emperor karmic rank. In the entire world, there are only 9 karmic ranks, and since the second epoch, there have been only 9. These 9 people are collectively known as Great Emperors, the supreme beings of the world. Desolation Hua said solemnly. "Great Emperor karmic rank?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. This was because since the beginning of the vast thousand worlds, Yin Chuan had only heard of 5 karmic ranks of heaven and earth: lower rank, soft rank, middle rank, upper rank, birth rank, and habitual chi rank. He originally thought that his Celestial Emperor karmic rank had reached the peak, but there was actually a Great Emperor karmic rank above it. Yes, this Great Emperor karmic rank. I don't know how it came, but there are only 9 in the world. Legend has it that the Great Emperor karmic rank is on par with the heavenly ways. Desolation Hua said solemnly. On par with the heavenly ways? Yin Chuan was extremely solemn. After all, everything in the world was composed of 3,000 heavenly ways, and the heavenly ways were the supreme existence. Ancestral immortals could use the power of the heavenly ways, but in fact, they were just borrowing the power of the heavenly ways. Even the karmic rank of the habitual chi rank was bestowed by the heavenly ways. In front of him, the Great Emperor karmic rank was on par with the heavenly ways. 9 great emperors? But you only mentioned 7. Great Emperor Zhuwei of the north, Great Emperor Changsheng of the south, Qinglong of the east, Great Emperor Rosefinch of the south, Great Emperor White Tiger of the west, Great Emperor Xuanwu of the north, and the Great Emperor Golden of the north that we know. What about the other two? Gigazi asked curiously. Speaking of which, I don't know about the last two great emperors. They were born in the early part of the second epoch, and I appeared in the middle and late part of the second epoch. At that time, the two great emperors had already hidden themselves, so I don't know. Desolation, Hua said. Then how do they become great emperors? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Perhaps only these 9 great emperors know the specific method of advancement. No one else knows, but there is another way. Desolation, Hua said in a low voice. Oh, kill them and snatch their great emperor karmic rank. Desolation, Hua said in a low voice. Kill. Yes, celestial emperor. Speaking of which, your habitual chi rank should have been snatched from the sages. Both the habitual chi rank and the great emperor karmic rank can be snatched. Desolation, Hua said in a low voice. Yin Chuan gradually became serious. Of course, none of the great emperors are easy to deal with. It's not that easy to snatch. However, it won't be long before a strong enemy invades our great Zhun. Desolation, Hua said with a serious expression. Oh, for my heaven and earth karmic rank? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, to obtain the great emperor karmic rank, the foundation is to have the habitual chi rank and the heaven and earth karmic rank. There were a total of 3,000 slots in the second era, and all of them were peerless experts. Now that they have recovered their memories, other than the subordinates of the great emperors who don't need it, the other scattered experts naturally want the habitual chi rank and the heaven and earth karmic rank. Celestial Emperor, our great Zhun must enter a state of combat readiness. Desolation, Hua said in a low voice. Just as Desolation Hua finished speaking, a huge aura suddenly rushed over from the south. Boom! A huge aura came from the south and pressed down on the great Qin city. This aura, Gigu Zi's face darkened. 13 heavens of ancestral immortal, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 huge auras. They're using the power of the stars. Desolation, Hua's face darkened. Celestial Emperor, the weakest among the experts who transformed into stars in the second era, is 13 heavens of ancestral immortal. Desolation, Hua said. What? A large number of officials exclaimed in shock. 3,000 spots, and the weakest was 13 heavens of ancestral immortal. Was this a joke? Celestial Emperor, these people not only have the memories of the second era, but also the memories of this life. Therefore, as long as they are cultivators with extensive information, they will definitely know a lot about great perfection. They are here to snatch your karmic position of heaven and earth. Please make a decision as soon as possible. My guess is that some of the awakened second-era powerhouses in the Yang realm are also heading to Xianyang City. Mournful Transformation explained. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Desolation, Hua. Giguzi, guard the netherworld and resist the invasion. My other body is already rushing back. Yes, the two of them answered. Everyone else, follow me back to the Yang realm immediately. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, the officials answered. 3,000 and above 13 heavens of ancestral immortal. Anyone would be terrified upon hearing this news. However, under Yin Chuan's orders, they seem to have found their backbone and immediately followed the plan. Whoosh! Under Zizi's control, Yin Chuan and the others entered Xianyang City in the Yang realm in the blink of an eye. Just like in the Netherworld, peerless experts quickly gathered outside Xianyang City. Boom, boom, boom. Ferocious auras rushed into Xianyang City. Under Su Fu's control, the Xianyang City formation was activated. The leader looked up and glared at the Xianyang City formation. Where is Yin Chuan? Come out. Boom. With a loud shout, the surrounding void trembled violently. In the distant starry sky, a beam of light descended from the sky and shrouded the expert who shouted. The power of the stars spread out and suppressed the Xianyang city formation. There were a total of 4 peerless experts. At this moment, they looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. Everyone, long time no see. The expert who shouted looked at the other 4. Another person sneered. Yin Chuan's karma position of heaven and earth will depend on our own means. All right, everyone nodded. Then they all stared at Xianyang city. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan returned with his officials and looked at the 5 peerless experts in front of him. All of them are at the 13th heaven. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Quang, a sky-burying coffin opened. Meow, and the butterfly queen walked out with red eyes. Yin Chuan, we're the bad guys. I want to kill them. Meow gritted her teeth. Butterfly queen, meow, each of you deal with one. Yin Chuan said. Okay. The butterfly queen said with red eyes. Her father had just died, and she had nowhere to vent her extreme grief and hatred. Now that someone had come to attack them, the 2 women immediately turned their grief into hatred and looked at the attackers with hatred. People of the Great Zhen, the world is in turmoil. There are rebels who want to rebel against the Great Zhen. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength to kill the rebels. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the Sea of Providence, and it spread throughout the mortal realm. Boom! Yin Chuan's voice instantly filled the 28 domains of the mortal realm. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Peerless experts came from all directions. In the blink of an eye, there were 7 of them. Gue Guzi controlled the formation and quickly enveloped the Great Qin City. Quang, the silver-eyed Gue Guzi, walked out of the Earth Pavilion again. As soon as he walked out of the Earth Pavilion, Desolation Flower looked at the silver-eyed Gue Guzi in surprise. Greetings, fellow Taoist, the silver-eyed Gue Guzi said. There are 7 experts outside. You and Desolation Flower can fight together. Gue Guzi said. Okay. The silver-eyed Gue Guzi nodded. Desolation Huan nodded slightly, then looked at the experts who had gathered in the outside world. These experts came from all directions and were still on guard against each other. Where's Yin Chuan? Come out. Someone suddenly shouted. The heavenly calamity star. Desolation Flower said in a low voice. Boom! A ferocious and demonic energy shot down from the heavenly calamity star and into the netherworld, heading straight for Desolation Flower. Xing! Desolation Flower pulled out a long sword, and endless astral energy poured into it. The bronze longsword turned scarlet in the blink of an eye, and it looked extremely demonic. Desolation Flower? The heavenly calamity star? Outside, an expert's face darkened as he recognized it. Chapter 1393. Lunar Star, Lunar Star. After zombie Yin Chuan teleported Meow and the butterfly queen to Xianyang, he flew out of the lunar star. Boom! He tore through the void like a meteor falling towards the Great Qin City. Above the starry sky, the stars in the deep astral layer continuously shone down, awakening people in the yin and yang worlds one after another. At this moment, in the western outer continent of the netherworld, Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. Boom! 5 powerful auras rushed toward them. Ming Tianhan, get out here! An expert yelled. With that, the Dark Sky City's formation was fully activated. Within the Dark Sky Palace, Ming Tianhan, who was wearing a black dragon robe, stepped out of the palace. His eyes were cold as he looked at the 5 experts. People of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court, heed my command. There are traitors attacking. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Roar. Yang World, Western Outer Continent. Great Zhou Heavenly Court, Luoyang City. One expert after another suddenly appeared, and their auras surged into the sky. Yang World, Southern Outer Continent. Imperial Sky Territory. The 7 sages, who were on their last breaths, were all resting here, constantly healing their injuries. In the battle between Kong Huangtian and the heavens, apart from the 2 people from the Kong family, everyone else had stood on the heavens side. Although the heavens had lost, Kong Huangtian did not kill them all. Perhaps it was because heroes sympathized with each other, so he was rather lenient towards the living sages. Whoosh! A powerful aura surged toward them. The 7 sages' expressions changed. Boom! 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 Powerful auras quickly gathered from all directions and rushed toward the group of sages. Chi habit position, heaven and earth karmic position, the experts who suddenly appeared said with excitement in their eyes. How dare you? Who are you? Do you know where this is? Peacock Z glared and shouted. Peacock Z, Demon King Kong, go away. We won't look for you because of Kong Huangtian. However, the remaining 5 people, we will take your heaven and earth karmic positions. An expert said with a glare. Boom! That expert was suddenly pressed down by an inexplicable force and instantly fell to the ground. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at the Imperial Sky Palace, not far away. Scram! A soft shout rang out from the Imperial Heaven Palace. Boom! The robes of the 8 experts who were flying over suddenly exploded, and the 8 of them were instantly blasted away. The 8 experts quickly stabilized themselves and looked at the Imperial Heaven Palace not far away. Their expressions were ugly, but they didn't charge at Kong Huangtian. After this battle, everyone knew that Kong Huangtian was going to challenge the 16th heavenly layer against the battle nest. His group definitely wouldn't be enough to kill Kong Huangtian. Humph! Everyone snorted coldly and quickly left. Thank you, the sages said solemnly. I have no enmity with Chao. Chao is already dead. You guys worked hard for Chao and work hard for me. Before your injuries are fully healed, I will naturally take care of you guys. With me here, no one will be able to harm you. Kong Huangtian's voice drifted over. The sages nodded. Mortal Realm, Xianying City. Roar! The golden dragon of Providence let out a deafening roar. As it roared, it charged at Yin Chuan with the power of the citizens of the 28 territories. Yin Chuan activated the power of the world, and a ferocious aura charged at the incoming enemies. Roar! With a loud roar, Yin Chuan's long hair fluttered. A sea of blood appeared out of nowhere and charged at the opposing experts. Boom! Yin Chuan immediately started fighting with 2 experts. Meow! Humph! Meow and Butterfly Queen also charged at an expert each. Although the 2 women didn't have much combat experience, they were still 14th-stage ancestral immortal realm cultivators. For a time, they were abnormally ferocious. Boom! A great battle started outside Xianying City. After fighting for a while, Yin Chuan's strength was barely on par with the 2 experts. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! In the sea of blood, the cypress tree suddenly spun. Suddenly, the stars in the sky lit up. An inexplicable force suddenly appeared around Yin Chuan, shocking the 2 cultivators. The 2 of them suddenly realized that a huge force appeared out of nowhere around them. It kept appearing as if it wanted to pull them somewhere. How can this be? The 2 of them dodged the inexplicable force while fighting Yin Chuan. The sea of blood roared, constantly blocking the 2 of them. Bastard! One of the experts shouted impatiently. He gave up resisting the pulling force and punched at the sea of blood. Whoosh! That expert disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other expert was slightly stunned. What? He's in your palm? That expert exclaimed. You too. Boom! In the blink of an eye, 2 peerless experts were trapped in Yin Chuan's palm. Cypress Tree Path, Universe in the palm. They were trapped in Yin Chuan's palm. At this moment, Yin Chuan was using all his strength to activate the Cypress Tree Path. Bastard! The 2 cultivators shouted as they used the power of their birth charts to connect to the 2 stars in the deep star layer. Surging astral power descended from the sky and instantly poured into the universe in the palm. However, Yin Chuan had almost all the power in the shallow star layer. Back then, even the Golden Great Emperor was trapped in there for a long time, let alone 2 13th heaven ancestral immortals. Boom! Boom! The 2 experts kept colliding with the surrounding stars in Yin Chuan's palm. However, they could not escape from Yin Chuan's palm. On the other side, Meow and Butterfly Queen were fighting fiercely because of their hatred. The two peerless experts were forced to retreat. Schwa Meow, you bastard! Your father is already dead. Yet you... Meow. You're the one who killed my father. I'll fight you to the death. Meow fought with all her might. At this moment, Meow's spatial ability seemed to have undergone a qualitative leap. She immediately beat up the expert until he covered his head and fled like a rat. On the other side, Butterfly Queen did the same. The light of misfortune shone on the expert opposite her. Don't. I'm just passing by. Passing by. The expert shouted without any integrity. In the netherworld, Great Qin City, Desolation Hua pulled out a long sword. Endless astral power surged into it, and the bronze sword turned scarlet in the blink of an eye. It was incomparably demonic. Desolation Hua, heavenly calamity star? In the outside world, an expert's expression darkened as he recognized Desolation Hua. Desolation Hua turned his head and saw three experts. One of them was in the lead while the other two followed behind him. It's you? Since you know it's me, get lost. Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. Humph. You want to take all the benefits for yourself? The leading expert said coldly. Desolation Hua narrowed his eyes. Goe Guzi, I know this person. He's at the 14th heavenly layer. Just leave him to me. As for the rest, you deal with them as you see fit. Desolation Hua said coldly. Goe Guzi's expression turned serious as he nodded. All right, be careful. Xing. The crimson sword instantly pierced towards the 14th heavenly layer powerhouse. Boom. As the two of them clashed with their swords, a large patch of the void suddenly exploded. Desolation Hua took a step forward and shot toward the three of them. Boom. The three experts surrounded Desolation Transformation in the center. For beams of starlight enveloped the four of them, and the four of them started fighting. On the other side, Silver-Eyed Goe Guzi stepped forward and fought against four peerless experts alone. Heaven-breaking finger. Silver-Eyed Goe Guzi waved his hand. Miao Ru Lai's moves from the past were instantly unleashed, charging towards the four great experts. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions once again sounded out all around the Great Qin City, and the battle became incredibly chaotic. However, now, the Great Qin City's residents were no longer worried. Just like the residents of Xianyang, Great Qin's residents trusted their own country greatly. He firmly believed that Dezhan would win. Some of the commoners even called out the old and young and their families to find a good place to watch the battle. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of the battle between experts. However, these are not the only people who had come to the Great Qin City to try their luck. Who? Another expert came, but that expert did not directly rush up. Instead, he stared at the battles around the Great Qin City. Some were curious, some were serious, but the most important thing was that Yin Chuan hadn't shown up yet. As the battle continued, everyone understood that even with their 13th heaven cultivation, they were not invincible in the Great Qin City. As such, they became more and more patient as they watched the two battles. Hua Desolation's opponents gradually expanded from 3 to 5. The heavenly calamitous Lone Star was infamous in the second epoch. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless cultivators. A day later, the number of experts observing the battle had reached 5. On this day, the more they learned about the Silver-Eyed Goe Guzi, the more astonished they became. This Silver-Eyed Goe Guzi was simply too strange. Even an identical beast wouldn't be so exaggerated. Could the other party's moves be optimized? Swish! In the distant sky, a ray of light shot down to the ground below. People of the Great Qin world, heed my command. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed throughout the world along with the roar of the giant dragon above the Sea of Fate. Yin Chuan's voice rumbled through the 30 netherworld domains. Boom! The power of the 30 netherworld domains surged over and surged into the golden dragon of fate. The golden dragon of fate soared into the sky and shot towards the ray of light. It was Yin Chuan. Roar! Surging power surged into Yin Chuan's body. Boom! Yin Chuan descended, causing the void to tremble. Yin Chuan charged over from where the silver-eyed Gue Guzi was fighting an expert with a ferocious expression. A ferocious aura slammed into that expert. What? That expert's expression changed. Yin Chuan's fist smashed into that expert's face. That expert shattered a large part of the void and crashed into the ground. Boom! On the ground, a bottomless pit was suddenly smashed open. Yin Chuan? The experts who came to take advantage of him were overjoyed at first, but then their expressions froze. Whoosh! Yin Chuan appeared in front of another expert again. You're courting death. That expert slashed his sword at Yin Chuan's chest. Ding! Kacha! Yin Chuan's chest was fine, but the sword broke in half. You just mobilized astral power and didn't have time to refine your weapon. Yin Chuan said with a ferocious expression. Great Dao! Yin Chuan's black dragon Great Dao suddenly appeared in front of him at extremely fast speed. He punched at that expert with the power of the Great Dao. Boom! There seemed to be a dragon's head on the fist. It crashed into that expert's body. Whoosh! That expert was instantly sent flying. He turned into a shooting star and disappeared in front of the surrounding cultivators. Oh! Countless people exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 1394. Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. Ming Tianhan used the power of Great Xingtian Realm to fight against the experts who had come to fight for the karmic rank. Boom! Boom! Outside Underworld Sky City, the void was shattered. The officials in Great Xingtian Heavenly Court were anxious. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ming Tianhan had used the power of Great Xingtian Realm to fight against 4 peerless experts at the same time. However, the experts were still gathering. The 3 experts who had arrived once again stood in midair, their bodies connected to the starry sky as they quietly watched the battle before them. As more and more experts gathered, the experts became more and more worried. After all, Ming Tianhan only had 1 karmic rank, but a group of people had gathered here. Experts from the second era? Bastards! Ming Tianhan fought gloomily. At this moment, a bald man stood on top of the mountain in the south of Underworld Sky City. There were 36 rings on his bald head. He turned his head slightly and sneered. It's about time, the bald man said in a low voice. Suddenly, the bald man stomped his foot. Boom! The mountain collapsed instantly, and the bald man rushed into the battlefield. Who is it? The expert's expressions changed. Boom! 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 With 4 loud sounds, the 4 experts fighting with Ming Tianhan were smashed in the ground. He defeated 1 opponent with 1 move. The battle suddenly stopped. Who are you? Almost everyone's expression changed. I have seen nearly all the people of the second epoch. Who are you? An expert asked, his expression changing. Who are you? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. Neither the experts from the second era nor Ming Tianhan knew this bald man. The bald man sneered and said, I'm Big Dipper. Big Dipper? Ming Tianhan's expression changed. Ha, what Big Dipper? You have 36 stars? Are you with Great Emperor Ziwei? An expert asked in a low voice. No, I have nothing to do with Great Emperor Ziwei. My name is Big Dipper. The bald man touched the 36 rings on his head. He smiled slightly. You're from Great Evil World. Ming Tianhan's expression darkened. Kid, you actually know me? Astral Dipper looked at Ming Tianhan curiously. Celestial Dipper is one of the 3 transcenders in the 4 realms. You're the first transcender, aren't you, in the Great Fiend world? Why are you here? Ming Tianhan's expression changed. A transcendent being? The surrounding experts narrowed their eyes. I have to thank the Mu clan for the duel. Originally, I was in the Great Evil World, but after the duel between the 2 clans, there was a reincarnation path that connected to the first world. So I came over. Fortunately, I came over. Otherwise, I wouldn't have witnessed so many major events happening in the first world. Tian Gang laughed. What are you trying to do? An expert on the other side asked in a deep voice. The corner of Tian Gang's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "Other than the subordinates of the 6 great emperors, you are all ownerless cultivators. So what? I came today to make you all become people with masters." Tian Gang said with a smile. "What? Submit to me or die?" Tian Gang glared, and a ferocious aura surged towards the crowd. Outside the eastern continent of the Netherworld, zombie Yin Chuan had returned and mobilized the might of the world. It was extremely ferocious. It was a head-on collision. One after another, Yin Chuan landed heavy blows on them. Boom! Another expert was smashed into the ground by a punch, leaving behind a bottomless pit. He couldn't get up for a long time. Roar! Yin Chuan spread his dragon bone wings and bared his fangs. The battle sped up and became even more ferocious. The body of a general? A cultivation technique that suddenly appeared in the second epic. Anyone who cultivates this cultivation technique will have an indestructible body, the best in the world. Is it really the body of a general? Yin Chuan. The experts who were watching the battle gradually turned solemn. Although they were all experts at the 13th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm, they understood that they weren't the strongest. Among the 3,000 experts of the second epoch who had transformed into stars, they were at the bottom. Whoosh! An expert took a step forward and left. Swish! Swish! One after another, the experts left quickly. They were all scattered people who came and went alone without any organization. Yin Chuan's strength was no weaker than theirs. If they forced themselves, they would only end up with both sides suffering. In the end, others would benefit from it. Everyone realized that they might not be able to gain anything from this trip, so they all left. However, Yin Chuan wasn't going to let the expert who offended De Jin off. "You still want to run? Come back." Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan was extremely fast. He instantly arrived in front of that expert and smashed his Dharma treasure with a punch, sending him back. Celestial Arch, how should we deal with him? In the distance, Desolation Hua was fighting 5 experts alone. Take him down. After offending De Jin, you still want to leave? Umph. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Desolation Hua shouted. In the Great Qin City, Gigu Zi made his move. He controlled the power of the dragon veins and bound a cultivator with them. Bastard, you want to trap me too? That cultivator struggled. Haha, your limbs have already been broken by the Celestial Arch. If I can't restrain you, what use are you? Gigu Zi said coldly. Boom. Gigu Zi controlled the power of the dragon veins and slammed it into the cultivator's back. Dragon binding rope pierced his shoulder blades. Gigu Zi shouted. Yes. Gigu Zi's subordinates shouted. That expert still wanted to resist, but silver-eyed Gigu Zi suddenly stabbed him with a heaven-breaking finger. Boom! Immediately, all the strength that he had just gathered dissipated. Pierce! Gigu Zi shouted. Boom! Gigu Zi was responsible for binding the experts while Yin Chuan fiercely attacked the experts. They were all at the 13th heaven. Although Yin Chuan was only at the 11th heaven, he had 30 domains. Naturally, his strength was ferocious. The Black Dragon Great Tao was also a masterpiece of his first life. Coupled with his Jiangchen physique, he was very strong. For a moment, he was invincible. Boom! Boom! Gigu Zi quickly pierced through the shoulder blades of the 4 experts. Bastard, let go of me! An expert cried out in shock. He was an expert of the second epoch. How could he be captured now? Oomph! Gigu Zi snorted coldly. On the other side, Yin Chuan and silver-eyed Gigu Zi charged toward Desolation Transformation. On Desolation Transformation's battlefield, one of his opponents was at the 14th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm, while the other 4 were at the 13th heaven. Boom! Yin Chuan immediately sent one of them flying and pounced on another. Under silver-eyed Gigu Zi's control, hundreds of heaven-breaking fingers shot out. Instantly, the opponents were thrown into chaos. The pressure on Desolation Transformation instantly lessened. Demon Sword Slash! Desolation Transformation's eyes were filled with a demonic aura. Shing! A sword slashed across, and a 13th heaven ancestral immortal realm expert lost an arm and was sent flying. No, that expert cried out in shock. Boom! Yinchuan punched him again. Gigu Z and silver-eyed Gigu Z quickly pounced. With their combined strength, they pierced through the opponent's shoulder blades and continued to charge toward the remaining people. The expressions of all the experts changed drastically. Now, the situation was even worse. Desolation transformation. Are you trying to kill us all? The 14th heaven expert rebuked angrily. The Celestial the Arch has ordered that none of you can leave. Hurry up and surrender so that you can avoid physical pain. Desolation transformation said coldly. Surrender my ass, you bastard. That expert shouted loudly and shot into the distance. You want to leave? Oomph. Desolation transformation chased after him with the demon sword in his hand. Yin Chuan and silver-eyed Gigu Z intercepted the remaining people. Boom, boom, boom. A day later, the battle ended. Desolation transformation returned. Yin Chuan and the others stood at the entrance of the central hall and looked coldly at the 9 people in front of them. The 9 of them had different injuries, but all of them had their shoulder blades pierced through and were held captive in front of everyone. Their eyes were filled with hatred. Yin Chuan looked coldly at the 9 of them. It's useless to look at me like that. Since you chose this path, you should be prepared to be captured. Yin Chuan said coldly. Yin Chuan, what are you trying to do? The 14th heaven expert said in a low voice. Hang them on the 4 towers as a warning to others. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. The group of guards replied. Bastard, Yin Chuan, you can't do this. Let me go. The captured experts immediately cried out in alarm. However, Yin Chuan did not care. After all, the people of the Second Era had awakened one after another, and there would definitely be people arriving one after another. Hanging the experts on the city gate tower with a warning to all visitors. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Transformation at this moment. Looking at Desolation Transformation, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a strange look. One had to know that this 14th heaven expert was captured by Desolation Transformation. 14th heaven. Was a heavenly lone star so strong? 14th heaven? In my first life, I was only at the peak of the 14th heaven. Desolation Transformation. It seems that your strength is even stronger than mine in the past. Yin Chuan said with a smile. You're too humble, Your Majesty. I've heard of the legends of Your Majesty. In the boundless world, at the 14th heaven, you can mobilize the power of half the world. Even a 15th heaven expert might not be able to do anything to Your Majesty. The Emperor has the power of the nation, so naturally, he's not someone I can compare to. Desolation Transformation immediately said. Hua Zuntian said that you've offended Great Emperor Zui. Yin Chuan asked curiously. Yes, there's actually a special case with my strength. Every year, on the 7th of June, my strength can skyrocket to the power of the 15th heaven. At that time, I offended Great Emperor Zui on that day. However, Great Emperor Zui was too strong. In the end, I could only escape and leave behind some ugly reputation. Desolation Transformation shook his head. Yin Chuan nodded with a sigh. Among the great emperors, Great Emperor Zui was the most arrogant and the most powerful. Desolation Transformation said. In the Yang realm, in front of the Chaotian Hall in the heavenly court of Dejun, the 6 invading experts were all chained to their shoulder blades. Just like in the Netherworld, all the invaders were captured. At this point, the experts who were watching from all directions did not dare to show their faces. Dejun had already proven everything with its powerful strength. Yin Chuan had the power to defend his karmic rank of heaven and earth. Ordinary experts could not do anything to Yin Chuan. Your Majesty, how should we deal with these 6 people? Lu Buwei asked. Hang them on the city towers in all directions as a warning to others. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 1395. The Great Qin City and Xianyang City had a second epic expert hanging on each of the 4 city towers. Their scapulas were pierced, and the scene was bloody and violent. However, The effect was very obvious, because in the following days, streak after streak of light shot over. They were all experts who wanted to take advantage of others. Since they all had memories of this life, they naturally knew where the karmic ranks were. Originally, they were prepared to go all out and cause a huge commotion in the first awakening battle. However, when they reached the Great Qin City, their expressions suddenly froze. Big brother, we seem to have come the wrong time. One of the two people in a group had a strange expression. That's the mighty great sage. He's at the 14th heaven. He's actually chained to the top of the city gate tower by a large number of chains. Big brother, are we still going to cause trouble? We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Wave after wave of experts left, and Great Zhen's ferocity quickly spread. The last 6 cities of the netherworld. Tell Bai Qi and Meng Tian to speed up, Yin Chuan said seriously. Yes. Great Zhen's army commanders all went out to unify the outer East continent in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, there were no reincarnated spirits among the leaders of these 6 weaves. Everything went smoothly, and Great Zhen continued to annex the outer East continent. Yang Realm. Outer East continent. Monolith race. The monolith race's patriarch looked at the shining stars in the sky. The second epic's experts have finally returned. The monolith race's patriarch took a deep breath and said, Patriarch, what should we do? A monolith race expert asked. Wait. The patriarch said seriously. Wait for what? Wait for an order. The patriarch said seriously. Xianyang City, upper study. Yin Chuan faced a group of important ministers. Celestial Emperor, the monolith race is still patient and hasn't made a move yet. Yifeng frowned. Gue Guzi went a pro before. The monolith race is a powerful faction. Don't touch them for now, Yin Chuan said seriously. However, it's not a good thing for our Great Zhen Dominion to have such a domain. If there's a national calamity, it'll be a huge disaster. Yifeng advised. We naturally understand. However, they seem to be waiting for something. Let them wait. During this period, the most important thing is to strengthen Sheng Xingzhen. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yifeng could only nod helplessly. Celestial Emperor, there's news from the southern continent. The head of the External Affairs Department of the Great Jin Heavenly Court, Dongfang Zhengpai, was possessed by a ray of starlight. His temperament changed drastically, and he left alone. Lu Gang said, Eastern Orthodox sect? Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. The Eastern Orthodox sect was actually from the second epoch? Yes, at that time, De Zhen was the sovereign beast, and the 9th rat was following behind him. The temperament of the Eastern Orthodox faction changed greatly, and the 9th rat is already on the way back with Jin Diyu and Yin Hentian. Lu Gang explained. Do you know who the Eastern Orthodox sect is in the second epoch? Yin Chuan asked with a frown. I don't know. Get a portrait of the Eastern Orthodox sect and hand it over to Desolation Hua to identify. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. In Desolation Hua's residence in the Netherworld. Desolation Hua looked at the messenger sent by Yin Chuan and shook his head. There's no need for a portrait. I've seen them before in Dezhen. Lord Hua, do you know who the Eastern Orthodox sect is in the second epoch? The messenger asked respectfully. Desolation Hua shook his head and said, There are some people in the second epoch that I can't recognize. I really can't think of who they are. Moreover, from the way the Eastern Orthodox sect acts, it's hard to find a corresponding person. However, now that I think of it, he gives me a familiar feeling. I don't know for now, but if I do, I'll inform the Celestial Emperor immediately. Yes, the emissary replied and quickly retreated. In the sky, Jin Diyu turned into a huge golden crow and quickly flew back to Xianyang with Yin Hentian and the 9th rat. Fuck, damn fatty, you actually dare to look down on me. Bah, you're more shameless than me. The 9th rat said angrily. Sovereign Run, I wonder what the Eastern Orthodox sect has changed? Yin Hentian asked curiously. Change? Him? No matter how big the change is, it can't hide his wretched nature. The 9th rat was still indignant. Oh, that day, I went to observe the whereabouts of the treasure and hurried back to the valley. I just happened to see a ray of starlight falling into the valley. I thought something had happened to him, but when I went in, I saw that he was pretending to be serious. I asked him to dig the grave with me, no, to open the treasure. However, he looked serious and said that he was a righteous person and that it was impossible for him to do such immoral things as digging up the graves of other people's ancestors. He also said that I didn't know how to improve myself and only did such despicable things. Fuck, who could be more shameless than him? Enrich. Then did he say who he was in the second epic? Enrich asked. No, at that time, I was admiring his shamelessness. However, he flipped his hair and said that we'll meet again when he's free. Then, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The ninth, Rat said. And then? Nothing. The ninth, Rat said. Enrich was silent for a while and finally nodded. Well, I've been communicating with the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor also asked me to tell you something. Oh, in the second epic, 3,000 experts descended into the world. You should already know. The Celestial Emperor asked me to tell you about your primogenitor's life chart. Enrich said solemnly. Huh. The 12 earthly branch life charts. Zicho Inmao Chun Si Wu Wei Shinyu Su Hai. It comes from the second epic and was collected by Chao. In other words, if you can refine it thoroughly, you will have the strength of the second epic. Dongfang Zhengpai has left, and he has a great opportunity. If you don't want to fall behind him, you should cultivate by yourself. Enrich said solemnly. Haven't I been cultivating? The ninth, Rat suddenly cried out. Enrich shook his head. You haven't been cultivating diligently. You obtained this life chart very early. But now, your cultivation is still at the sixth heaven. The others are much stronger than you. I don't have time, right? I have things to do with that damn fatty every day. The ninth Rat said embarrassedly. But Dongfang Zhengpai is at least at the 13th heaven now. Enrich said. Fuck, he's cheating. The ninth Rat said indignantly. Aren't you the same? Enrich laughed. The ninth Rat frowned. The 12 earthly branches have almost all been found. I hope you won't be a burden to the other supremes. You are the leader of the 12 earthly branches. Enrich said. What? All? Almost all. Enrich corrected him. Why didn't anyone tell me? The ninth Rat frowned. The Heavenly Emperor has already passed some information to you. The four realms are about to merge. Time is of the essence. I hope you will take care of yourself. As the leader of the 12 earthly branches, don't be looked down upon by others. Enrich said. Why should I care about others' opinions? The ninth Rat said weakly. Enrich no longer tried to persuade the ninth Rat. Instead, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The ninth Rat frowned deeply. Although the ninth Rat had always believed that if you were shameless, you would lose, it did not mean that the ninth Rat did not have his own pride. Being shameless was just a matter of life attitude. Sometimes they were not on the same starting line at all. Therefore, the ninth Rat did not care if others were stronger than him. After all, the starting line was different. If others had good innate factors, what could he do? This was fate. However, the 12 earthly branches' birth charts were different. They were on the same starting line. The ninth Rat was the leader of the earthly branches. Why? Why should he be inferior to others? The pride in his heart made the ninth Rat close his eyes and adjust his breathing. He worked hard to refine the primogenitor birth chart in his body. A few months later, Jin Dayu and the others arrived at Xianyang. After hurriedly meeting Yin Chuan, the ninth Rat immediately went back into seclusion. Enrich described his gains in the southern continent. However, Jin Dayu kept frowning. Heavenly Emperor, those people hanging outside the city are all from the second epic? They can connect with the power of the stars. Jin Dayu asked in a deep voice. That's right. What's wrong? Yin Chuan asked curiously. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Jin Dayu said with a frown. Oh, Heavenly Emperor, you should know that my ancestor is the eastern sovereignty of the great thousand world. Jin Dayu said. Oh, Yin Chuan nodded. The sovereign of the demon race of the great thousand world. A true supreme expert of the demon race. His comprehension and talent were incomparably strong. My ancestor established the demon race's heavenly court. He once gathered all the demon race's geniuses in the great thousand world and created a formation. Jin Dayu said. The great heavenly cycle star formation? Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Yes, the great heavenly cycle star formation mobilizes the power of the stars to form a formation. It can destroy the fate of a nation, kill powerful figures, and even temper oneself. Jin Dayu said. Yin Chuan nodded. The ultimate goal of the great heavenly cycle star formation is to mobilize the power of the stars. Now, in the world, no one can compare to the Heavenly Emperor when it comes to mobilizing the power of the shallow star layer. I won't embarrass myself. This world's starry sky is different from the great thousand world. There is an additional deep star layer. However, the great heavenly cycle star formation cannot shake the power of the deep star layer. However, what if we use the people of the second epoch as a medium? Jin Dayu's eyes were filled with excitement. Get to the point. Yin Chuan seemed to have guessed Jin Dayu's thoughts. Use them as a medium to extract the power of the stars for the Great Perfection Realm. Those who refuse to submit to the Great Perfection Realm, we will extract their power of the stars to strengthen ourselves and raise the cultivation of the Great Perfection Realm experts. Jin Dayu said in a deep voice. Forcefully seize the power of the stars. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Yes. Heavenly Emperor, what do you think? Perhaps we can succeed. Once we succeed, the strength of the Great Perfection Realm experts will definitely increase by a large margin. Jin Dayu said solemnly. All right, go and prepare the Great Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Lu Buwei, cooperate fully. Yin Chuan immediately called out. Yes. The two answered. Middle Heaven Continent, Central Dominion, 3 Emperor Holy Court. Qi had broken through completely after being inspired by the battle of Huangtian, reaching the 15th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Outside 3 Emperor City, on the peak of a mountain, a man in armor stood. He held a spear in his hand, and a surging, baleful aura surged in all directions. Boom! The entire array formation of 3 Emperor City surged. How dare you? Who's there? Instantly, a large number of guards rushed into the sky. The man on the peak of the mountain looked coldly at the guards in the distance and said coldly, I'm Pajun, a subordinate of Great Emperor Polestar. Boom! With a loud shout, the sound waves surged towards the group of guards, and the group of guards was immediately sent flying. Qi, listen up. The Middle Heaven Continent is the old site of the Big Dipper faction. In this world, only Great Emperor Polestar has the right to sit in the center and look down on the world. Hurry up and take your holy court and get out of the Middle Heaven Continent. Oomph! Pajun shouted. The surging sound wave rushed in all directions, causing countless mountains to collapse. With that, Pajun took a step forward and shot into the starry sky, leaving behind countless confused guards. Chapter 1396. In a forbidden area of Great Jun, 361 mountain peaks were releasing streams of draconic energy, radiating golden light. There was a chain at the peak of each mountain, connected to an expert of the second epoch at the center of the mountain range. The expert who was hung by the 361 chains had a look of grief and indignation on his face. He was an expert of the second epoch, after all. He had just been born, but he was already in prison like this? Below, Yin Chuan led a group of officials to look at the expert who was hung up. Heavenly Emperor, use the Feng Shui Dragon Vein to simulate the heavenly cycle of stars. This is the reverse version of the heavenly cycle stellar formation. As long as it's activated, it can extract that person's astral power. One person needs to stand up and receive the astral power. Jin Dayu said solemnly. In the distance, the hanging expert said in grief and indignation, Yin Chuan, just kill me. In my next life, I will return to Great Jun and destroy it. Liu Gang sneered. Next life? Do you think you'll be given a chance to reincarnate so that you can use the astral power to take revenge after reincarnating? Then what do you want? The expert said in grief and indignation. Yin Chuan looked in front of him and nodded gently. Heavenly Emperor, I'm willing to be the first to test the astral power. Gigu Zi suddenly said. Gigu Zi? Yin Chuan looked and finally nodded. All right. Mr.'s use of feng shui is unparalleled. You can quickly adjust if there's a slight mistake. Yes. Gigu Zi nodded and walked to the hanging expert. Let's begin. Gigu Zi shouted. At Gigu Zi's shout, Jin Dayu waved his hand. Immediately, the feng shui masters on the surrounding mountains rushed to work. Roar! 361 dragons roared. Streams of draconic energy flowed through the chains and rushed towards the second epic expert. The second epic expert suddenly emitted a trace of starlight, connecting it to a star in the starry sky. Boom! Surging astral power descended from the sky and instantly poured into the expert's body. However, with the heavenly cycle stellar formation, the astral power that had just poured into the expert's body was instantly transferred to Gigazi. Boom! Stellar energy surged into Gue Guzi's body. Gue Guzi was like a huge sponge, crazily absorbing the surging star power. Rumble! The endless power caused spatial ripples to appear around Gue Guzi. Gue Guzi crazily absorbed the energy for an entire day. Boom! Gue Guzi's body suddenly emitted a loud noise. You broke through? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. Mister has reached the 10th heavenly layer. Lu Bue exclaimed. The astral energy was still being absorbed, but the powerful warrior from the second epoch seemed to be rapidly losing weight. His eyes widened in shock. Another day passed. Boom! Another loud noise came from Gue Guzi's body. Mister has reached the 11th layer of heaven. Lu Bue's eyes flashed with joy. At that moment, the expert from the second epoch was all skin and bones. He was on the verge of death. The corresponding star in the distant cosmos had suddenly dimmed a lot. Bang! Gue Guzi broke free from the starlight. The feng shui masters around them also stopped what they were doing. It was all over. Phew! Gue Guzi let out a long breath. There was joy on his face. Meow! Mister, why didn't you continue? Meow shouted. You can't continue. If you continue, not only will the expert from the second epoch be annihilated, but the corresponding star will also collapse. Desolation Hua said solemnly. The star is collapsing? Yin Chuan looked at the star that had already dimmed. This person is crippled. However, the star is still there. As long as there is time, it will automatically absorb the chi of heaven and earth to replenish itself. However, it will take at least a few decades to recover. Desolation Hua said solemnly. That's enough, Gue Guzi said excitedly. Heaven Emperor, the ministers of Great Jun have found a shortcut to cultivation. Because of my strange cultivation method, I have only reached the 2 heavenly layers. Based on the astral energy just now, perhaps others will be able to advance even more. Gue Guzi said excitedly. That's for the best. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Jin Dayu, I will give it a try too. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anticipation. Yes. Jin Dayu immediately went to prepare. Meow, I want to give it a try too. Meow shouted immediately. Everyone looked at Meow speechlessly. You can't. Yin Chuan shook his head. Why? That person was only at the 13th heaven. Even if he transformed into a star by chance, the energy condensed by the star is not as much as yours. You are at the 14th heaven. It's a waste for you to deprive him of his astral energy. Yin Chuan shook his head. Everyone nodded. Meow. So boring. Meow was helpless. When it was Yin Chuan's turn, he naturally replaced the expert from the second epoch who was at the 14th heaven. What are you doing? What are you doing? The expert exclaimed. Activate the formation. Gue Guzi shouted. Boom. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was activated again. Billowing energy surged into that person. Suddenly, a surge of astral energy shot down from the starry sky and was transferred to Yin Chuan's body. Rumble. The billowing energy quickly surged into Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan frantically absorbed it. In just one day, the 14 celestial level powerhouse had become as thin as a bag of bones. The star in the sky that was much brighter than before had completely dimmed. Boom! Yin Chuan's body suddenly emitted a loud noise. The surrounding astral energy dissipated. Meow? Only the 11th heaven? That a 14th heaven cultivator? Meow said in shock. Because the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation technique is much more exquisite than mine. Gue Guzi said. No. The skinny expert had a look of horror on his face. The energy he had stored in the second epoch could also be deprived? Phew, the 11th heaven? That's enough. I know it's not easy to increase my cultivation. This one time is enough. Yin Chuan sighed. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Everyone congratulated him. Great Jun's Legion commanders will have the priority to absorb the remaining star power. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, I need to strengthen the Great Perfection Legion and Desolation. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation. Yes, Heavenly Emperor. Your 8th Legion will be in charge of capturing the scattered people of the second epoch. They will either submit to the Great Perfection Legion or be captured for the officials to nourish themselves. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Desolation answered coldly. While everyone was talking, Zhao Gao flew over from afar. Heavenly Emperor, a guest, is visiting Xianyang. It's the sage Shiman. Zhao Gao immediately said. Oh. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Sage Shiman? With a hint of curiosity, Yin Chuan left behind some officials and quickly returned with a few people. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Meow. Aren't there many second epic people who want to kill the sage? Why are you here? Meow asked curiously. I was just lucky. I mobilized the power of heaven and earth and rushed here as fast as I could. Shiman smiled bitterly. Oh, Sage Shiman, why have you come to the Great Perfection Legion? Are you here to visit your descendants? They are living well in the Great Perfection Legion. Yifeng will bring you there later. Yin Chuan said solemnly. No, Yindi, I'm here today to ask if you want my sage position. The Shiman sage asked solemnly. Holy birth. Meow Meow was surprised. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Sage Shiman, what are you talking about? I'm indebted to you for your help in the past. No matter how much I need the sage position, I can't be an ungrateful person. No, Yin Emperor, you misunderstand. The world is changing too fast. Now, with my ability, I can't keep the sage position. Countless experts suddenly appeared and coveted my sage position. Haha, something will happen sooner or later. I am indebted to the Great Perfection Legion, so I am here to ask if Yin Emperor is willing to accept it. If not, it doesn't matter. Sage Shiman smiled. Oh, is that true? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Every word is true, Sage Shiman said. In that case, I thank Sage Shiman for his righteousness. I naturally won't complain about having too many karmic titles. Why don't you stay in the Great Perfection Legion in the future and share the joy of family life with your descendants? Yin Chuan smiled. That will be best. Sage Shiman smiled. Who will you give the sage position to? Sage Shiman looked at Yin Chuan. Of course, sir. Yin Chuan looked at Giguzi. Giguzi nodded and took a step forward. 10 days later. Boom! There was a loud noise, and countless rays of light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. A strange fragrance filled the air, and the earth was filled with auspicious qi. Xianyang City was shrouded in endless heavenly music. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared under Giguzi's feet. Congratulations, sir. A large number of officials from the Great Perfection Legion congratulated him. Zhongtian Continent, 3 Emperor Holy Court, 3 Emperor City. Zhu sat on the dragon throne. All the officials bowed to Zhu solemnly. Reporting to Sage King, the subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei have already conquered 8 dominions. The 8 dominions are now quickly integrating their forces and reorganizing the organization. An official reported solemnly. 8, can he handle it all? Zhu said with a gloomy expression. The official smiled bitterly and said, the Big Dipper hasn't made a move yet. Only 8 of the 36 Big Dipper stars have made a move. The 8 of them are invincible. One of the dominions was originally a spiritual manifestation, and his strength reached the 13th heaven. However, when he saw the fierce star, he gave up resisting and was about to escape with his family. In the end, the fierce star caught him again and forced him to reorganize the dominions and hand them over to Great Emperor Ziwei. The fierce star? Even a 13th heaven cultivator can't escape from him. Zhu's expression darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei had the Big Dipper, and there were 36 Big Dipper stars under the Big Dipper constellation. A 13th heaven cultivator couldn't escape from the fierce star? How strong was Great Emperor Ziwei? Also, I found out that Great Emperor Ziwei is in charge of the Great Emperor karmic position, and the Big Dipper stars were bestowed with the heaven and earth karmic position. The 36 Big Dipper stars were all born karmic positions. The official continued. Oh, Zhu was surprised. The Big Dipper stars were all karmic positions. The karmic position was the Heavenly Emperor karmic position. It was equivalent to Great Emperor Ziwei having 9 Heavenly Emperors under him. Sage King, Great Emperor Ziwei's forces have already surrounded our dynasty. The situation is urgent. Sage King, please make a decision as soon as possible. The official repeated. Chapter 1397. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent, Great Punishment Heavenly Court. Inside a large hall, a banquet was set up. In the banquet, there were only 4 banquet seats. They were placed in groups of 2 facing each other. On one side sat the Great Punishment Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan and Sage Yang. On the other side sat the Transcended Level Expert Tian Gang. There was still 1 empty seat. Please. Ming Tianhan raised his cup. Astral Vault's lips curled into a faint smile. He lifted his wine cup and drank. Ming Tianhan, am I right? The 10-second epic experts I subdued that day were only the first wave. The second wave is even more ferocious. Not only is it ferocious, but you can't stop it. Tian Gang rubbed his bald head and smiled. The White Tiger Emperor has more than 700 subordinates from the second epoch. I really didn't expect that if my Great Punishment Heavenly Court were to face them. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Although the 2 great emperors of the Yang realm, Ziwei and Changsheng, don't have many subordinates, they're all elite, especially Great Emperor Ziwei. He has a total of Big Dipper 9 stars and Heavenly Dipper 36 stars. However, Great Emperor Ziwei is publicly acknowledged as the strongest. Although Great Emperor White Tiger has more than 700 subordinates, it is only a number, not elite. Even if they are many but not elite, they are all at the 13th heaven. It seems like I can only fight to the death. Ming Tianhan said bitterly. Isn't there still some time? Tian Gang said indifferently. The White Tiger Emperor is too overbearing. He said that the Western Outer Continent is his old home. As you said, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court might face a calamity. Ming Tianhan shook his head. Not necessarily. Tian Gang revealed a meaningful smile. Oh, actually, you can consider moving the capital. Tian Gang said as he raised his wine cup. Moving the capital? You mean that I should move the Great Punishment Heavenly Court to another continent? Ming Tianhan asked. That's right. Now that the second epoch's experts have appeared, they must quickly fight for their own territories and lay a foundation. This is because a greater impact will appear soon. The 4 realms are about to merge. If we don't take root now, we will become rootless duckweeds when the 4 realms merge. We will be annihilated. Tian Gang said. What do you mean? Ming Tianhan asked. I sincerely invite you to enter the inner South continent and consolidate your foundation. Tian Gang said. You want me to submit to you? Ming Tian said coldly. Tian Gang, Although the Xing isn't as powerful as the second epoch, it's not to the extent of submitting to you, right? Yang Yang shook his head. Tian Gang looked at the two of them, rubbed his bald head, and said, "Do you know why I advised you?" What I'm interested in is the countless officials of the great Xingtian Heavenly Court. Although they have moved to the inner southern continent, they can quickly establish a foundation and straighten out the inner southern continent. Tian Gang said, "So what? Indeed, you are a transcendent being with an immortal body. However, to put it bluntly, you're only a transcendent being at the 14th layer. Because of this, your strength is even stronger. At most, you only have the strength of a 15th layer. 15th layer of strength? Compared to the White Tiger Emperor, Ming Tianhan didn't continue. Tian Gang snorted coldly. At the side, Yang Yang also shook his head and said, "Tian Gang, because you are polite to the Xing, we are polite to you as well. However, you should know that although we are not as strong as you, we have the strength of a nation. Our Heavenly Emperor's ability is something that even the White Tiger Emperor admires. You don't think that you can suppress the world, right?" Tian Gang looked at the two and finally smiled coldly. "Good. Well said. Ming Tianhan, I'll tell you the truth. Someone else has taken a fancy to you." "Oh," Ming Tianhan said. Whoosh. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke rushed in from outside the hall. "Who is it?" the guard exclaimed. "Leave," Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The group of guards retreated. The black smoke quickly flew over. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke condensed into a demonic black-robed youth who suddenly sat in another seat. There was a vertical black line on the youth's forehead. He looked very carefree as he sat on the ground. He picked up the wine and drank. "Who are you?" Ming Tianhan asked. "Tian Gang, didn't you tell him?" The black-robed youth turned his head and asked. Before Tian Gang could speak, Yang's expression changed. "Heavenly Emperor, he is Yin Dongin." "No, he has changed his name to Nether Monarch." "Oh." Ming Tianhan's expression changed. Nether Monarch looked at Yang meaningfully. "You actually recognize me? My great Xing Heavenly Court has its own information network. How can I not know about Yin Chuan's son?" Yang said. "Yin Chuan's son?" Ming Tianhan's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Ha ha ha, don't look at me like that. I know you have a grudge against Yin Chuan. That's why I recommended you. Because my lord also has a grudge against Yin Chuan." Nether Monarch drank a mouthful of wine and said, "Oh, don't confuse me with Yin Chuan. He is him, and I am me. I am only my lord." Nether Monarch said. Ming Tianhan frowned as he stared at the two in front of him. "Recommended us? What do you mean?" Yang asked. "The great evil world's lord, Lotus God, has taken a liking to you. He asked me to help him subdue you." Tian Gang said. "Lotus God?" Ming Tianhan's expression darkened. "Do you still think Lotus God is an enemy of this world?" Tian Gang asked. Yang shook his head. "Of course not. Lotus God entered the first world at the 14th heaven, but no one stopped him. At least Chao didn't do anything if he had the ability. Obviously, it's not his fault. He even delayed the unification of the four worlds. It's good that you know. Lotus God is now the great evil world's lord. Soon, the four worlds will be united, and he will rule the world. Nether Monarch and I can be considered the vanguard. Only by gathering our strength can we achieve great things." Tian Gang said. Heavenly Emperor is the most powerful person in the world. How can you submit to Lotus God?" Yang said. "Chi Habit Realm and Karmic rank are nothing. Before the great emperors appeared, you were the highest karmic rank. But now, under Great Emperor Ziwei, there are 9 Chi Habit Realm army commanders. If you become Lotus God subordinate, your reputation won't be tarnished." Tian Gang said. Ming Tianhan frowned. Nether Monarch sneered. "Don't tell me you're worried about Master's strength. Master has transcended at the 15th heaven. Even Kong Huangtian can't do anything to Master. Moreover, Master is the great evil world's lord. He has the power of an entire world at his disposal. Who could do anything to him in this world? In the four worlds, The only one who can compete with Master is the great Thousand Worlds Lord, the third Transcender, Zhongshan. Ming Tianhan was still frowning. I've already reported to Lotus God. Now it's up to you. Either you submit to Lotus God, White Tiger Emperor, or we kill you together. Nether Monarch said. A confident smile appeared on Tiangang's face as he drank his wine while he waited. Ming Tianhan and Yang frowned. After a while, they looked at each other and nodded. Then, what do I have to do? Ming Tianhan asked. Ha, that's good. Tiangang, you tell us. Nether Monarch laughed. Tiangang nodded and said, a wise man submits to circumstances. So, you should prepare to inform the entire nation and have all the talents move to the Inner South Continent. Inner South Continent? The Inner South Continent is vast. Although it has 36 territories, it's filled with miasma and poisonous insects. It's also very difficult to develop it. Ming Tianhan said, no problem. You just need to develop 12 territories. You, Nether Monarch, and I will each take 12 territories. We need to control the Inner South Continent as soon as possible. After everything is sorted out, we'll see what happens in the Outer East Continent. Tiangang said, oh, the Outer West Continent is the territory of the White Tiger Emperor. Similarly, the Outer East Continent is also the territory of the Qinglong Emperor. The Zhun and the Qinglong Emperor will have a conflict. If Yin Chuan is killed, then it's fine. But if Yin Chuan is not dead, then it's up to us to take care of the Lotus God. Tiangang said. Kill Yin Chuan? Ming Tianhan's eyes lit up. That's right. Ming Tianhan took a deep breath and nodded. That's great. Back then, Yin Chuan ruined many of my plans. Haha, that's great. Let's quickly move to the Great Xing Heavenly Court. Tiangang nodded. Ming Tianhan, Yang, and Nether Monarch raised their wine cups and took a sip. Netherworld, Outer North Continent, Chujiang Hall. There were about 20 strong practitioners, their auras surging towards the Chujiang Palace. At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, Nether River Patriarch looked coldly at the 20 experts. Nether River? Great Emperor Xuanwu sent us to the various territories of the Outer North Continent. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Submit to Great Emperor Xuanwu. The leader of the experts said coldly. Nether River Patriarch sneered. I didn't provoke you, but you dare to provoke me? Go back and inform Great Emperor Xuanwu that I don't care about the other territories in the Outer North Continent. If anyone dares to touch these 10 territories, I'll take their life. As he spoke, a fierce aura rushed toward the group of experts. You. The expert didn't expect Nether River Patriarch to be so stubborn. Heh. You can't even speak properly. You want to fight for territory? Let Great Emperor Xuanwu talk to me himself. Umph. Nether River Patriarch snorted coldly. With a cold snort, the 20 experts' divine souls suddenly trembled. How dare you? The expert shouted in horror. Scram. As soon as the Nether River Patriarch spoke, a ferocious aura rushed toward the 20 elites. Boom. Under the huge impact, the 20 experts seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They were all sent flying thousands of miles away by the impact of the angry rebuke. Whoosh! They barely managed to stabilize their bodies. Their faces were filled with horror. When they looked again, they saw that Nether River Patriarch had already walked into Chujiang Hall. Bang! The door closed with a bang. The group of experts was stunned. Along the way, they didn't expect to meet such a fierce master. They were experts of the Second Era, and they were at the 13th heaven. My lord, what should we do now? One of the experts asked blankly. Go back and report to the Great Emperor. This matter is no longer something we can decide. The leader said. Yes. Yang Realm. Xianyang City. Upper Study Room. Heavenly Emperor. Great Emperor Zue's subordinates have already surrounded the 3 emperors' holy court. Zhu is determined not to leave. The battle between the 2 sides is about to begin. Lu Gang said with a frown. Zhu? The Central Territory? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, Yin Chuan said, I will personally make a trip to the Central Territory. Giguzi, I'll have to rely on you to guard Xianyang City during this time. Chapter 1398. 3,000 strong practitioners of the Second Era were awakening. The old order of the world was being disrupted. The subordinates of the great emperors were fine, but the most important thing was the scattered practitioners. For a time, the world was not peaceful. Outer East Continent, a territory, a red-robed practitioner was confronting a group of Great Jin soldiers. This is my territory back then? Great Jin? Everyone from Great Jin, get out of my territory. The red-robed practitioner rebuked angrily. Is that so? Huh. A sneer came from the Great Jin soldiers. Sir, the group of soldiers greeted respectfully. Desolation Hua slowly walked out from the crowd. It's you, the heavenly calamity Lone Star? The red-robed practitioner's expression changed. It's me. All right, you've caused enough trouble. Now, follow me back to Xianyang. Desolation Hua said indifferently. Bastard, Desolation Hua. I'm not afraid of you. The red-robed practitioner glared. Just you? Ridiculous. Desolation Hua's eyes turned cold as he unsheathed his sword. Boom! 1 hour later, the red-robed cultivator was shackled by hundreds of chains with an expression of shame and indignation. Bring him back, Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Yes, Desolation Hua, you and I will mind our own business. At most, I will give up this territory. Why must you be so ruthless? You and I are both from the Second Era. Let me go. I will leave Outer East Continent. The red-robed practitioner shouted gloomily. I'm not familiar with you. What happens in the future depends on your performance. Great Jin is in need of people. Submitting to Great Jin is a good choice. Desolation Hua said indifferently. Submit? Impossible. The red-robed practitioner shouted. Think about it on the way. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Desolation Hua did not look at him. Where else is causing trouble in Outer East Continent? Desolation Hua looked at an official beside him. Sir, the factory guards sent news that there are experts causing trouble in the purple-green territory. Got it. Desolation Hua nodded. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Desolation Hua disappeared again. Netherworld, Inner North Continent. Undying Dojo. The emperor held a long saber in his hand and led a group of disciples who were in a sorry state. He looked coldly at the 3 powerhouses in front of him. One of the experts was covered in scars, and his face was filled with resentment. So these little bastards are your disciples? The injured expert shouted. Since you injured my 3rd brother, you have to pay the price. No one has dared to bully us, the 3 brothers of the Elysium in the 2nd epoch. 12 little bastards. I won't let you off so easily. Someone said from the side. One of the emperor's disciples immediately said, Master, it's him. He destroyed one of our branches and insulted our junior sister. We couldn't stand it and fought with him. Originally, we were in a deadlock with the saber formation, but we didn't expect that he had 2 elder brothers. We could only run back and lose face for our master. Master, it's all my fault. One of the prettier female disciples immediately said. The emperor ignored him. His eyes were filled with coldness. Is he the one who insulted you? Yes. The female disciple immediately replied. Haha, Emperor, you still want to protect them? Before we awakened, we let you do whatever you want in the Inner North Continent. Now that we've awakened, you still want to be impudent in front of us. So what if I insulted her? Did I insult her? I even wanted to insult you. The injured man said with a sinister smile. Xing, the emperor's long saber suddenly slashed out, and a bright saber light instantly illuminated the entire world. Boom! The long saber was retracted, but the man who had spoken rudely just now remained motionless. There was a bloody line on his face that went from the top of his head to the bottom, and traces of blood seeped out from the slits. 3rd brother. The expressions of the 2 beside him changed. Bang! The man was suddenly split in half, completely dead. The 2nd epoch? That's all there is to it. The emperor said coldly. As for the disciples, When they looked at their emperor again, their eyes were filled with boundless reverence. Master broke through again. Yes, Master has become stronger again. One slash. With just one slash, he killed a powerhouse of the second epoch. Bastard, you kill my third brother? He wants to reincarnate, and it will take many years for him to return. A person next to him shouted angrily. The people I kill have always had their bodies and souls destroyed. Reincarnation? Huh. The emperor showed a trace of disdain. The other two shuddered. He insulted my disciple and my undying dojo. Then he should be aware of this. Not only will he die, but you will also be implicated. A cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. You're courting death. The two powerhouses each pulled out their long swords. The emperor stepped forward. Boom! The three of them fought together. Not long after, with a loud bang, the battle separated. The emperor stepped back. The two powerhouses in midair were torn into pieces, and they died with grievances. Pass down the order. Anyone from the second epoch who stayed in the inner North Continent must either get out of the inner North Continent immediately or report to the undying dojo immediately. Otherwise die. The emperor said to the 12th disciple in a deep voice. Yes. The 12th disciple responded. Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, 3 Emperors' Holy Court. Zhu sat on the dragon throne with a gloomy face. In the main hall, the officials were extremely anxious. Holy King, this is bad. The subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei have quickly integrated all the surrounding territories. The 3 Emperors' Holy Court has also suffered a huge blow. It's too fast. The 3 Emperors' Holy Court controlled 5 territories, and we've already lost 4. Only the Central Territory is left. One of the officials said anxiously. The commanders of the Elephant Legion, Lion Legion, Leopard Legion, and Crocodile Legion were all wiped out. Even the Sandstorm Legion was defeated. Another official said anxiously. Zhu's fingers pinched the armrest of the dragon throne slightly, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. The 3 Emperors' Holy Court. I wanted to establish a prosperous heavenly court for the monster race, but the Elephant Legion, Lion Legion, Leopard Legion, and Crocodile Legion were all defeated? How'd they lose? Zhu said in a deep voice. The strength of the 36 celestial stars is too strong. They took the head of a general from an army of 10,000 and killed the legion commanders. Suddenly, the army was without a leader, and all our efforts were in vain. The official said bitterly. What about the Sandstorm Legion? That's the invincible legion of the 3rd epoch of the Tsar. Each of them is an elite. How could they be defeated so quickly? Zhu said in a deep voice again. The 7th Legion commander of the Big Dipper, Star Lord Vanquisher, personally took action. Star Lord Vanquisher? Zhu's eyes flashed with an unpleasant look. Holy King, please make a decision quickly. The official said worriedly. Zhu fell silent. At this moment, boom, a ferocious aura suddenly rushed over from the south. Zhu's expression changed. He stepped forward and led the officials out of the 3 Emperors' Palace. In the plaza of the 3 Emperors' Palace, Zhu wore a dragon robe and looked at the 2 mountain peaks in the distance. 5 figures stood on each of the 2 mountain peaks. Each of them had 1 person in the lead, and 4 people stood behind him. On the mountain peak on the left was a man in armor. He had a red cloak draped over his shoulders and held a long spear in his hand. There was a sense of arrogance between his brows. Star Lord Vanquisher? One of the officials' expression changed. On the other mountain peak was a man in yellow robes. He had a scar on his face and a long saber on his back. Star Lord Ravenous Wolf? Another official said in surprise. Tianji, Tianyong, Tianxiong, Tianming, Tianxian, Tianying, Tianli, and Tianshang. 8 of the 36 heavenly stars are subordinates of the 2 great star lords. Another person analyzed. Zhu looked at Vanquisher and Ravenous Wolf. In the distance, Vanquisher and Ravenous Wolf also looked at Zhu coldly. Zhu, did you not listen to what I said that day? Vanquisher said coldly. Listen? How can I give up my country just because of 1 sentence from you? Zhu said in a low voice. Country? Ha, what a joke. However, it seems like you're also a proud person. Today, I will give you a choice. Submit to Great Emperor Ziwei. Otherwise, get lost immediately, Vanquisher said in a low voice. Ha, what a joke. Submit? Ziwei is not worthy, Zhu said in a low voice. How dare you? Ravenous Wolf shouted. You are courting death. Vanquisher's eyes turned cold. The two of you came here to chase me away, right? It is useless to say more. I will not compromise, Zhu said in a low voice. You brought this upon yourself. Vanquisher snorted coldly. He suddenly swung the long spear in his hand and stabbed it in Zhu's direction. Boom! A huge manifested spear with a diameter of 30,000 feet pierced through the void and crashed toward Zhu. The huge aura immediately pressed down on countless cultivators, causing them to fall to the ground. Boom! Under the attack of the manifested spear, the surrounding protective formation could not withstand a single blow. Star picking hand, Zhu shouted angrily. Boom! The manifested palm and manifested spear collided. The void shook violently in midair. Countless buildings in Three Emperors City collapsed with a loud bang. A large number of officials were pushed back by the impact. What's wrong? Everyone looked horrified. Impossible. This is Vanquisher Star, Lord, 15th Heaven? Someone exclaimed. How is this possible? Jiahu's voice filled the surroundings. Before the second broker appeared, there were pitifully few people in the 15th Heaven. They were Kong Huangtian, Chao, and Hongjun. At that time, there were only these three. Now, a Star Lord under Great Emperor Ziwei was actually at the 15th Heaven. Everyone could not help but be shocked. In the distance, Vanquisher, whose spear did not have any effect, frowned slightly. Star picking hand? In the current world, there are not many people who can catch my manifested spear with their palm. Vanquisher said, That's because you are ignorant. Zhu stepped forward and soared into the sky. Citizens of the Three Emperors Holy Hall, listen up. The Three Emperors Holy Hall is facing a great calamity. I need everyone to raise their right hands and borrow my strength to repel the enemy. Zhu shouted, Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from above the sea of Providence clouds. Zhu's voice echoed throughout the central territory. Boom! Countless forces gathered from all directions and rushed straight to Zhu's body. Zhu's strength continued to rise. In the distance, Vanquisher smiled coldly and said, You only have the central territory left. How much strength can you have? Furthermore, although you just entered the 15th Heaven, you are already at the 15th Heaven. Is the strength of the citizens of this territory useful to you? At the very least, it can help me defeat you. Zhu said. As Zhu spoke, a white jade pendant flew out. The jade pendant turned into a huge white dragon that accompanied Zhu. Talisman scripts appeared on Zhu's hands as he used the star-picking hand to resist Vanquisher Starlord. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.